Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see. What if Naruto had rough physical relationship with Rukia? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Now enjoy the video. The 7-year-old Uzumaki Naruto was walking around the outskirts of Konoha. The blonde boy, who was wearing a white shirt with an orange spiral on it, along with a pair of dark blue shorts, as well as 3 strange whisker-like marks on his cheeks, had just pulled his greatest prank to date, releasing a bunch of harmless garter snakes into the girls' bathrooms at school. Of course Iruka-sensei had caught him and he was punished, but he didn't care. At least he was getting some acknowledgement, although he didn't like the idea of being known solely for his pranks. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto saw a dark-clad figure lying on the ground in the warm weather and light breeze that made the leaves of the trees rustle in a kind of exasperated way. His mouth twisted into a grin at the fun he could have with the sleeping figure. Naruto crept silently towards the slumbering figure, pen in hand, ready to draw all over the unsuspecting victim. However, when he reached the side of the soon-to-be victim of his prank, he noticed that the man was staring at him with a blank look in his eyes. Naruto froze when he saw this and started to mumble an apology to the man. Sorry, I was just sorry. No hard feelings, right? The boy asked the man, not making eye contact. When he heard no response, he looked at the man, expecting to see the cold fury that people always have on their faces after his jokes. Instead, the man was lying on the ground in exactly the same position he had been when Naruto first saw him. What is he, sleeping with his eyes open? Naruto thought, a sweat drop forming on the back of his head. Still searching for a prank to pull, Naruto settled for the kick someone in the ribs and run away gag. An oldie but a goodie. Naruto drew his leg back and delivered the hardest kick a 7-year-old could manage. He expected the man to get up and chase him, but instead he simply lay there. Once again walking over to the prone figure, Naruto looked at the man's face, only to notice that it was turning slightly blue. In a moment of clarity, Naruto realized that the figure wasn't sleeping. He was dead. Shocked at his newfound discovery, Naruto turned around to run away, only to find his path blocked by another figure, this one in an Anbu uniform. Naruto was frightened right then, he normally got blamed for things he didn't do, and this was something he didn't do. Hell, he didn't even know what happened, other than he found the guy dead. It isn't what it looks like. He exclaimed quickly, I just found him. I know exactly what it looks like. The Anbu said, walking over to the body. Naruto could see that the shinobi had dark black hair, much like the dead man had. Uchiha Shisui appears to have been suffocated or drowned. Killed by Uchiha Itachi. The masked ninja replied. That's awesome, how you can tell that just by looking at a dead body. Naruto exclaimed, glad that he wasn't being blamed for the death of the man. How do you do that? There was a pause for a moment as the Anbu turned and looked at Naruto, his eyes turning from black to red, with 3 odd marks circling his pupils. Because I am Itachi. He stated calmly. Now that you have seen this, I cannot let you live. He said as he drew his sword. Naruto turned to run, but was stopped when the cold metal of an Anbu sword cut through his stomach. The sword was quickly removed before it was once again slid through his body. Naruto let out a scream, only to find it muffled by the hand of the Anbu. As Naruto slid to the ground he was rolled over. Before he lost consciousness, he saw the ninja take out a kunai. Then everything went black. The next thing that Naruto knew, he was lying in a bed in a hospital. However, having never been hospitalized before, he didn't know where he was. He tried to open his eyes, but found that he was stopped by something covering them. Reaching up to touch his eyes, he felt the coarse but soft texture of gauze. Suddenly he was racked with a fit of pain as the adrenaline of his awakening wore off. He groaned and winced in pain. It wasn't until someone spoke up that he realized someone was in the room. Naruto-kun, it is good to see you are awake. Said Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage. Oji-san, what happened? Naruto managed to groan out while he winced. It would seem that you were attacked by Uchiha Itachi and thrown in the river, left for dead. Sandaime said. You were found floating in the river along with the body of Uchiha Shisui by an old student of mine and she brought you both back. Hey, old man, what's with my eyes? Naruto interrupted the venerable Hokage. Although he couldn't see it, the Hokage cringed before he answered. I was about to explain that. It seems that for whatever reason, Itachi damaged your eyes beyond our healing abilities. This elicited a gasp of shock from Naruto. Does this mean I'm blind? He asked through gasps of breath. He began to cry at the prospect of never being able to see again. Actually, far from it. The old man said. My former student is a very good medic nin and she was able to transplant Shisui's eyes into you. It is very rare indeed, but it was vital to your survival that every place that blood could leak out from was plugged. That included your eyes. I have some dead guy's eyes in my head. Naruto yelled. Yes Naruto-kun I suppose you do. The old man chuckled. Naruto, those eyes are very special, they hold the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. What's a bloodline limit? Asked Naruto. It's a special ability that is passed down through someone's family. Explained the gray man. Now, since you are not an Uchiha, I do not think that the limit will awaken in your eyes, but that doesn't mean that they aren't valuable. If someone were to take them, Konoha would be in very big trouble. Naruto just lay in bed digesting all of the new information he had just learned. Old man, how long was I out for? Did anything important happen? He asked. To answer your first question, you were unconscious for about 2 weeks. Now, Naruto, the second thing is pretty bad. Itachi, the man that attacked you, he murdered his entire family except for his little brother, Sasuke. Sarutobi said in a sad voice. This means that there are only 4 people left in the world with the same kinds of eyes you have. Naruto just sat there in silence. He didn't know what to do, he was only 7 for crying out loud, and he just found out that he had some dead guy's eyes in his head, and the dead guy's family was dead, except for one kid. This day just couldn't get any weirder. Oh, how wrong he was. After checking up on Naruto, Sarutobi made his way back to his office. He had a meeting to conduct with someone, and it wasn't going to be good. As he entered his office, he saw his old student, Tsunade, waiting for him. She was holding a standard medical file with all of the information they could gain from Naruto while he was unconscious. Everything seems to be fine, Sarutobi-sensei. The blonde woman said. There is one interesting thing. You said he was an orphan. Right? The Sandaime just nodded. Well, I ran a DNA test with some extra blood samples we had, and well, you should look at them yourself. She handed the old man the folder. When he opened it, he stared at a complete genetic profile of the blonde. However, what grabbed his attention was the report that Tsunade had written up. Who else has seen this? He demanded. Only Shizune and I have seen the report. She stated calmly. Sarutobi began to massage his temples as he felt a migraine coming on. Do you know how this could have happened? She asked. I have an idea, although I shudder to think of how she'll take this. Sarutobi said. He pressed a button on his intercom and waited for his secretary to respond. I need you to have Mitarashi Anko meet me as soon as possible. He ordered. The aforementioned Jounin was currently training out at Field 38. Mitarashi Anko was a kunoichi known for her short temper, more than slightly sadistic nature, lack of proper clothing, and her prowess with kunai knives. She was a little annoyed that the Hokage was pulling her away from her training, but she needed a short break anyways. The brown trench coat didn't move at all as she made her way up the winding stairs. When she entered his office, she was greeted by the sight of the old man, as well as Tsunade, the legendary medic Sannin. You wanted to see me, Hokage-sama? She asked, a look of slight confusion passing through her brown eyes. Yes, as you know, Uchiha Itachi attacked and killed his best friend as well as a small boy a couple weeks ago. Tsunade ran a blood test to look for any possible relatives. Anko didn't like where this was going. There were only 2 reasons why he would call her in to discuss this kind of situation. Anko, the Sandaime said, breaking her train of thought. We have good reason to believe that it's him. Anko's eyes grew wide at those words, and she collapsed into a chair, grasping her breath and shaking her purple-tinted hair in such a manner, as if to knock loose a certain memory. Tsunade thought this was strange, even for Anko, who was known for her loud entrances and more than slightly sadistic nature. What do you mean him? She questioned. What in the hell is going on? Sarutobi sighed at the question of his student. During the Kyuubi attack, there were many S-class secrets made, one of which was Anko's pregnancy. He stated. What do you mean, pregnant? She's only 24, that would make her 17 at the time. I know that's rather young, but that's not exactly worthy of such secrecy. Tsunade said, angry that she was left out of the loop. You know who Anko's Jounin sensei was, don't you? Sarutobi asked, rubbing his head. You know what he did? Of course Tsunade knew this. Anko's Jounin sensei was Orochimaru, her former teammate turned missing nin. He was wanted for experimenting on humans, but she didn't see what that had to do with. Oh, my god. Tsunade gasped, looking at the slouched figure resting in a chair, her hands grabbing her stomach. Yes, due to one of Orochimaru's experiments, Anko hasn't aged in over 7 years. Sarutobi said, trying to comfort the sobbing women in his office. And due to another of his experiments, she found she was pregnant. We think it was part of an experiment to create a new bloodline limit. So, you're saying that my baby is alive? Anko asked through ragged breaths. Why? Why did you lie to me then? She demanded. Anko, I had no intention of lying to you about this. When I found your son, there was no evidence that he was related to you in any way, and due to the damage of the Kyuubi, we just assumed that your son was dead. I'm very sorry about this. I want to see him right now. Anko demanded. There's no way that I'm leaving him now, who knows what he's going through because of me. Of course Anko, but before that, I have a few other things I want to discuss with you first. The Hokage instructed. Alright, but can you at least tell me his name? She said. His name is Uzumaki Naruto. The third replied, watching her reaction. Anko's face was a mixture of emotions. Happy and sad were interchanged with anger and fury. She was grateful for the chance to be a part of her son's life, sad that he had been hospitalized in critical condition for the past 2 weeks, and angry at the villagers who were too ignorant to see that the boy, her son, wasn't the demon that was sealed into him. Anko, in the DNA results, Tsunade found some very interesting information. It seems that Naruto has a large number of genetic markers in common with the Yondaime. This elicited a loud gasp from Tsunade and a blank look from Anko. Are you saying that the father of my son is the Yondaime? She questioned. No, I'm not. You see, during his assault, Itachi damaged his eyes so badly that they had to be removed. When Tsunade found him, she had to transplant the eyes of Uchiha Shisui to stem the large amount of blood loss he was experiencing. I don't see why that is important, Kakashi has a Sharingan implanted in his head too. Anko growled. Yes, but Kakashi hasn't suddenly developed Uchiha genes. The third replied. What do you mean Uchiha genes? Anko questioned. Hear me out, when your son was born, he had darker hair, right? The third questioned. Yes, dark hair in my eyes. Anko said. After the Kyuubi was sealed, the boy I found had blonde hair and blue eyes. Just like the Yondaime. In fact, he looks exactly like the Yondaime did at his age. Now, with the Uchiha genes, his hair is still blonde but with black streak in it and his eyes are going to be black. His DNA shares markers identical to Shisui as well as the Yondaime. What I think happened was that Orochimaru succeeded in creating a bloodline that would absorb anything foreign that the body was subjected to into the DNA. That way, any descendants of the child would bear the traits as well. Sandaime concluded. I think that before my successor died, he may have transferred, either by accident or intentionally, some of his DNA into Naruto, giving him his former appearance. Wait, what about the Kyuubi, does that mean that he is part demon or something? Tsunade asked, shocked at her sensei's analytical analysis of Naruto's abilities. My son isn't a demon. Anko said, loudly, glaring at the Sannin. Calm down you two. The Sandaime said. If I am correct, Naruto must be subjected to someone's DNA to change. Since the Kyuubi is sealed inside of him, then there is no fear of him becoming a demon, besides, we have a full DNA write-up. He's 100% human. But, what's to stop someone from putting their blood into him? He'll keep on changing, and that won't be good. Anko worried that her son may end up with some kind of disorder before she got to know him. Well, for one, since the Kyuubi is healing him, it is safe to assume that the demon has some ability to regulate what is absorbed and what isn't. If he didn't have the Kyuubi, then I shudder to think what would happen. Sarutobi said. I believe that the ability is either fading or slowing down completely because he adopted the genes of the fourth within a matter of minutes, but this time it took almost the entire 2 weeks he was unconscious for the changes to occur. Do you have those reports, Tsunade? Hi, his DNA had been slowly changing over the period of the past 2 weeks and the changes were mostly minimal. I would need to run more tests, but I think that this ability is either being overwritten in his own DNA or it is being stopped as to prevent further damage to the boy. The medic nin deduced. Now, said the third Hokage, what do you say about meeting your son? I figured I'd outline Naruto's bloodline limit. Ascension, absorption, Naruto's bloodline limit allows him to absorb any foreign DNA introduced into his body. This allows him to pass on the traits to his children, as well as use any features like the Mangekyou Sharingan. That's not a hint. It's just an example, he has genes of Anko, the Yondaime, and now Shisui. No one knows who his father is. This is going to be a longer story than my other one, hopefully since I'm giving myself a longer timeline and I have no clue as to any future pairings. Feel free to suggest anything, since I only have a mediocre idea as to the final shape of the story. Thank you, and please review. I can't get better without them. Chapter 2. Tsunade, Anko and the Hokage made their way back to Naruto's hospital room. Anko was more than a bit nervous about meeting her son that she didn't know survived the Kyuubi attack for the first time. She was surprised that the Hokage had allowed her to regain custody of Naruto since she was a former apprentice of Orochimaru, plus her son was the Kyuubi vessel. She had no doubt that life would be rough for the two, at least for a while. As the trio entered the room, they found the blonde asleep in the overly large bed, making his already malnourished frame seem even smaller. Anko let out a sob, seeing her son in his present condition. She quickly rushed to his side and held his sleeping form in her arms. Seeing mother and son reunited in such a fashion made both the Hokage and Tsunade smile. Tsunade went to check on his charts to see how he was progressing. After reading the clipboard attached to the end of the bed, her face fell into a frown and she motioned for Sarutobi to follow her into the hallway. "Sensei, no one has checked up on the boy since I finished with him, except for me and Shizune. Isn't there one doctor here who doesn't see him as the demon?" she asked, her anger showing. The Sandaime let out a sigh and frowned. "I was unaware that the staff harbored such a grudge against Naruto. Of course this is his first time in the hospital, so I really had no previous knowledge of the staff's reaction," he said. Tsunade scowled deepened as she heard two idiot nurses complaining about the demon brat. "Tsunade, I have a request for you," Sarutobi said. "I know that you have lost a lot of faith in this village, but I want you to come back. I would like you to be able to check on Naruto, since you are the only medic nin, not biased against him. If you don't want to take on the role of a ninja again, would you at least consider running the hospital?" Tsunade stared at him with a glint of anger in her eyes. "I'm sorry sensei, but that's not happening anytime soon. I'll stay until Naruto is well enough to leave with his mom, but after that I'm leaving again," she said. Suddenly a look of compassion washed over her young-looking face. "But, I will stop by a couple times a year to check on him and to make sure that his bloodline isn't acting up." Sarutobi just nodded and headed towards the room of Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke was lying in his bed, depressed after witnessing the brutal murder of his parents at the hands of his older brother, who had then used the Genjutsu Tsukiyomi, Moon Reader, which forced the 8-year-old to relive the murder of his entire clan for 3 days. Right now the black-haired, black-eyed boy was laying on his side, staring out the window. "How are you today, Sasuke-kun?" asked the old man. The boy simply looked over at him but didn't say anything, he simply rolled back over and resumed moping. Sarutobi was greatly saddened by this turn of events, as the last remaining Uchiha that was loyal to Konoha, he was important to the survival of the Sharingan bloodline. Although, now that Naruto had incorporated it into his own DNA, there were now 2 people who could pass it on to their children. "Sasuke," the Hokage started, "there is someone I want you to meet." Naruto awoke to find himself in a dark, damp, creepy hallway, with pipes and a faint glow at the end of the hallway. Feeling an irresistible urge to follow, Naruto headed towards the light. When he arrived, he found himself facing a large gate with a simple piece of paper stuck to the front of it that said seal. Suddenly a large pair of blood-red eyes with black slit pupils leered at the small boy. The first thing that ran through Naruto's mind was, "What the hell?" followed closely by an audible, "What the hell, I can see again." "Brat, that's because you aren't in the conscious world yet. You're in your mind." A deep voice echoed through the cavernous hallway. "Who are you?" asked Naruto, staring into the red eyes without blinking. "I am the great Kyuubi." The voice rang out. But you're dead, how can you be in my head?" "I must be dreaming," Naruto yelled and then muttered. "Okay, I'll cut back from 5 bowls of ramen before bed to 4. I am most certainly not dead," the Kyuubi retorted. "I was sealed inside of you by the one you call Yondaime. I am doomed to stay trapped in here until you die, thus taking me with you to the afterlife." "Wait, you're sealed inside of me?" Naruto's voice was full of shock and surprise. If this was the great demon that attacked Konoha, then that would explain why people always said mean things to him. You're the reason that everyone hates me, aren't you? You're the reason that no one will help me and no one will let their kids play with me. You're the reason that I don't have any family." The boy screamed, tears beginning to flow from his eyes. Upon seeing the boy, who had stood up to more hardships in his short 7 years of life than most people did in a lifetime, begin to cry, the Kyuubi's eyes couldn't help but soften a bit. "Yeah, kid, I'm the reason that everyone hates you. I'm the reason that they keep their offspring away from you. But I think you'll find that you are mistaken, I had nothing to do with your lack of family." The deep bass voice of the legendary fox rang out. "What do you mean, I don't have a family, no one loves me enough to give me one?" Naruto yelled. But suddenly, the cage began to dissolve around him, along with the background, and Naruto slowly felt himself wake up. Sarutobi and Sasuke entered a room to see a woman who had dark hair that almost looked purple, holding a boy with blonde hair and bandages over his eyes. Both were sleeping, the woman holding the blonde to her chin. "That is Uzumaki Naruto, the bandages are from where your brother attacked him and hacked at his eyes." At this, Sasuke looked shocked, he knew that his brother was deranged, but hacking out the eyes of a child was wrong, even for a homicidal maniac. "To save his life, a student of mine transplanted the eyes of one of your clansmen into Naruto. He'll have the Sharingan, and due to his bloodline limit, he will be able to pass it on to his children," the third explained. "Okage-sama, why are you doing this?" Sasuke asked. The third smiled at the young Uchiha. "Naruto is, or rather, was an orphan. The woman you see with him is his biological mother. Since Naruto was born during the Kyuubi attack, records were messed up and they were separated. I thought that since the 2 of you share the same bloodline, that we should keep you 2 together, that is, if you would like to," the third explained. "Do you mean, live with them?" Sasuke asked, with a hint of joy in his voice. "If you want to, then yes, Anko is a jounin, so she has many difficult missions that may last a long time. If you were to join them, she wouldn't have to worry about Naruto while she was away." The third explained. "I would like that a lot if they would have me," Sasuke said, after only a few seconds of thought. The Sandaime just smiled and walked the boy back to his room. He would talk with Anko and Naruto about this later. If she refused, he could always make it a mission. Naruto could feel someone's arms around his shoulders in an embrace he was unfamiliar with. This wasn't some villager trying to kill him, there wasn't any pressure on his neck. This felt almost good. But no one loved him, maybe it was the Hokage. Naruto shifted a bit, letting out a quiet groan from his stiff back muscles. He felt the person who was holding him recoil and gasp. "I knew it, another person who hates me," Naruto thought. Suddenly the arms appeared again, this time in a full-fledged hug. Naruto heard the mystery person sobbing on his shoulder as they hugged him. Naruto normally would have pushed this person away, but something about the hug caught him off guard. He was too stunned to ask a question, although he quickly recuperated and was about to ask one when he heard the door open, followed by a number of footsteps and the protective arms of the mystery person retracted. "Making up for lost time, eh, Anko?" the voice of the Hokage asked. "Huh? Old man, who is this?" Naruto asked, jabbing his thumb to his right in what he hoped was the direction of the mysterious Anko. Naruto felt a hand encircle his as the mysterious person spoke. "Naruto, I'm Anko," choked on her words and couldn't finish them. "Naruto, this is your mother, Mitarashi Anko," the Hokage said. What? I don't have a mom, you said so yourself." Naruto cried. "I know, Naruto, but I was wrong. There are a few things I want to talk about, the first being your history," said Sarutobi. "Wait, is this about the Kyuubi?" Naruto asked. This completely shocked the two occupants in the room. "How do you know about the Kyuubi?" asked the Hokage. "I was just talking with the great big fuzzball. He told me about how the Yondaime sealed him inside of me and how he was the reason the villagers hate me," Naruto replied. "It is true that the Yondaime sealed the Kyuubi in you to save the village, but that's not the only thing I wanted to talk with you about," said the Sandaime. "Naruto, while you were unconscious, we ran some blood tests to try and find your parents and it turns out that Anko is your mother. We also found out that you have a very unique bloodline limit, it allows you to absorb people's DNA into your own. You see, when you were born, you had much darker hair and brown eyes, but somehow, some of the Yondaime's DNA got into you, which is why you look almost exactly like him," the Hokage said. Naruto just looked shocked, but since his eyes were still held shut, he couldn't stare in the correct direction. The Sandaime continued. "Tsunade thinks that your bandages can come off in a day, so we will keep you here for the night. Now, I think that you should get to know your mother better." Without warning, Sarutobi left the two in the room alone, one just happy to know her child was alive, the other digesting the insane amount of information that was just leveled at him. While the two sat in awkward silence, Anko's hand snaked onto Naruto's head and began to stroke his hair. "Oh, Aka-san," gasped Naruto at the unfamiliar contact. "Hi, Naruto-kun, I'm your Ka-san," Anko said, trying to hold back tears. "I missed you, Aka-san," yawned Naruto, snuggling into the unfamiliar warmth of his mother and fell asleep. Anko didn't say anything. She just hugged her son tighter, her tears falling freely again. As the sun crept ever lower in the western sky, Anko moved Naruto into a more comfortable position in his bed and made her way into the hallway. She was hungry and headed towards the vending machine at the end of the hallway. She suddenly felt a presence spying on her from her right and looked over her shoulder at the offending person. She saw the Uchiha survivor looking at her from his room, saying goodbye to the Hokage. As she turned her attention back to her previous task, she felt the old Hokage come up behind her. "Hokage-sama, I want to thank you for allowing me to get my son back, most of the village would like nothing more than for him to be dead, but I won't let that happen now," Anko said in an unusually demure voice. "Think nothing of it, Anko. I wouldn't have it any other way. If anyone deserves a family it is that boy above all others," Sarutobi said. "Actually, I have a question to ask of you. I know that motherhood will be a new experience for you, but I would like to keep the Sharingan bloodline together as much as possible. Naruto will hopefully brighten Sasuke's disposition, and Sasuke may be able to calm your son down a bit." "You're asking me to adopt the Uchiha?" asked Anko. She was shocked that she was being asked to guard possibly the most important bloodline in the entire village. "Yes, Sasuke has already expressed his wish to live with the two of you, should you wish to take him in. I'm afraid for him, you see, not only did Itachi murder his parents in front of his eyes, he's done caused the boy some serious mental trauma. I'm afraid of what would happen to him if he was left alone. All he seems to do is brood, but when I mentioned the possibility of a new family, his eyes picked up immediately," Sarutobi explained. I am honored, Hokage-sama, but I'd have to talk with Naruto first. Anko said. Of course. Said the Sandaime. Would you at least like to meet him? He asked. Anko removed her purchase from the machine and nodded her head. Well then, I'll bring him by tomorrow when Naruto gets his bandages off. Sarutobi said and left the hallway. Anko simply returned to her son's room to dream about life with a new family. An. Thank you for the reviews, so please keep them coming. Once again, if anyone wants to give me ideas for future pairings, just let me know, so far I've only gotten 2 votes. Chapter 3. The morning sun rose, and with it, Anko's eyelids. As she rubbed the sleep from her eyes, she looked at the sleeping form of her son. His blonde hair was streaked with lines of Uchiha black, and the new jeans had even given his normally unruly hair a bit of a lean, causing the hairs on the top of his head to lean towards his arms, although it was slight. The whisker marks which adorned his cheeks seemed to fade with the incorporation of his new jeans, but that might be a good thing. The less people recognized him, the better it would be. The sleeping boy was awoken around 9 o'clock by the entrance of the Sandaime Hokage, as well as the remaining Uchiha survivor. Once Tsunade gets here, we will be able to remove the bandages. The old man explained. While the group was waiting, Naruto had tried to start up a conversation with Sasuke. He knew the boy from the academy, but that was as far as his knowledge went. Though it wasn't known to Naruto, Sasuke was doing the same thing. He wanted to find out all he could about his new brother. What he knew from the academy was limited, and it failed to do the blonde justice. Sasuke knew that Naruto had a reputation as being the dumbest boy in the class, who liked to play jokes and was very loud. But after talking with him, he realized that Naruto, for all his apparent shortcomings, was actually quite smart. Thinking over his short experience with the boy, he realized that most of the questions Naruto received and subsequently failed were much too hard for most genin to answer. Actually, Sasuke didn't even know the answer to the questions the dope received. Sasuke came to the conclusion that Naruto's lack of skill was due to his lack of a family. He hadn't had anyone to teach him any techniques or how to control his chakra. He had grown up alone, without the benefits or joys that family brings. The black-haired boy's next thought caught him off guard. If Naruto had never been trained, then how good would he be with supervision? While Naruto was the dead last at the academy, it wasn't by much. He might even be a worthy challenge for Sasuke, maybe even better than the Uchiha. The thought of this made the Uchiha smile. The boys' conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Tsunade and her apprentice, Shizune, who would be departing the hidden village immediately following Naruto's dismissal from the hospital. She muttered something about a hangover and proceeded to unwrap the bandages surrounding Naruto's head. After the last bit of gauze was removed, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. At first the unusual sensation of bright light hitting eyes stung for a while, but slowly they grew accustomed. The crowd in the room was looking at the boy expectantly, waiting to hear his reaction. Sasuke immediately saw the Uchiha eyes and noted with happiness that the boy looked almost like an Uchiha, with his darkly streaked hair and deep black eyes. He was happy that even if the person staring back at him wasn't a true Uchiha, that he had at least found someone who was like him. Naruto was just happy to have his sight back. He blinked a few times before taking note of the people in the room. He recognized the Hokage and Sasuke. But there were 3 new people in his room that he had never seen before, including his mother. Naruto looked over his shoulder at the purple-haired Jounin and stared into her brown eyes. Although he looked nothing like her, he knew instinctively that she was his mother. "Ha-san." The boy cried and quickly enveloped Anko in a fierce hug. "How do the eyes feel?" she asked, returning the hug. "They feel fine." The boy replied. "Can I see what they look like?" Tsunade pointed her thumb over towards a small mirror over the sink in a corner. Naruto leaped out of bed and quickly made his way over to the sink to check out his new appearance. The black eyes of Uchiha Shisui gazed back at the former blonde. The look seemed almost natural. The only sign that the eyes were transplanted were small scars around the corners of his eyes, where the originals had been removed. The left eye had a cross running downward towards the bridge of his nose, and the right eye had 2 scars forming a cross at the far corner. All in all, Naruto liked his new look. The eyes weren't his usual happy blue, but he liked them nonetheless. His hair was now streaked and more limp than before, made him look a bit more mysterious, seeing as it actually hid some of his face. However, the thing he was most happy about was the fact that those ugly whisker marks had faded. Where there were once 3 lines, only 2 remained, making him look less like the fox that was trapped inside him. "This is so cool," Naruto said, responding to his new look. "I'm glad to hear that you like your new look, Naruto," the Sandaime said. "I have a question for you. I want to know how you would feel having Sasuke as your brother." "You mean, since he's an orphan too, you want him to live with Kasan and me?" the 7-year-old asked. The Sandaime chuckled to himself, seeing how intelligent Naruto could be. "Yes, I would like for your mother and you to adopt Sasuke so that all of you can have a family, even after such tragic events." That would be so cool. What do you think, Kasan? The loudmouth asked, heading back to be closer to his mother. I don't mind as long as you don't. Anko responded, smiling at her sons, ruffling their hair. Now, I believe, there is the matter of getting used to your new eyes. The Hokage said. Naruto, you'll need help to use your eyes correctly, and there isn't any real point in separating you two, since it would be nice if you both activated the Sharingan. I'll have some specialized training set up for the two of you starting next week. Until then, I suggest you get to know each other better. The old man smiled and exited the door, leaving the three-person family alone for the first time since its conception. 1 week later, the two boys found themselves waiting to meet their new sensei. He was currently running a good hour and a half late, and both boys were beginning to wonder if he'd ever show up. Yo, sorry I'm late, you see there was this kitten, and it was caught in a tree, a voice said, approaching the two young ninjas in training. The two looked at the newcomer with identical stares of both disbelief and anger. He was a tall man with gray hair, although he wasn't old, and it stuck up in many different angles, not unlike Naruto's old hair. He was wearing dark pants and a dark shirt under the standard issue Jounin vest, as well as black fingerless gloves that had a metal plate on the back of the hand to block swords. The most peculiar aspect of the man was his Konoha head protector was pulled over his left eye, completely obscuring it, and he wore a mask that effectively covered his face and nose. You two are Sasuke and Naruto, I assume? The silver-haired man asked the bewildered boys. They just nodded their heads looking at their sensei. He seemed, well, they didn't know how he seemed, there was something about him, he seemed dangerous, even if he was an hour and a half late. Why don't we introduce ourselves, you can tell us your likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams for the future, those kinds of things. I'll start off, my name is Kakashi, I don't feel like telling you my likes or dislikes, my dreams for the future, I have a lot of hobbies. He finished, giving absolutely no detail in his cryptic answer. Great, all we learned was his name. The boys thought to themselves. Well, my name is Uchiha Sasuke, I like my family and training, I have a few things that I don't like, my hobbies I guess I don't really have any, as for my dreams, I want to start my own family, and I want to help my family accomplish their goals. The raven-haired boy said. He didn't mention Itachi, I guess that's a good thing. Kakashi thought. My name is Mitarashi Naruto, I like my family and ramen. I dislike the 3-minute wait for the ramen to cook, my hobbies are training with my brother and mom, and trying all the different types of ramen that I can find. My dream is to become the Hokage and help my family with their dreams. He finished. Ramen-obsessed boy, but he's got a hard dream. Kakashi thought. He stared at the boys before him, Sasuke in his usual blue t-shirt and shorts with a red and white Uchiha fan on the back, and Naruto, who had taken to wearing black shorts with a bunch of pockets on them, with a white shirt. The interesting thing about the shirt was the clan symbol on the back. It seemed to be a mixture of the orange swirl he had donned under the name of Uzumaki Naruto and the Uchiha fan. It was an orange and red swirl, divided just as the Uchiha fan was. Well, my job for the time being is to help you two learn to harness the power of the Sharingan. Sasuke, since you haven't awoken yours yet, we'll be doing drills and exercises to help you, and Naruto, since you have fully developed Sharingan already, you just need to learn to use the correct amount of chakra to activate them. You'll be doing mostly chakra control exercises. Both of you will do drills with me until you get the hang of the Sharingan. Kakashi explained. After their first day of practice, Kakashi pulled Sasuke aside since Naruto was being stubborn and still practicing his chakra control. Sasuke, I don't wish to bring up a potentially sore subject, but when I agreed to take on this assignment, I was given a psychological evaluation, and it said that, when you were admitted to the hospital, you were set on killing your brother, but today you didn't mention him. I hope you don't mind me asking, but what happened, was the report wrong? Sasuke glared at his instructor before sighing. No, when I moved in with Naruto and Anko, I was pretty set on killing him. Flashback. Sasuke was unpacking his belongings into his new room, which he shared with Naruto. Anko's apartment wasn't that big, and they were looking for a larger place to live, but for now it was her apartment or nothing. Naruto was moving his stuff into the room as well, and Sasuke was shocked to find that everything of value that Naruto had could easily fit into a backpack. Naruto. Sasuke said, breaking the silence of the room. I understand that my brother attacked you, but Itachi is mine to kill. If you get in the way, then I may be forced to kill you. Don't get in my way. The brooding boy warned. Naruto looked at his new brother like he had some kind of marine animal stuck to his face. I don't care, you can kill him if you want. He shrugged. Now it was Sasuke's turn to be perplexed. How can you not want revenge for what he did to you? He asked. Oh, it's not that I don't want revenge, but it comes second. I don't know about you, but revenge isn't going to control what I do, so you don't have to worry about me getting in the way. Naruto explained. You obviously don't get it, I have to kill him. I am an Uchiha and I must avenge my family. It's all my fault that they died, I couldn't do anything. At this Sasuke began to break down a bit and tears came to his eyes. Sasuke, it's not your fault. You're in the academy, learning to be a ninja, and he's Anbu. There's nothing that you could have done. If you had been there to help them, you would have died too. Naruto said. Sasuke crossed the room in a second and pinned Naruto against the wall. You don't get it, do you? He hissed, I'm an Uchiha, I must avenge my clan. No, I do get it, you think that because you're from this clan, that you must avenge their deaths. You forget that your brother is also an Uchiha. This simply confused Sasuke even more. What the hell are you talking about? He asked the boy, trying to calm himself down. Look, you know how to cross-multiply numbers, right? Naruto asked him. Sasuke merely nodded his head, not understanding where this was going. So you know that when you cross-multiply like terms will cancel each other out. Think about it. You're an Uchiha in the academy, he's an Uchiha in Anbu. If you could cross-multiply the two, then you're stuck with an academy student against an Anbu. You never would have stood a chance. Naruto articulated. This struck Sasuke deep. He hadn't thought of his life in such a scientific way before. It made so much sense. Look, Sasuke, I'm not telling you to abandon your goal, but you shouldn't worry about it until you can match him. I'm sure one day, you'll see him again and be able to kill him, but that won't be until you're at least a Chunin, more than likely, not until you're a Jounin. Don't worry about it for now and focus on other things. Naruto simply left the room to find his mom and give Sasuke some room to think. Then flashback. Sasuke retold the story of Naruto's logic to Kakashi, who was very impressed by the dead last's ability to change Sasuke so easily. It's not a good thing to be an Avenger. Avengers lead a life of pain and suffering. They live for one reason, and if they ever accomplish their goal, they are left with a feeling of emptiness and despair. They become so caught up in their own world that they become social outcasts and loners. It is not a life that I wish upon anyone. With that, Kakashi dismissed the boys for the day. The boys walked back to their apartment at a quick pace, hoping to make it back in time to shower before dinner. The looks that they received were surprising to Sasuke, especially the first time he noticed them. He was used to people recognizing him because he was from the Uchiha clan, but the looks people gave Anko and Naruto, they made him shiver every once in a while. At first it was simply at Anko, she brushed it off, scowling at the people foolish enough to make a remark behind her back. He wasn't able to hear what they were talking about, except for the word snake. After a while, the looks began to move towards Naruto. Even after the changes he went through, people recognized who he was. Sasuke was taken by surprise the sneers and glares he received. It surprised him just as much when Naruto brushed them away by smiling at them. Flashback. It was the day after Sasuke's minor blow up at Naruto and the boys were sitting around their new apartment waiting for Anko to return from shopping. Hey, Naruto, why didn't you go with your mom? Sasuke asked. He himself hadn't gone because he was still digesting the conversation he had had yesterday. Well, I didn't want mom to have any more problems. He said, rather cryptically. What do you mean? How could you cause problems for her? The full-blooded Uchiha asked his brother. Naruto looked at his feet, swinging them in front of his body. You saw the way people look at me, right? He asked, keeping his eyes rooted on the floor. Yeah. They look at me like that because I have the Kyuubi sealed inside of me. He said, quietly. Suddenly, his voice took a much more serious tone. Look, I don't care if you hate me, but if you use that to hurt Kasan, then I'll kill you. Sasuke was shocked. The reason that Naruto had grown up without any kind of care was that he had a demon sealed inside of him. That didn't make any sense. But that would explain the looks the younger boy received, as well as Anko. As the mother of the Kyuubi vessel, she was probably seen as an anathema. Not to mention the hisses he heard yesterday, first calling his adopted mother a snake and then openly hating his adopted brother. Naruto, I don't hate you. It's just a lot to take in. Sasuke stammered. The rest of the day was spent in silence, waiting for Anko to return with dinner. She seemed to notice the look on her son's face, as well as the look of heavy contemplation that graced Sasuke's face. When she asked what was wrong, Naruto denied that anything was amiss and Sasuke simply shook his head. That night, when the boys were lying in their room, sleep had decided to fail them. Hey, Naruto, Sasuke started to speak but paused for a second. I don't hate you, for the Kyuubi. I think you're actually pretty brave, too. Put up with all the stuff you do. Naruto turned over to the boy and, although Sasuke couldn't see him, stared at the boy. Then Naruto returned to his previous position and tried to go back to sleep. Before he managed to find refuge though, he said. Thanks, Sasuke. You're the first person I've told besides the Hokage and Kasan, so this means a lot to me. The boys remained silent for the remainder of the night before finally falling asleep. Then flashback. After that day, the three people living under the roof of Anko's apartment could actually feel like a family. Sasuke and Naruto acting as each other's brother and Anko as a mother to Naruto and a surrogate mother to Sasuke. That night Sasuke had made a decision that he would protect his new family. He didn't know that Naruto had done the same thing. AN. Wow. I've never gotten this number of reviews before. Thanks. I have no intentions to start pairing people up until at least the end of the Chunin exams, but here's the tally so far. I'll probably keep voting open for another chapter or two. Naruto Hinata. 12. Naruto Tenten. 4. Naruto Temari. 3. Naruto Ino. 3. Naruto Sakura. 1. Unusual pairings. 3. None. 2. Naruto Female Haku. 1. Since I'm getting a broad spectrum from everyone's reviews, I'm going to pick the top 3 or 4 by the time I post chapter 4, which will be next week, so vote. If you've already voted, a review would still be awesome, but you don't need to vote again. Thank you. Chapter 4. The next few months passed quickly for the two boys. Between the academy and their training with Kakashi, they had little time for other activities. They would attend the academy until 3 in the afternoon and then train with Kakashi until 5 or 6 and then return for dinner. Anko proved to be a very capable mother, caring for her 2 sons and keeping up with her duties as a jounin. She would often be seen sparring with Naruto and Sasuke or simply chasing them if they were running late for any reason. As remarkable as Anko's transformation was, the most noticeable changes were in Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke had, for the moment, given up on avenging his family and embraced his foster mother and brother. Without feeling the need to measure up to his murderous brother, he became almost social. He still abhorred the attention he received from his fangirls, but he would make attempts to meet the other people in his class. It had taken him a while, but almost 5 weeks of constant training and different combat scenarios with Kakashi and Naruto had awoken his Sharingan. It wasn't complete, but he wasn't expecting it to be, and was actually quite happy when he noticed that his right eye had 2 of the strange coma-like marks in them instead of 1. Naruto had changed the most. With the love of his mother and the attention of his brother, he quickly gave up his prankster ways and devoted himself to both his schoolwork and training. It had taken him almost as long as Sasuke to reawaken the Sharingan, but he finally did, if only 1 day before his brother. He was leading a happy life now, and a large part of that was due, in part, to Sasuke. Before the majority of the village had harbored grudges or hatred against the boy, but now about half of the village was reconsidering their previous opinions. 1 half of the village was convinced that Naruto had conned the remaining Uchiha into being his brother, while the other half were convinced that Sasuke could do no wrong and thus accepted Naruto as part of society. After the training with Kakashi ended, the boys continued to train together and further their skills. Sasuke remained entrenched at the top of the class, but Naruto was quickly climbing the ladder and was closing in on the middle of the class. Naruto was constantly trying to find out if he had absorbed any more bloodline limits, so far unsuccessfully, and learning how to integrate the Sharingan and some of his new Kaiten techniques into his fighting style. Naruto had never learned any type of rigid taijutsu style, and he liked that. It gave him an unpredictability that he found helpful. Sasuke had continued to train in the basic academy taijutsu, but he did throw in some moves he learned from Anko and Naruto to give his arsenal more variety. He had also picked up Anko's love of kunai and other throwing weapons. He didn't have the experience that his adoptive mother did in close-range combat, his throwing accuracy wasn't bad, and he consistently hit his mark with little or no effort. It was during one of Sasuke's throwing exercises that Naruto finally discovered another bloodline. Once again, Sasuke was trying to throw 10 kunai and have them deflect of each other to hit 10 separate targets. He had gotten to the point where he could hit 8 or 9, but the 10th continuously eluded him. Jumping into the air, he took a breath to calm himself down and focus on his task before he released the throwing knives. Sweeping his arms out, Sasuke released the metallic objects from between his fingers and began to right himself for his descent towards the ground. The knives bounced off of each other and Sasuke ventured a look at their trajectory. With 9 simultaneous thuds, 9 of the kunai embedded themselves into the intended targets. Still only 9. Now where is that other one? He thought. He heard the yelp of his brother and figured that his kunai might have gone off course more than he had thought. What he saw confused the Uchiha to no end. Naruto was sitting in the shade of a large tree and there, not a foot in front of the younger boy's face, was the kunai. Floating in midair. "Old man." Naruto yelled as he burst into the office of the Hokage. "Something happened and we don't know what it was, but it was cool. We figured you would know so we came here." Upon hearing the "we" in the statement, Sasuke walked into the room. "Why don't you tell me what happened and I'll see if I can help you." "Boys." The venerable Hokage said, smiling at the close kinship the two shared. "I was taking a break from climbing trees when one of Sasuke's kunai came flying at me. I panicked because I didn't have time to block it, so I put my arm out like this." He raised his right hand in a boarding motion while he used his left arm to cover his head, and when I didn't get hit, I looked and it was just floating in the air. This confused the Hokage. He had never heard of something like this. "Is it a kind of chakra shield?" he asked. "No, we figure out that it could only repel metal objects. I tried throwing different things at Naruto, and the pebbles, dirt clods, and my sandal all got through, but he can stop kunai and shuriken in midair," Sasuke explained. "That's why we came here, either it has something to do with metal, magnets, or this field only stops deadly things." The Hokage thought about this for a minute. I have an idea how we can find out." He took out one of his many paperweights and laid it in front of Naruto. "Try to change the shape of this, if you can, Naruto," he said. Naruto concentrated on the paperweight, which was shaped like a leaf, and willed it to become a simple block. Nothing happened. He tried for 5 minutes, concentrating on the leaf and willing it to change, but it never did. "Well, I think we can say that your ability isn't to control metal," the Sandaime explained. "I also think that your own tests show that it isn't some kind of force field, so I believe, Naruto, that you have a very rare bloodline that was originally from Sunagakur." Their Sandaime had the ability to control magnetic forces and used it to control small pieces of metal for his jutsu. Naruto and Sasuke stood there with their mouths agape and stared wide-eyed at the gray-haired man. "That is so cool," Naruto yelled in triumph. "I have a bloodline of Akatsuki. Yes, I suggest that you practice both repelling and attracting different things, it could come in handy someday," the Sandaime suggested. "In the meantime, I believe that your mother should be arriving shortly to turn in her report, so why don't you two just wait here for a while?" True to his word, Anko walked into the office not 3 minutes later to deliver her report. It was a straightforward mission, guarding the Fire Country's daimyo from a missing nin. It wasn't very hard, and she finished early. When Naruto explained about his new bloodline, Anko smirked and ruffled his hair. "Alright, from now on I expect to have to try during our kunai duels." This earned a groan from Naruto, who hadn't inherited his mother's love of kunai, much to her disappointment. Naruto's birthday, October 10th, rolled around rather quickly. He still hadn't perfected using his magnetic abilities, but he was getting better. Dawn came early, and the boys were awoken by Anko's usual greeting, a bucketful of cold water. After a quick warm-up, read. 5 hours of being chased by your mother, who is throwing kunai at you, the trio headed home for brunch. As the day wore on, both Sasuke and Anko noticed that Naruto was more and more reluctant to leave the apartment. They figured it had to do with the Kyuubi, and when they asked him, he explained that the villagers always hated him more today and had grown accustomed to staying inside to minimize contact with drunken or irate villagers. Anko decided to stay and comfort her son more that night, and so Sasuke was the only one to go out to enjoy the festival, although it was rather subdued now that he knew of Naruto's burden. He watched as the smaller children ran around, enjoying the games and food of the festival. In reality, Sasuke was appalled by the villagers' treatment of Naruto. He had only come out to honor the Uchiha who had died in the attack, and then he planned on returning back to the apartment. After a nice speech by the Hokage, Sasuke walked back towards the apartment, passing different restaurants along the way. He heard different people talking in various states of inebriation about different worries, from raising their kids to the state of the village. Once he returned home, he joined his adoptive mother and brother for dessert before he headed to bed. As he was taking his dishes over to the sink, he looked out the window at the sky, noting the new moon. But what interested him the most was the group of flickering orange lights that were making their way towards the apartment building. He didn't immediately recognize the glow of torches, simply passing them off as part of the festivities, but he did seem to recognize the silver-haired Chunin, leading a group of 20 or 30 people. "What is Mizuki-sensei doing?" he thought. It wasn't until he heard the shouts of "kill the demon." Then it hit him. "Shit. Anko-ka-san, there's a mob outside," Sasuke yelled in warning. "What?" the purple-haired Jounin yelled as the door to the apartment was kicked in. The first person in the doorway was greeted by a kunai to the shoulder, courtesy of an enraged mother. The second person met a similar fate, this time from Sasuke. Mizuki forced his way towards the door, loosing shuriken as he entered and multiplying them with Kage Shuriken no Jutsu. Shadow Shuriken technique, he was absolutely dumbfounded when the multitude of metal seemed to slow and hover in midair. "You will not hurt Ka-san." Naruto screamed and repelled the shuriken back towards the mass of now shocked villagers. Mizuki was able to use a Kawarimi no Jutsu, replacement technique, to avoid the multitude of steel-throwing stars. Shuriken are not as lethal as kunai unless they embed themselves in the throat or head, so damage to the mob was minimal. However, the only person standing was Mizuki, who took the moment of shock to organize another attack on the demon. He knew he couldn't hope to beat a Jounin like Anko, so he decided to try and burn out the three ninja. Heian. Pikaku no Jutsu, fire type. Grand fireball technique. Mizuki then unleashed a very large ball of fire towards the apartment, only for his fireball to be doused by two cries of Suiten Sujin Heki, water type. Water barrier from Naruto and Sasuke. How do you know that? Mizuki stammered as he froze upon seeing the boys perform the jutsu. Then he noticed that both boys had red eyes with comma mark circling the iris. SSH Sharingan. That's not possible. He watched as Naruto raised his right arm and leveled it at him, while Sasuke simply smirked at his brother's antics. Suddenly Mizuki felt his arms begin to fall asleep. Then his legs, and the last thing he remembered before he passed out was wondering what the hell was going on. Very quickly, Anbu swarmed Anko's apartment, and before too long the Hokage appeared a look of grim anger on his face as he watched the Anbu round up the members of the incapacitated mob. He walked over to Anko, who was checking on her sons, making sure they were okay. "Would you three be able to tell me what happened?" the old man asked. "Hokage-sama," Sasuke began, stifling a yawn due to exhaustion. "These people were trying to, kill Naruto." His eyes drooped into sleep as he was talking. The Hokage noticed that Naruto was also drifting off to sleep, so he suggested that Anko move them to bed and that she give the report after that was done. After moving the two into their beds, a very angry Anko moved back towards the living room and addressed the Hokage. "Hokage-sama, those people broke down the door and were calling for my son's head, so Sasuke and I defended our home. Then that Chunin used Kage Shuriken no Jutsu and Naruto stopped them with his new bloodline before throwing them back at the crowd. That put most of them out of commission, but Mizuki managed to get out of the way and tried to burn down the apartment. Naruto and Sasuke were able to stop him using Sujin Heki, and then I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I think Naruto used his magnetic bloodline again to do something to Mizuki and made him pass out." Anko spat, incensed that people would be prejudiced against her son in such a manner. The fact that the two boys were able to use a jutsu like the water barrier was astounding to the Hokage. "Anko, where did they get the water for the jutsu from?" he asked, perplexed. "I guess from the sink, Sasuke left it on because they broke through the door," she replied, picking up some things that had been scattered by the intrusion. "To be able to keep a technique like that up at their age, I believe that we can expect them to grow up to be very strong," the Hokage remarked. Wow. Once again, thanks for all of the votes. All of your suggestions have helped a lot. I'm sorry I said this would be out last week, but I had to go home and didn't have time to write anything. Votes. Naruto Hinata. 42. Naruto Tenten. 20. Naruto Female Haku. 3. Naruto Ino. 14. Naruto Anyone but Hinata Unusual Pairings. 19. Naruto Tamari. 16. No pairings. 4. Naruto Sakura. 2. Okay, as promised, I'm going to cut the list down to the top 4. I'm thinking of using the top 2 in a kind of war for Naruto's attention, but that will come much later. From now on, please cast your votes only for either Naruto Hinata, Naruto Tenten, Naruto Anyone but Naruto Tamari. Since so many people seem to like this story, I'm thinking of looking for an editor beta. Voting will only be open for another 2 chapters at best. Thanks and keep reviewing. Chapter 5. The day following the mob attack on Naruto dawned with gray skies, threatening to pour rain, and an unusual humidity for the fall weather. Both boys were sleeping soundly when Anko decided to wake them up around 8 in the morning. After their display last night, they deserved to rest up. Quickly shaking Naruto and Sasuke awake, she hurried them out of bed and told them that breakfast was ready and that they had matters to discuss. The boys entered the small kitchen dining room after a few minutes and, rubbing the sleep from their eyes, muttered a thanks as they accepted their breakfast of cereal and toast. First off, Anko started, her face holding no emotion, "I want to congratulate the two of you on your performance last night. The way you boys were able to use the water barrier at your age shows great potential in chakra control. Secondly, I want to know what you did to Mizuki." She spat out the silver-haired man's name like she was cursing. The boys exchanged sheepish glances, which were quickly covered by mischievous grins. "Well, ever since I discovered the magnetic bloodline, I was looking for a way to attack people directly with it. I've been trying to pull the iron from the ground and tried to do the same thing to humans. But since I can't go and try it on people, I haven't gotten very far. Last night I think I used the fox's power, and that was how I was able to beat Mizuki-sen." Mizuki, Naruto explained. If nothing else, Naruto had adopted his mother's ideals about hating people. If they crossed him wrong like last night, they were forever an anathema and he would treat them as such. "I just wish he would have used some cool jutsu so I could have copied them," Sasuke complained. This elicited a laugh from everyone and the mood switched to lighter conversation before the boys had to leave for school. Life settled down and fell into routine for the three. 2 years passed without incident and the boys were starting their, hopefully, final year in the academy. The two had grown up and closer together than anyone could have hoped for. Sasuke had grown close to 5 feet 3 inches and showed no signs of slowing down, while Naruto was smaller, at 4 feet 11 inches, but was a bit quicker than his brother, who was physically stronger. That day at the academy, the class was reviewing the different techniques that they might have to demonstrate at their graduation exam. The selected skill today was the Henge no Jutsu or transformation. As Iruka-sensei called each member of the class up to change into a copy of him, he couldn't be more proud of his students. They were easily one of the best overall groups he had ever taught. "Uruno Sakura." The brown-haired Chunin called out. The pink-haired Sasuke fangirl quickly moved to the front of the class and formed the correct hand seals before calling out Henge. A puff of smoke appeared and after it disappeared, a perfect copy of Iruka smiled back at the teacher. "Very good, Sakura," he admonished the girl. "Next up is Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto made his way down the rows of desks and stood in the front of the class. It had been decided after much arguing and yelling that Naruto should keep the name Uzumaki since Orochimaru would come back for the boy if he found out he was alive. The only people who knew him as Mitarashi Naruto were Sasuke, Anko, Iruka, Kakashi and the Hokage. Iruka had originally been skeptical of allowing the Kyuubi container into the academy, however, after seeing how hard the boy worked and how he interacted with the other students, he grew to like the energetic boy. Naruto adopted the classic Sasuke pose and slouched a bit before performing the technique perfectly. "Good job, Naruto. Next up it's Sasuke." Sasuke sauntered to the front in his typical lazy I don't care type of manner before lazily forming the seals. No one noticed the unusual twinkle in the raven-haired boy's eyes before it was too late. "Henge," the boy said in a very lazy manner. It was so lazy that it made Shikamaru seem energetic and playful. As the smoke cleared, the sight of a naked woman with black hair greeted Iruka. As his nose erupted in a fountain of blood, he could only think one sentence. "The hell? I figured Naruto or Kiba would try something like that, but Sasuke." The class erupted in laughter from the male population and indignation from the females of the class. They couldn't bring themselves to believe that their beloved Sasuke-kun would do something so perverted. In another cloud of smoke, Sasuke returned to normal and broodingly walked back to his seat. Or rather, he walked back to Naruto's seat. As Rukia got back up from the floor with wads of tissue stuck up his nose to prevent further blood loss, he noticed the two Sasukes and groaned. He had been pranked. He watched as the second Sasuke disappeared in a cloud of smoke and was replaced by Naruto, who promptly doubled over in laughter at his teacher's expense. Iruka-sensei, you should have seen the look on your face when I did that." The blonde and black-haired youth cried out in laughter, rolling in the aisle. That night was interesting, to say the least. Anko was torn between outrage and maternal pride at her son's antics. She was very proud of the fact that he could keep up two illusions, which admittedly were his worst skill, and that he had pulled such an elaborate and hilarious ruse. On the other hand, he had done something perverted, and like all women, Anko despised perverts. She settled on increasing the ferocity in her training. Neither Sasuke nor Naruto showed up to class without sporting new cuts from their mother's kunai. "Okay, today we're going to be reviewing the Bunshin no Jutsu clone technique," Iruka explained. Naruto groaned, Bunshin was his worst skill. It wasn't that he didn't know how, he had copied the seals with his Sharingan and practiced the technique for hours, but he simply couldn't do it correctly and for the life of him, he couldn't figure out why. Sasuke didn't know what was wrong and his mother wasn't much more help. She figured that it had to do with his abnormally large amount of chakra and, in comparison, his poor chakra control. Truthfully, Naruto had been practicing his control since he started training with Kakashi, but with all his extra chakra, he always seemed to be behind the others. Suddenly inspiration struck him like well it struck him. He'd ask the old man. He'll know what to do. After class, Naruto told Sasuke to go on home without him and that he had something to talk with the Hokage about. Sasuke was about to follow his brother anyway, but was sidetracked when a group of fangirls began to chase after him. Naruto headed towards the Hokage's office and asked to see the old man. The secretary told him to wait because the Hokage was in a meeting and couldn't be disturbed. As the meeting ended, representatives from the surrounding villages exited the office and Naruto walked past them all into the Sandame's office. "Hey, I've got a problem," Naruto said when he saw that he had the Hokage's attention. "I can't do a Bunshin and I can't figure out why. Mom thinks it's cause I've got such high amounts of chakra, but she's not sure. Can you perform the technique for me?" asked a gray-haired leader. Naruto performed the technique and was rewarded with 3 dead and deformed clones. Yes, I would agree with your mother, you do have too much chakra," the Sandame said. "Now, Naruto, there are other forms of the Bunshin that are actually more useful. There's the Mizu Bunshin that creates a solid clone out of water and the Tsuchi Bunshin is made of earth. These require more chakra than normal, so you should be able to do those without problem." The only problem is that we don't have any way to teach you those particular techniques. If you ever encounter them, do me a favor and copy them, that way we can write them down." The old man chuckled at the joke. "The only other variation we have of the bunshin is the cage bunshin, shadow clone, which takes up a large amount of chakra, but it creates solid clones. Unfortunately, since it uses such a large amount of chakra, it would be a bad idea to try and copy it, so you will have to learn it the old-fashioned way. Now it is a kenjutsu, so I can't just give you a copy of the jutsu, but if you'll stop by my office, say, this weekend, I will teach you how to perform the jutsu." Naruto sat in a chair and stared at the old man. He was going to learn a kenjutsu. Plus, he would be able to pass the graduation exam this way. "Okay, I'll stop by over the weekend to learn this jutsu. See you later, old man," Naruto exclaimed as he exited the office. That weekend Naruto returned to the office of the Hokage to learn the forbidden technique Kage Bunshin. It turned out to be easier than he expected, but the old man didn't lie when he said it used a lot of chakra. The principle behind the skill was simple enough: take a normal bunshin and put about 10 times more chakra than necessary to create one clone, and then another 3 or 4 times as much chakra to sustain it for any reasonable length of time. In the end it was very easy to see why it was forbidden. He had agreed to show Sasuke, but both boys realized that the full-blooded Uchiha didn't have the chakra reserves necessary to perform the technique. However, the two did find another form of solid bunshin they could both use. They were watching some of the different shinobi of the village train and found Kakashi was dueling with a green spandex-clad man with thick eyebrows and a bowl cut, except that Kakashi was a Mizu bunshin. The two boys then conned the lazy jounin into showing them the technique, which they learned and used in their training routines. Time moved quickly after that weekend. The two boys continued to train, although they also found time to do other activities. Both Naruto and Sasuke had become friends quickly with Shikamaru and Choji, although it was mostly Naruto who hung out with the lazy boy and the potato chip addicted preteen. Sasuke had struck up a rivalry with Hyuga Neji, the previous year's #1 rookie, and seemed to be competing against each other in just about everything. After nearly 3 straight years of being rejected by Sasuke, many of his fangirls decided on another tactic: they tried to become friends with Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji. Naruto hasn't been able to walk through town without being hounded for the last 4 months, while the other two boys have only recently become targets. Luckily for them, or terribly unlucky for Naruto, Shikamaru's laziness and Choji's constant eating seemed to be turn-offs in their own right. While Naruto couldn't claim any of the previous self-defense mechanisms and was sorely tempted to try his mother's tactics and begin to throw kunai indiscriminately. The graduation exams rolled around and as expected Sasuke was slated to become Rookie of the Year, while the position of top Kunoichi was in a heated argument between Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura, both of whom were gigantic Sasuke fangirls. Naruto was moving between the top half and top quarter of the class, largely due to his poor effort on written assignments, as he often responded when asked about his poor grades. Who cares what the middle name of the Nidame's brother's third youngest sister was? And who cares if Tsunade of the legendary Sannin is the granddaughter of the Shadame? I mean honestly, when will that ever save my life? Of course, what people fail to notice while he is ranting on like this is the fact that he knew that Tsunade was A, part of the legendary Sannin, and B, was the granddaughter of the first Hokage. It was during one of these rants that he actually got to know Shikamaru after the lazy genius noticed that Naruto knew those facts. While Naruto may have given up physical pranking for the most part, he still loved to mess with people's heads. As Naruto entered the exam room he felt confident that he would pass. Before he would have been worried sick over his inability to perform a bunshin, but now he was able to 2 different kinds of bunshin, he felt very sure in himself. "Okay Naruto, you have to perform a bunshin to pass," Haruka said. Deciding to play it relatively safe, Naruto created 3 Mizu bunshin from the glass of water on Haruka's desk. "Congratulations, you pass," Haruka said after he found his voice again and handed him a Konoha forehead protector. After that there was time for celebration. The next day, Naruto and Sasuke showed up for their genin team assignments. "I'd like to congratulate all of you for passing the exam. You are all true shinobi of Konohagakure and should always wear the symbol of the leaf with pride," Haruka explained as he began assigning teams. It wasn't until he reached Team 7 that Naruto paid any attention. Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. At this, the two brothers exchanged high fives and head nods in silent approval. "And Haruno Sakura," Haruka finished. "Team 8 will be," but before Haruka could continue, he was cut off by Sakura's voice. "Haruka-sensei, why am I on a team with Naruto? Won't that make the teams unbalanced?" she asked in a way that made it sound less insulting than it really was. Normally you'd be right, Sakura, but Sasuke was the number one rookie. Naruto ended up around the middle of the class, and although you are the second-ranked kunoichi, all of the teachers thought you could learn the most from being with Sasuke and Naruto. Rukia explained. Now, teammate will be Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata, and Inuzuka Kiba. Team 9 and with that Naruto quit paying attention again. However he was rudely interrupted from his lazing when Team 10 was announced. Team 10, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Chouji, and Yamanaka Ino. This got a groan of displeasure from Shikamaru and Ino. Your Jounin senseis will be here shortly to collect your teams. Rukia explained before leaving the room as various Jounin came into the room and picked up teams. Eventually the only team left was Team 7. Sakura was trying to talk with Sasuke who had created a Mizubunshin and then used a basic camouflage jutsu to hide while he sat with Naruto, who was somewhere in between sleeping and daydreaming. 2.5 hours later, a very late Kakashi entered the room, only to be hit on the head with an eraser. He was then forced to dodge 2 kunai thrown by Sasuke and Naruto, while Sakura simply tried to stammer an apology for her rude and childish teammate, completely ignoring the fact that Sasuke had also thrown a kunai at the Jounin. And if anything was aiming to do more damage than Naruto, since he was aiming for Kakashi's family jewels. Well, my first impression of you guys is I really don't like you. The pepper-haired Jounin replied. Meet me on the roof. With that he disappeared in a cloud of smoke. When the 3 genin arrived at the roof, they found Kakashi sitting on a ledge, reading one of his perverted books. He noticed that Naruto and Sasuke arrived first, followed by a very wet and very angry Sakura. What happened? The Jounin asked. She tried to hug a Mizubunshin. Came Naruto's reply, his face creeping into a large grin, which was mirrored by Sasuke. Anyway, why don't you all introduce yourselves, you know, likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams for the future, those kinds of things. Kakashi ordered. Why don't you go first? Asked a drenched Sakura. My name is Hada Kakashi, I don't feel like telling you my likes, my dislikes are personal, as for dreams for the future, I suppose I have a couple of hobbies. Okay, you're up Pinky. My name is Haruno Sakura, my likes are she glanced at Sasuke. My dream for the future glanced at Sasuke again. My hobbies stared at Sasuke. I hate Naruto and Ino Pig. Oh great, a love-struck fangirl. How come all the kunoichi these days only care about boys? Why couldn't I have gotten one like that girl guy has? She's very talented and useful. Kakashi's sweat dropped, for the first time in his life, he actually envied Mido guy. The world was ending, he was sure of it. Okay, one of you two, I don't really care which one. He said and motioned towards Naruto and Sasuke. My name is Uchiha Sasuke, I like my family, I dislike, no I hate, my fangirls, I don't have any hobbies, my dream is to start my own family and to help Kasan. Of course this is what Sakura heard. I like my family and Sakura. I want to marry Sakura and love her for all of eternity. This caused her to try and hug the Uchiha again, only to find herself hugging Kakashi, who Sasuke had used as a replacement. This, it was safe to say, caused Naruto to fall to the ground, laughing harder than ever, clutching his sides. Ha ha. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, ha ha ha. I like ramen in my family, I dislike anyone who would hurt my family. My hobbies are trying out new ramen flavors and training, and I want to become Hokage and ha ha help my family achieve their dreams. He stated, his words turning into fits of laughter every once in a while. Well, that's it for introductions, meet me tomorrow at 7 o'clock at Training Ground 32 for survival training. Kakashi exclaimed as he went to leave. But then he noticed that both boys had their Sharingan active, hoping to copy the technique he used to teleport away earlier. He decided to simply take the stairs. As he walked away he heard the angered cries from the two. Damn you, we will figure out how you do that cool technique. AN. Alright. Now it's time for the increasing long pairings count. Naruto Hinata. 68. Naruto Tenten. 33. Naruto Temari. 30. Naruto anyone but Hinata unusual pairings. 63. I'm only going to keep voting open until I post the next chapter, so vote now. That is, if you haven't already done so. If you have a question you want answered, feel free to PM me or email me, or put it in a review. I can't promise I'll get to all the questions in reviews, but I'll try. For everyone who is reading this and votes against Hinata. Please don't abandon this story. If Hinata does win I know some of you will stop reading and have pointed out many different reasons why it just won't work out between the two. I agree with many of your points, but I would like to point out that if it does end up being Naruhina, that I would have to come up with new ways to get the two together and that would solve many of your problems about the pairing. Please just stick with me until I finish the story and then you can flame me all you want. On a completely unrelated note, I have a beta, so I won't be updating every weekend, although I hope it will still be about a week, but don't hold me to that. That beta is me, Matt, and TK, more specifically me, Matt. And on another note, I don't like Naruhina, but it is a good story. I suggest not abandon a story for a simple matter like that and just skip any scenes you don't like. Chapter 6. Sakura was very angry. It was 9 o'clock in the morning and neither her teammates nor sensei was at the training grounds. Sure, Kakashi had shown up late yesterday, but surely he wouldn't do the same thing twice, right? Wrong. Not only was he late, he was even later than yesterday. Not to mention the fact that Naruto and Sasuke weren't there yet either. Just as she was about to storm out of the area and find her tardy teammates, the two boys in question appeared on the edge of the area, chatting and walking at a relaxed pace. Seeing the two walk in so casually made Sakura's already boiling blood bubble over. "What the hell are you two doing?" she screamed at the boys when they came in range of her voice. "You're 2 hours late." "Oh, Sasuke-kun, did that baka slow you down? I know you wouldn't be late if he didn't," she gushed at a crush. The pair was saved from answering her by the arrival of their gray-haired sensei. "Yo." Kakashi greeted the team with his standard introduction. "You're late." Sakura bellowed at the jounin. "Well, you see, there was this dog attacking a mime and he couldn't call for help, so I had to spend the next hour trying to decipher his gestures. He wasn't very good. Then when I took him to the hospital, he still refused to talk, even to give his name and other information, so that took a while," Kakashi explained. "You're lying," Sakura accused bitterly. "Anyway, your test is to get these from me before this timer goes off," Kakashi explained, showing the 2 silver bells. "If you don't, I'll send you back to the academy," he drawled lazily. "But sensei, there are only 2 bells," Sakura dumbly stated. "Yes, well, this exam does have a high rate of failure," their sensei explained. "Well, the timer is set for noon, so you've got about 3 hours to get a bell. Begin." With that, the 3 genin hopefuls disappeared into the surrounding forest. Well, Naruto and Sasuke are well hidden, they might actually be able to pass this time if they can get Sakura to work with them, Kakashi thought while taking note of the surroundings. All 3 genin were hidden well, although he could still see them, but then again, he wasn't a jounin for nothing. Meanwhile, Sakura was watching Kakashi impatiently. She was sure that Naruto would jump the gun and attack their sensei first, but it seemed like he had more sense than she gave him credit for. "I must try and find Sasuke-kun, and then we can come up with a plan to get those bells," she thought as she searched the area for her crush, however she couldn't find him or Naruto. She quietly moved around the shrubs and bushes trying to find the Uchiha heir, but she failed. As time began to tick away, she became more and more worried. If she didn't get a bell soon, she would never be on the same team as her beloved Sasuke-kun. As she was searching, Kakashi found himself occupied with a 2-sided attack from the boys. Naruto attacked from the left and Sasuke the right. The boys targeted his feet, which the jounin easily dodged by jumping in the air, only to meet a pair of kunai thrown from the boys on his way up. He was taken by their thoroughness, the kunai didn't leave him room to dodge them, and so he quickly blocked them. Before he could be too proud of himself, he was knocked back towards earth by the boys, this time from above. "One set must be clones of some sort," Kakashi concluded. But damn, that stung. He was met once again by 2 fists, courtesy of Naruto and Sasuke, his own weight increasing the force of the blow. However, his body was quickly replaced by a section of log. "Shit, Kawarimi, replacement technique," the boys thought, before scattering back into the woods to hide. Meanwhile, Kakashi was nursing an aching back and thanking his lucky stars that the boys were slower coming up than going down. If the attack had been coordinated and struck at the same time, they might have very well gotten the bells. Sakura saw the display of taijutsu from the tag team with mouth agape and eyes wide. Who knew that Naruto and Sasuke could fight so well together? This time she was able to keep her eyes trained on the boys, and she quickly made her way towards the 2 before she was interrupted. "Yo." Kakashi's voice traveled to her ears from behind and slightly above her, and she quickly whirled around, kunai in her hand in a defensive stance. But when her eyes caught up to her body, she didn't find her teacher. In fact, she didn't find anything. What she did find was a big black emptiness that engulfed her. Suddenly out of the darkness a weak voice emerged, calling for her assistance. "Sakura. Why you need to Kakashi he?" Sasuke's broken voice was quickly followed up by his equally broken body, kunai puncturing his arms like a pincushion, and he was showing signs of obvious blood loss. Upon seeing her crush's deformed features, Sakura proceeded to promptly faint at the genjutsu she had been ensnared in. Kakashi was watching the Kunoichi and sweat dropped at her inability to recognize the obvious mental attack. Okay, maybe Meijin. Narakumi no Jutsu, demonic illusion. Hell viewing technique was a little much. Kakashi thought, nah, it isn't a high-level genjutsu or anything, she should have been able to detect it, the report said she'd make a great genjutsu specialist, like Kurenai, now there's a thought, how come she wasn't put with her? Kakashi was unable to think too long, he still had 2 genin to humiliate or test, however he felt like seeing it. Much to his dismay, however, the 2 siblings were very difficult to find, causing the Jounin to consider using his dogs once or twice. But such tricks shouldn't be wasted on genin, and he decided to follow the sparse clues they left about for him. Twice he thought he had cornered the duo, only to find them to be shadow clones using Henge or Mizubunshin. These 2 would be very interesting to teach. The gray-haired man mused. Eventually, he was able to find them, his excellent tracking abilities and above-average speed helped him locate the boys. They were in a clearing, taking stock of their kunai and other gear. They had shown great skill at trap setting and recognition. They had picked through the double-layered traps he had laid with ease, and it was unlikely that they would encounter more than 2 layers of traps. Before he could even greet them, he was forced to dodge a set of kunai courtesy of Naruto and a swift Ijutsu attack from Sasuke. Kakashi was able to block the right jab from the Uchiha and the ensuing left roundhouse kick. He even managed to grab the boy's left hand as it flew towards his face, but it was during this period of fighting that Naruto snuck up from behind to grab the bells. With both of his hands occupied grappling with Sasuke, Kakashi couldn't use any techniques to stop the younger boy. But he was an elite ninja after all, and he had the perfect solution to this problem. He tripped the attacking boy. Yep, mister. I'll be the next. Hokage was tripped and thus missed his chance to grab the silver bells that were so critical to their success. Quickly, Kakashi threw Sasuke into his brother, giving him the space to perform a quick counter-attack. As the boys picked themselves up from the ground they noticed the glaring absence of their sensei. However, they remembered a pearl of wisdom their mother had implanted with them. If you can't see your enemy, go to a place where you have a good defensive and observational position. The 2 scattered into the tree branches just as Kakashi exploded from the ground. The 2 quickly flashed through the hand seals for Kaiten. Hausenka no Jutsu, fire type. Mythical phoenix flower and peppered the surrounding area with the miniature fireballs. Kakashi was forced to dodge them and in doing so, moved him back towards a thick grove of trees. These 2 will be interesting. Now if they could just figure out the true purpose of this test. The Jounin mused to himself, dodging the joint attack from the boys once more. Sasuke quickly flashed through the seals for Hausenka no Jutsu once more, forcing the Jounin to dodge to his right and confront Naruto who flashed through the seals for Kaiten. Kakaku no Jutsu, fire type. Grand fireball and inhaled deeply before launching a large ball of flame from his mouth. As the fire settled down, the duo was able to make out the form of a tree section, once more the victim of a Kawarimi no Jutsu, courtesy of the masked Jounin. Said Jounin was currently cursing the 2 for actually making him work so hard to put them down. Their tandem style of attacking was very good and both boys were better fighters than either of their profiles had indicated. Sasuke had much more chakra than his profile stated and a greater level of control as well. Naruto was simply faster and stronger than indicated. Together the 2 made an excellent team and in the coming years would prove to be invaluable to the Leaf. As he was mulling this over in his mind, he heard the ring of the timer, indicating that the 3 had run out of time. Well, I guess that it's Sakura I'll be tying to the tree this time. Kakashi stated more to himself than to the boys who were stewing over their inability to retrieve the bells. Sakura opened her eyes and found herself staring at her sensei. Well actually she was staring at his legs and when she tried to stand up, she found herself tied to a large wooden stump. To her right were the boys who still seemed angry that they hadn't retrieved the bells. Well, that was informative. The voice of her tardy sensei drifted towards her ears. Sakura, your profile stated that you were excellent at recognizing Jinjutsu, but you fell for a fairly simple one. If you can't focus under pressure, then you will not survive your first battle between ninja. Sasuke and Naruto, your planning was excellent, your execution was nearly flawless, and you both showed great potential, but you lost track of time, which is one of the more important things a shinobi must keep track of, especially in the field. Although you all failed, Naruto and Sasuke showed that the records of this village are a bit outdated, so I will give you another chance. But it will be much harder than before. He tossed 2 bentos towards the boys. You 2 can eat but don't give any to Sakura. Be ready to come at me with the intent to kill me after lunch. But that he poofed away in a cloud of white smoke, leaving the threesome alone. The boys began to eat their lunches but stopped about halfway through. Sakura was inwardly fuming over the fact that it was her own uselessness that nearly cost them their opportunity to become genin. Her stomach was growling, already having digested her light breakfast and wishing that she could eat the food the boys had left over. It came as a great surprise to her when the 2 boys offered their remaining food to the pink-haired girl. Here, eat up. Sasuke directed. But Kakashi-sensei told you guys not to give me any food. She dumbly stated. Yeah, but he isn't here right now and besides, we're pretty sure the idea of the test is to exhibit teamwork. I mean, why else would teams be made of 3 people? He can't send one of us back to the academy, it's either all or nothing. Naruto explained, filling her in on the conversation he and Sasuke had earlier as Sasuke cut through the ropes tying her to the stump. Sakura quickly rubbed the feeling back into her wrists and was about to take the first bite of food when Kakashi reappeared in another cloud of smoke. "Do you pass?" His voice changing from unbridled fury to a complimentary tone in mere seconds. He was greeted by 2 smirks and a look of surprise from his students. Naruto and Sasuke were right, you are in a 3-man team for a reason. I can't fail just 1 or 2 of you, it's all or nothing. Sasuke and Naruto showed that they could work together very well, but to be a team, the 3 of you must be willing to cooperate and work as a team. Do you see that monument over there? That is the monument for fallen heroes. They have all died in the name of this village. Some of them should be here right now, walking around, but they aren't because they either couldn't or didn't work as a team. Remember, the 3 of you are a team, but you are more than just 3 names on a piece of paper in some filing cabinet. To become a complete team, you must trust each other to do what you alone cannot. From this point forth, you are Team 7, but you must become comrades and friends if you truly wish to become a team. Remember, in this world of shinobi, those who break the rules are considered trash. None of the other teams I have instructed shared their food with the other member, they were foolish enough to listen to my instructions, but those who would abandon their friends, they are worse than trash. The 3 genin sat, listening to Kakashi's explanation, they were all thinking the same thing. It seems like he knows this from personal experience. Come to think of it, he probably does. Well, anyway, meet me at the Hokage Tower tomorrow for your first mission. With that, Kakashi poofed away in a cloud of smoke to the chorus of curses coming from the 2 boys. That night there was a celebration in the Mitarashi household. Anko took the boys out to dinner for their accomplishments. She told the boys that no one had ever passed Kakashi's test before, so she was really proud of them. She bought each of her sons a new set of kunai, as well as an imitation of her own trademark trench coat. Sasuke's was a dark blue that almost seemed black and had the Uchiha crest on the back. It had many hidden pockets for carrying weapons as well as other supplies. Naruto's was a dark gray, and the only markings on it was the hybrid Uchiha fan and Uzumaki swirl design he had created. It was proudly worn on the collar of his coat. It was a great surprise when the Sandaime also gave them some gifts. Sasuke received a very old manual from the Hokage that was supposedly from his ancestors. It was all about how to manipulate fire for different techniques and is thought to have led to the creation of many of the newer fire jutsu. Naruto received different books and scrolls that taught the basics of sealing. The Sandaime explained that while the Yondaime didn't have a bloodline limit in the traditional sense, he did create many different seals that could only be used by people of his blood. Sarutobi had learned, in his many dealings with Naruto, that if any information was written down, the boy would pick it up very quickly. It was when information was simply shown to him or during oral examinations that the boys struggled. In truth, Sarutobi knew the 2 types of clone he had mentioned to the boy, but he couldn't teach them to Naruto. He knew that sooner or later, the boys would probably copy the Mizu Bunshin from Kakashi or an opponent. As for the Tsuchi Bunshin, Sarutobi himself had learned the technique as a gift when he first became Hokage, with the understanding that he never write it down or teach it to anyone. He wasn't going to break the trust of the elderly Tsuchikage over a matter as trivial as a technique. As he watched the family finish dinner and joke around, he couldn't help but be proud. The will of fire was clearly evident in this young generation, and it shone on a bright future for Konoha. Anko was exceptionally proud of her sons, however, she also was a bit weary for them. Naruto had never been outside of the village, both for his own safety. There was talk of an organization which was interested in the demon vessels, and because of what he might possibly represent to the village. A weapon of great power. She shuddered every time she thought of her son that way. She had heard rumors of another vessel from the Wind Country who had a taste for blood and was about her son's age. She only hoped that they didn't come to the next Chunin exam or there might be a fight of catastrophic size. Sasuke hadn't been outside the village since the massacre. Since he represented the last of a bloodline, his survival was key to the village, letting him go away would be a golden opportunity for assassins from other villages. When they left the village on a mission, she didn't know how they would react. Naruto would probably like it, a chance to see something new, learn new techniques, or just meet new people. Sasuke, she didn't know how he would take it. In the almost 3 years since he had been living with her, he had changed remarkably. He was lively and energetic, he was obsessive with his training, but Naruto was able to reach him, and she was glad. If he had turned into an Avenger, she didn't know what she would have done. Probably beat him into a pulp. She mused to herself. It was then that she decided to be a part of her son's first mission outside of the village. That way, they would have a familiar face if something were to go wrong. What am I thinking? She mentally berated herself, they have to do a bunch of crappy D-rank missions first. I wonder who will take it the worst. Naruto. Or Sasuke. She couldn't help but smile and snicker at the mental images of her sons' faces when they found out that their first 20 or so missions would probably involve weeding some lazy civilian's garden. I'd like to thank everyone for reviewing. The polls are now closed unless I come up with something else I want your input on. Here are the final results. Naruto Hinata. 136. Naruto Tenten. 54. Naruto Tamari. 44. Naruto anyone but Hinata unusual pairings. 110. So yes, this will become a Naruto Hinata pairing, but don't worry, it's not going to come until later and won't take up too much of the plot. I'd like to thank everyone who has given me some well-needed critical reviews, although flames will not be welcomed. Please keep them coming, I need all the input I can get. Chapter 7. 2 weeks have passed since Team 7 passed their test, and the members were well entrenched into the shinobi life by now. They were used to getting up early, only to remember that Kakashi was always 2 hours late. They were used to training, which consisted mainly of physical exercises and light sparring. But they weren't used to the crappy D-rank missions they were receiving. While Sasuke kept up an emotionless facade, he was inwardly steaming, swearing on the graves of his deceased parents that if he had to weed one more garden, he was going to find a way to resurrect the dead members of the clan and then kill them himself. Naruto was angry as well. He was pissed that he was doing grunt work when he could be off jazzing bandits or doing something productive like training or eating ramen, anything to stop the monotony. Sakura was getting bored doing the same tedious jobs over and over, but she was also glad that these short missions gave the team ample time to train, something she realized she needed to do much more of. She was currently waiting for her 3 other teammates at their regular meeting place, a small bridge that spanned a small river and was roughly halfway between the 3 genins' houses. She was adamant about punctuality and continued to show up before her teammates, although now it was only about 10 minutes before the others now. She was currently researching different ways to increase her power. Given that she had excellent chakra control, albeit a small amount, she found 2 different fields that were perfect for her, medicine and genjutsu. She was trying to figure out which area to concentrate on, but was having a hard time deciding. The 2 weeks had shown a marked increase in the trio's teamwork. She learned a lot about her teammates and was rethinking her previous notions about them, especially Naruto. Before, she would have written the multicolored-haired boy off as a general idiot and fool that had only just squeaked by the academy, but now he had proven himself to be intelligent, physically strong and cheerful despite these strange looks he often received. Sakura had heard rumors about her teammate, but she didn't know what to think of them. From what she had pieced together, she would never just go up and ask him. He had been separated from his mother after the Kyuubi attack and not rejoined with her until he was 7. His mother was a Jounin and was the former apprentice of the traitor Sannin, Orochimaru. Due to her connections with the powerful ninja, she was often disrespected and sometimes hated. For whatever reason, Sasuke had moved in with the 2 and had been living with them since his family died. But, just because the people don't like his mom, do they really hate him? She thought. When she told her sensei that the things she disliked were Ino and Naruto, she was basing those on what she had seen. Many of the civilians of the village often shot glares at the boy and muttered curses behind his back. When she asked her parents why, the answer she was looking for was skirted, and if her parents were in a good mood, they would simply tell her she wouldn't understand and that she should probably keep her distance from him. Yet all of the new data she had told her that Naruto was trustworthy and protective of his teammates and would never hurt anyone that didn't deserve it. He was a mystery and she would figure him out sooner or later. As Sakura was contemplating Naruto's life, the rest of her team was making their way towards the bridge for their next mission. She absent-mindedly greeted the boys as they arrived only minutes before Kakashi showed up and they made their way towards the Hokage Tower for their assignment. Damn them. Damn them to hell. Sakura was fuming as she waited for her tardy sensei. Somehow, the boys had managed to talk the Hokage into giving them a C-rank mission instead of the boring and safe D-rank ones they normally got. She was beside herself. She didn't want to look weak in front of Sasuke, but she doubted her ability to perform up to par on the harder mission. Hence the cursing of her teammates them and that annoyingly late sensei. I mean, would it kill him to be on time once? Apparently it would, because he was running an astounding 2.5 hours late. If he didn't have the client with him, then the 3 would have left a long time ago, with or without Kakashi. The threat potential on sea-level missions was mostly bandits, and those were rare. Yo, sorry we're late, there was this drowning fish and it needed to be given CPR and someone glued my mask to my face, so I had to instruct Azuna-san here how to do it. Kakashi greeted the trio with a smile, or at least what they had come to interpret as a smile, and a wave of his head. Tazuna was simply staring at the man in disbelief. He was buying supplies, and he tells them I was giving CPR to a fish. Tazuna thought as Sakura yelled liar. at the Jounin. The group was walking along the road between Konoha and the Wave Country and it was very boring. The only interesting thing was a quick lesson about the different shinobi nations and their leaders. Besides the Hokage, when this was mentioned Naruto supplied that he would be the greatest Hokage of all time one day, there was the Raikage, Kazekage, Mizukage and Tsuchikage, who were the leaders of the Cloud Village, Sand Village, Mist Village and Stone Village, respectively. When he was done talking the team and their charge drifted back into a lull of inactivity. Naruto, who was in the front was searching for signs of bandit attacks or ambushes, Sasuke who was behind him, was mostly sightseeing and enjoying his time out of the village. Izuna was worried that he was sending these 3 kids to their death if they were to encounter the true reason he needed escorting, and Sakura returned to pondering over her teammates. They became so entrenched in their various activities that when an inconspicuous puddle came into view, no one immediately realized that something was wrong. Kakashi was the first to notice that a rather large puddle had formed in the road when there hadn't been any rain for days. Naruto probably would have overlooked it if he hadn't been bored and activated his Sharingan. It was a habit he had developed, although he wasn't sure why, but if he got bored, he would activate the Sharingan and try to copy new jutsu or just the way people acted and walked. On this occasion he saw the chakra flowing from the deposit of water and silently signaled Sasuke that there were enemies about. Sasuke, in turn, turned towards Kakashi, catching the attention of Sakura, but the Jounin didn't seem to be paying attention, but Sasuke noticed his eyes were harder than normal. He must have noticed them. He reasoned and turned his attention to the front, where Naruto was deciding what to do. This is a C rank, there shouldn't be any chance of shinobi encounters. Naruto reasoned to himself. But if I attack them and they aren't after Tazuna-san, then I could start something I can't get out of. He gulped at the thought of possibly attacking another Jounin. He settled for a simple strategy, he passed through the puddle and watching the reaction of the liquid, trotting in it purposely. Sasuke followed suit, but Sakura and Tazuna walked around it, while Kakashi just ignored it. As he passed, the puddle quickly changed shape into 2 men, whose faces were covered with horn masks, bearing the symbol of the Hidden Mist Village. They had metal gauntlets on their arms, connected by a serrated metal chain, which was covered with a deadly poison. The masked duo quickly ran forward and wrapped their chain around Kakashi, and before anyone could do much more than look surprised, they pulled the sharp chain through the Jounin, separating his body into many different sections. One down. Their voices were given a deeper timbre by the masks they wore, and they were good tag team fighters. They quickly moved towards Tazuna and Sakura. Sakura was frozen, seeing her sensei ripped apart by the 2 masked ninja in front of her, and it wasn't until the forms of Naruto and Sasuke leapt in front of her and their client that she realized how close the 2 attackers were. Naruto completed the seals for Kaiten Housenkan no Jutsu, forcing the pair to either jump up due to the area covered by the small fireballs or disengage the chain and dodge separately. The pair jumped up into the air, just as Naruto intended for them, only to be greeted by a much larger fireball, courtesy of Sasuke. The ball of intense flame connected with the pair, although they were able to lessen much of the damage by disconnecting the chain and twisting to the side. It was during the masked men's dodge that Naruto leapt into the air and threw a pair of kunai attached with wire at the pair, successfully capturing one ninja, the kunai acting as weights like a bola, and then embedding themselves into a tree, with just the slightest help from the boy's bloodline. Meanwhile, Sasuke was engaged with the other ninja in a taijutsu match. He was easily dodging the slowed blows thanks to a combination of Sharingan and the fact that the armor of his foe was slowing him down. The masked ninja launched a clawed palm at the Uchiha's face, only for the boy to duck under the blow and land a straight jab into the attacking shinobi's stomach, doubling him over. Before the mist ninja could even blink, Sasuke's knee connected with his face, sending his head reeling backwards once more exposing his stomach. His clawed hands flew to his face to staunch the blood flowing from his nose. Only then did the mist ninja remember the poison on his oversized clawed gloves. Upon impact with his face, the poison on his claws mixed with the blood that was trickling into his mouth through the crack in his mask caused by the boy he was fighting. At first he staggered backwards, probably from the force of Sasuke's knee, but he quickly dropped to his knees before falling on his stomach, dead. Seeing his brother's death, the second ninja tried to cut himself with his own gauntlet, only for it to be forcibly held to his side by an unseen force. Now, we need someone to question. Naruto grinned at the captured foe. Excellent work, you two. Kakashi's lazy voice greeted the ninjas and their charge. Sensei, but how Yuchain died. Sakura's gaping mouth was able to form that disconnected sentence after the initial shock of her sensei's return wore off. She glanced at the pieces of his body, a twig was sticking out of his midsection weight. A twig. He had used Kawarimi before the deadly duo had cut him with a chain and substituted himself with a section of tree. Kakashi turned to face the captured man and asked who their target was. The masked ninja didn't reply. He reached up and lifted his forehead protector, but from the position of the genin, they couldn't see what he was doing. After a moment the incapacitated ninja's eyes widened in horror and he began to scream and yell. "The bridge maker." Over and over until he passed out. Lowering his headband, Kakashi turned and leveled his gaze at Tazuna. "It would seem," he started, "that Tazuna-san needs to explain a few things before we continue." Damn it, damn it, damn it. Sakura was more than angry with her luck today. First of all, she was sent on a mission she probably wasn't ready for, and now she was on a mission she definitely wasn't ready for. Damn that drunken man. As she cussed out Tazuna, she wondered who she was more pissed off at. Tazuna, the man who had lied about the mission, Spexer Gato, the man who was harassing the people of the Wave Village. The other thought floating around in her mind was her sensei. What was hidden under his protector that it would cause an assassin to cry out in horror? Maybe he lost his eye and he showed him the empty socket. She thought, shuddering at the thought. After Tazuna explained that he was trying to bring relief to the oppressed village by means of the new bridge he was building, much of the mystery surrounding the attack of the Chunin was resolved. The Wave Country village was a once thriving place until Gato, a ruthless businessman, had set his sights on it. He had entered and wrecked the economy of the town through blockades and violence. If the bridge was completed, it would be a gateway for new supplies and goods to enter the town. After some discussion and more than a little crying from Tazuna, the team decided it would continue the mission. If the bridge was completed, then not only would the economy of the village return, but trade between the Konoha and the hopefully reinvigorated sea town would blossom. They would request assistance when they reached the relative safety of the town. Kakashi explained that the mission was at least B rank now, and if they encountered a Jounin ninja, it would escalate again to A rank. The group was making good time after the ambush and had an uneventful trip across the water surrounding the Wave Country. After they made landfall, they headed towards Tazuna's house so they could send for help. About midway between the house and their landing spot, Naruto, who was leading the group still, suddenly threw a kunai at a bush to his left. Sasuke quickly followed suit, adding a Gakakyu no Jutsu to scorch the area in case Naruto hit anything. As the foliage began to burn down a bit, they discovered a rather terrified snowshoe hare hugging against the farthest tree for his life. Kakashi quickly doused the fire with a small suitin jutsu. However, he pondered about the appearance of the hare. That's a snow hare, but it hasn't molted yet, it's the middle of summer, it should have turned brown by now. Unless it was raised to be used in a replacement. It seems that tougher competition has arrived. He was sure to keep his visible eye open for any signs of their enemy. It was a good thing too, because not 5 minutes after his genins almost barbecued an innocent hare, a giant sword came flying at the team from behind. "Everyone, get down now," he ordered, throwing himself at the ground as Sasuke and Sakura managed to bring down their ward, and Naruto flattened himself out as well. The sword embedded itself into the trunk of a large tree, and when the group raised their heads to look at the weapon, they found a fairly tall man with spiky brown hair. His forehead protector was askew to his left and his mouth was covered in bandages. He wore no shirt, but his forearms were covered in camouflage warmers, and he stood on his sword with an air of confidence. "Ah, the copy ninja," had a Kakashi, no wonder the demon brothers failed to kill the bridge builder. His voice was deep and ominous, sending chills down the backs of Tazuna and Sakura. Naruto and Sasuke were affected a bit, but it was less intense due to their mother's training. "Mamachi Zabuza, Chunin of Kurigakure. As you can see, I too read the bingo book," Kakashi replied. His voice didn't carry any of his usual laziness. He once more reached up and lifted the barrier obscuring his left eye. "Oh, the Sharingan, I get to see it already. How interesting." Zabuza leapt off his large head cleaver and onto the surface of the water, taking the large sword with him in one movement. He raised his right hand up to his face and raised the index and middle fingers, while his left arm stood straight up, the fingers mimicking those of his other hand. A thick fog suddenly rolled through the area, obscuring the woods and its occupants. The chakra being released by the two Jounins was something to be in awe of. Sakura, who was much more aware of chakra signatures than the boys, was having a hard time refraining from screaming in terror. The killing intent of the enemy Jounin was focused at the genin and their instructor. "Don't worry, Sakura, I won't let any of my teammates die." Kakashi turned towards the team, his eyes closed and a smile played on his lips. Running vertical along the center of his left eye was a long since healed scar. This led to another train of thought for the pink-haired girl. "I thought the Sharingan was the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, but then how does Kakashi-sensei have it? Is he related to Sasuke maybe?" Suddenly, Zabuza appeared in the center of the defensive perimeter the team had set up around Tazuna, sword stretched across his back, ready to slay the three genin. But almost as soon as he appeared, Kakashi was there, planting a kunai into the side of the enemy, only for the body to turn to water and fall to the ground in a pool of liquid. "Izubunshin," he thought as he quickly searched for the missing nin. However, Zabuza got the upper hand and appeared behind the Leaf Jounin. His sword swung at Kakashi's waist and ripped him apart, only for the gray-haired man to turn into water as well. Zabuza's eyes opened in astonishment. He copied my technique in this fog. The Sharingan truly is a weapon to be feared. As he finished thinking, Zabuza felt the unmistakable edge of a kunai pressed against his neck. "It's over," Kakashi said, coldly. "Are you sure about that?" Suddenly Zabuza dissolved into water once more, the product of a Mizu Bunshin. This time it was Kakashi's eyes that widened. He suddenly found himself flying towards the river a few meters away from the group. He didn't notice the impact of Zabuza's leg, but it was strong enough to send him into the water. Zabuza rushed towards the river, before stopping suddenly. "Makabishi. Good try, but not good enough, Kakashi." He quickly backflipped onto the river's surface once more. Kakashi's head broke the surface of the lake, trying to find his adversary, only to realize that it was far too late. Zabuza stood at his side, forming hand seals very quickly. "Tsuru no Jutsu, water type. Water prison technique." He spoke the jutsu with practiced ease, and the surrounding water quickly engulfed Kakashi into a swirling sphere of water. Zabuza's right arm was sticking into the sphere, holding it together and increasing the density of the water to trap the illustrious copy ninja. "Run. He can't follow you while he keeps this jutsu up," Kakashi pleaded with his team. Naruto let out a short laugh. "Nope, not gonna happen, sensei. Those that would abandon their comrades are worse than trash, right?" He gave his brother a quick look and the two rushed to Miss Jounin, only to stop at the water's edge when Zabuza created a Mizu Bunshin without using hand seals. The two boys attacked the clone, but were thrown back by the flat of the giant sword their attacker wielded. Searching the surrounding area for anything that could be used to fight off the clone, something on the ground caught Sasuke's eye. "Hey, Naruto," he gestured towards the ground off to the side of the clone that was steadily making its way towards the boys. Naruto looked towards his teammate was indicating and got the meaning of the unspoken sentence. "Well, shit, I didn't want to do it, but you got a point." The blondish boy spoke before raising his arm and pointing it to the left of the clone, his eyes closed in concentration. Meanwhile, Sasuke was throwing shuriken and kunai at the clone, only for them to be blocked by the giant sword. Thinking quickly he created a Mizu Bunshin from the river and used it to catch the clone in a pincer move, but the Jounin's clone was much too strong and destroyed the clone before once more kicking the Uchiha away. Those students of yours are weak," Zabuza commented offhandedly to Kakashi. The Konoha Jounin didn't respond but watched his students fight against a superior opponent. He watched as Sasuke was once more repelled and fell to the ground. But as he rose, both of the Jounin noticed that his face wasn't contorted in pain or frustration, but plastered with a smirk of superiority. "Naruto, now!" Sasuke yelled. Naruto simply smirked, eerily reminiscent of his brother, and waved his arm. In a fraction of a second, the Mizu Bunshin disintegrated and Zabuza was hit with an unseen force, and the shock of the attack forced him to release the water prison. "What was that?" Sakura wondered in awe. Zabuza's right arm began to drip blood as he brought it to his face to inspect the damage. He found the small Makabishi lodged in his arm and stomach. The spiked pieces of metal, normally used to impede enemies' movements, had become a rather effective ranged weapon. "How the hell did that brat do that?" He cursed mentally, drawing his sword and advancing towards the duo until he was stopped by Kakashi's figure rising from the river in front of him. "Your fight is with me," he calmly stated, locking eyes with Zabuza. "Damn it, this guy is pissing me off," Zabuza commented to himself as he began the hand seals for the Suiten Tsuruiten no Jutsu, water type. Water dragon technique. As he flashed through the seals he noticed something peculiar in the behavior of his opponent. He was doing the exact same seals at the exact same time. Suiten Tsuruiten both Jounins cried out at the same time. Two dragons composed of water rose from the raging river and spiraled at their intended target only to crash into each other. "Damn it, it's like he knows Zabuza started what I'm going to do next," Kakashi finished. Zabuza's eyes widened in shock as the copy nin read his thoughts. "Damn you," Zabuza cursed. "Insignificant monkey." Kakashi once more supplied the demon of the mist with the end of his sentence. This time Zabuza didn't respond and just ran through the seals for Suiten Daibakufu no Jutsu. Water type. Great waterfall technique. Kakashi once more imitated his opponent, and when Zabuza locked eyes with his opponent once more, he was startled to find not only Kakashi but the ghostly figure of himself standing behind him. Zabuza slowed his seals just a fraction of a second, but it was enough for Kakashi to finish. The water on which the two were standing began to churn around the two and rise up, creating a tidal wave that crashed against the rooted body of Mamachi Zabuza. Zabuza felt his body slam into the trunk of a tree before he was pinned to the trunk with kunai. "How is it that you can see the future?" he asked groggily. "Your future is death." Kakashi began to move forward, kunai in hand, but was stopped as two metallic needles slammed into the incapacitated Jounin's neck, killing him instantly. Everyone in the small clearing created by the battle followed the path of the needles to a masked figure standing on the tree. "Thanks, I've been looking to kill Zabuza for quite some time. You were right, his future was death." The person spoke in a voice that sounded like he was the age of the genin, maybe a year or two older, but there was no appreciable difference. "Ah, a mist hunter nin," Kakashi said and lowered his headband, covering the Sharingan once more. The hunter nin disappeared in a swirl of leaves before reappearing next to the body of Zabuza. After a quick series of hand seals, the two disappeared, leaving only Team 7 and Tazuna. "Well, this sucks," Kakashi said before crumpling to the ground and passing out. "Kakashi-sensei." Sakura cried out and ran to the side of her teacher to check on him. He appeared to be fine, but he seemed tired somehow. "Come on, let's take him to my house, it's just a ways to town from here," Tazuna offered, still in awe at how the team handled themselves. Well, there she blows. The action picks up from here on out. I hope I did okay with the fight scene, I know I changed it a bit, but I like it this way. My work schedule is finally picking up, so my updates might come slower than I would like, but I need money for books come fall. Thanks for all the reviews. I'd like to thank my beta Matt, of Matt and TK, for finishing this chapter in less than a day, and for all of the excellent work he's done on the other chapters. Thanks. Chapter 8. Kakashi slowly regained consciousness, and with it, all of the aches and pains that come with chakra exhaustion. "I wonder how long I was out for this time?" the lazy Jounin asked to no one. He opened his one visible eye and found himself laying on a futon in a room he didn't recognize. Shortly afterwards the door opened to reveal his team in varying states of exhaustion. "Only a day and a half, actually," came the reply to his seemingly rhetorical question from the last remaining Uchiha. "Were you training?" he asked the genin. "Just a little bit, sensei," Naruto replied. "Mostly just some taijutsu." Kakashi nodded in approval and attempted to sit up a bit, succeeding after 2 tries. "It is imperative that we send for help," he said, his voice in a dead serious tone. "Zabuza is alive, the standard procedure for hunter nin is to dispose of the body on site, not to take it somewhere else. I think that the hunter was working with Zabuza and simply put him in a death-like state. He is still alive and has at least one person working with him. If his partner is skilled enough in the medical arts, which I think they must be because the knowledge needed to put someone in a death-like state is well above average, then we have about 2 weeks or so until Zabuza is well enough to attack again." This brought a gasp from the genin who thought the ex-Miss Ninja was out of the picture. "Sasuke or Naruto, do either of you have a summoning scroll for a messenger bird?" Kakashi asked. Both boys nodded their heads in the affirmative and produced 2 identical scrolls. "Good, I need one of you to send a message to the Hokage, requesting backup. Right now, the 3 of you aren't strong enough to fight either of the 2 foes we have identified right now. But I plan on changing that." His last sentence was accompanied by a slight smirk, barely evident through the fabric of his mask. While the boys saw this as a good thing, Sakura didn't like the look her sensei had. Not one bit. The next day dawned early and with not a single cloud in the sky, although the genin didn't have the time to admire the surrounding wilderness. Kakashi had taken the team to a location in the forest surrounding Tazuna's house. There were trees every direction one could look, and a stream about 4 feet deep ran through the forest, bisecting the trees into 2 distinctive areas. "Now, I'm going to teach the 3 of you to control your chakra. This will help you conserve chakra when it comes to battles you may fight later on. Theoretically, if you master even basic chakra control, you can perform any technique. Of course that is theoretically and based also on the size of your chakra reserves, but don't worry too much about it. Now, Naruto, and I assume Sasuke have already completed the exercise I'm going to give you, Sakura, so they'll have to do something else. Alright, Sakura, you will be climbing trees." The pink-haired girl's face contorted into a look of confusion before she asked how that was going to help her chakra control. "Well, you see you won't be using your hands," Kakashi replied and proceeded to walk straight up the closest tree, crutches and all, without his hands. It is said that the soles of the feet are the hardest part of the body to gather chakra to, so this will help with proper molding, but also, if you use too much or too little chakra, you won't stick to the 3, so it will also help with your precise control over the amount you use. Sakura pondered over her strategy to conquer this stage obstacle before she pulled her hands into the ram seal and gathered chakra to her feet. "If you feel uneasy about this, you might consider running at the tree," her sensei suggested. Sakura ran at the tree at top speed and was able to run more than 3/4 of the way up before she fell back to earth and landing on her feet after a graceful backflip. "Very impressive, Sakura, you didn't make the top because of poor control, but because your reserves are so small," Kakashi explained to the 3 genin. I want you to continue to run up and down the trees whenever you can, this way, your reserves will increase significantly." Sakura nodded and continued with her exercise. Meanwhile Kakashi turned his attention to his two remaining students. "The exercise you two will be doing is called water walking, and it sounds exactly like what it is." He walked out on top of the water and stood on the surface. Suddenly he wobbled a bit and quickly returned to shore. As you could probably tell, this requires much more chakra to perform. During the tree climbing exercise, the goal was to release a constant amount of chakra to stick to the tree. But this exercise, the goal is to release the correct amount of chakra and then keep control of it away from your body. You see, the chakra you release in this exercise isn't going to be trapped by the tree, so you have to create stilts with your chakra and push them to the bottom of the water. The stream of chakra must be constant and controlled. If we were in Konoha, we would practice over a hot spring, but since we're here, this river will have to do. When the copy ninja had finished the directions, the two boys began to test out the new skill. It was slow going, especially for Naruto, since he had so much excess chakra. Sasuke was able to steady himself on the surface by noon, but Naruto was struggling. His feet were battling the water, surfacing and then submerging once more. They took a break at noon and reunited with Sakura, who was very tired by now and could use the rest. After lunch they returned to their assigned tasks and continued to struggle. Sakura had made it to the top of a 30-foot tall tree a few times, but when she tried other trees, she seemed to top out at around 35 feet or so. She assumed it had to do with her small chakra reserves. The boys were a different story altogether. After his initial success with water walking, Sasuke was having a small amount of difficulty. He was able to stand on top of the water fine, but if he tried moving more than small baby steps, he would lose control and wet his feet with cold river water. Since he wasn't the chakra monster his brother was, he took a break around 2 in the afternoon and continued reading the information the Hokage had passed on to him. The actual manuscript was too valuable to bring with him, but he had taken many notes on the information contained within and brought those. The steps outlined to control fire weren't exceedingly complex, but required a good amount of control to do. Naruto was still having troubles with the exercise, but he was now able to stand on the water, but any attempted movement would throw off his control. But he kept at it, and while Sasuke was practicing some fire control skills, Naruto was finally able to move a bit, albeit unconventionally. Having troubles keeping his chakra at a consistent level away from his body, he simply used his chakra to skate along the surface of the water. It was effective, but it wasn't the point of the exercise. When Kakashi returned later, he noticed the improvement his students had made. Sakura had improved her reserves somewhat, it wouldn't be an instantaneous process, but he was quite happy with her improvement. The boys Sasuke had been able to stand on the surface easily and then take a few steps, but after 2 or 3 his controller reserves faltered and he would fall in. Nothing another day or 2 of practice wouldn't fix. Kakashi thought to himself. Naruto, on the other hand, was making slight progress, he could stand on the water, but taking any steps larger than an inch or 2 was impossible. He did show of his new skating ability, and while it impressed Kakashi and Sakura, reluctantly, Kakashi was quick to point out that it wasn't the goal of the exercise to skate, but to walk. The team began to head back to Tezuna's house for dinner in a comfortable silence, the genin were either too tired or annoyed to speak much. "Oh, yeah, before I forget, the backup I requested will be here tomorrow, so I'd make use of the day training, since you might not get too much more time," Kakashi said, still reading that perverted orange book of his. The next day was typical of the wave country, sunny with morning dew rising off the grass and a light fog rolling in off the surrounding water. The genin spent the first half of their day continuing with their chakra control exercises from yesterday. After lunch, Sakura had tentatively tried the water walking exercise and decided that she needed to expand her reserves much more before trying it. Sasuke had almost gotten the trick of the exercise and was almost able to walk from one shore to the other, although his feet would slip under the surface of the river once and again. Naruto was making progress as well, especially after some tips from his brother, who watched how Naruto was molding his chakra. They were almost even in terms of control, but Naruto was slightly behind Sasuke, if only because of his abnormal amount of chakra. As the group headed towards their home, the boys felt a chakra signature approaching quickly and took up defensive positions around Sakura, who was confused at the sudden behavior of her teammates. Almost as soon as Sakura figured out someone was coming, her teammates were uneasily shifting their weight from one foot to the other and searching their surroundings for any disturbances. Suddenly realization dawned on the boys and they quickly turned tail and ran towards the house. "Wait, what's going on?" Sakura yelled at her teammates' backs. Nothing just don't tell her anything." Naruto yelled and added a burst of speed to distance himself from his teammate. This left one pink-haired Kunoichi very confused as she suddenly felt a figure drop from the trees behind her. She whirled around and Rukunai, only to find her attacker was wearing a Konoha headband along with a trench coat and was staring in the direction that Sasuke and Naruto had run off. Can I help you?" Sakura asked. "They ran off that way, didn't they?" the figure asked in a rhetorical way. "Why yes." Sakura stammered, she felt the killer intent rolling off this new figure and was very frightened by it. "Thanks." The mysterious figure said with a smile before disappearing once more, her trench coat flowing behind her. Sakura shrugged her shoulders and continued back towards the house. When she returned to Tezuna's house, she was greeted by her sensei and Tezuna's daughter Tsunami. "Hey, sensei, I saw this really strange lady and she had a Konoha headband, is she our backup?" Sakura asked as she accepted a glass of water from Tsunami. "Yes, that would be Mitarashi Anko, who I believe right now is yelling at Sasuke and Naruto." Kakashi answered without looking up from his book. He was correct because if Sakura listened very carefully, she could make out sounds coming from upstairs that sounded like either yelling or murder, it really could have been either one. Suddenly, Naruto and Sasuke ran through the kitchen and out the door, followed by a set of kunai, which embedded themselves in the table. "Get back here. I'm not done with you two yet." Anko yelled from the top of a flight of stairs that lead to the bedrooms. Ka-san, I don't mean to be rude or anything but no." Naruto yelled back over his shoulder, still running for his life, Sasuke ahead of him. He hadn't stuck around to talk with Anko. "So that's Naruto and Sasuke's mom." Sakura thought as she watched a woman at the top of the stairs glare at the retreating backs of her sons. "She's scary and deadly and she's a jounin, so she's strong. I bet Sasuke would love someone who was as strong as his mom. Damn, I need to train more." A week had passed since Anko had arrived and things eventually settled down. After Anko had trained the boys into the ground, both figuratively and physically, for attacking a jounin and disregarding orders, she became calmer and helped guard Tazuna or train the genin. Sakura watched as the boys grew stronger under the tutelage of two jounins. She was quite disappointed in the fact that she didn't have enough chakra to perform almost all of the jutsu that the boys were learning. She was diligently climbing trees like it was going out of fashion, but her chakra reserves were growing at what seemed like a snail's pace. She was currently lying at the base of a tree resting after another continuous hour of running up and down a 47-foot tree. In almost a week and a half, she hadn't managed to find out how Naruto was able to propel Makabishi at a jounin, or how Sasuke came to live with Anko and Naruto. It wasn't for lack of trying either, they just wouldn't talk. The best she got out of them was it's called a secret for a reason. In one short week, Sakura had learned to hate that word like nothing else. Not even Ino Pig could compare to her hatred of the word secret. "If I hear that once more, I think I'll go insane." She mused to herself and started to get back on her feet. "Hey. Pinky." Sakura turned around to see Anko meandering over towards her, leaving Naruto and Sasuke lying on the ground, dazed. "You've been doing that forever, aren't you bored yet?" the jounin asked. "Well yeah, I mean I keep running up and down, but I just can't seem to increase my reserves enough." "Well that's generally the problem that plagues most Kunoichi. We have pretty damn good control, but not large enough reserves." Anko said. This wasn't anything new to Sakura, she had known this before. She looked at Anko and noticed the glint in her eyes that seemed to promise pain. "But there are other ways of forcing your reserves to increase. Keep in mind that most of them are illegal and you would be killed, either by the attempt or by Konoha if you did. But there is one perfectly good way that might work for you, but we'll need Kakashi's help." A few more days passed, with the boys engrossing themselves in the literature that they received from the Hokage, and Sakura working with Anko and Kakashi on no one knew quite what they were doing. The day wore on, and the two jounin began to return home with a badly winded Sakura, but the boys continued to practice. They returned for dinner, which was a subdued affair, both due to the economic state of the country and the loss of another 5 workers from the bridge, pushing its completion back even further. Then there was the enigma known as Inari. Tsunami-san was silent and would often throw dirty looks at the ninja. That night, things came to a head. Inari was watching the genin eating dinner when he suddenly threw his fist at the table. "Why? Why do you even try? You'll never be strong enough to beat Gato. No one is. You'll just end up dead." "Don't flatter yourself kid, I don't plan on dying anytime soon," Naruto replied, barely acknowledging the boy. "Idiot. Gato's too strong, he'd just kill you like you were a fly." Inari almost screamed as tears from long since repressed memories welled to the surface. "Yeah, whatever, do you have any more rice? It's really good," Naruto asked Tsunami. "You don't get it, do you?" Now Inari was screaming, his tears flowing freely down his face. "Gato's taken everything from me, you have no idea what it's like." A very tense silence followed as everyone watched Naruto for a reaction. "So you're telling me you've been playing the protagonist in your own tragedy?" That's a stupid way to live, even worse than revenge. Kid, I don't know what happened, but I doubt that it was worse than what I lived through for almost 8 years. I doubt that very much. In this entire world, there are probably only 8 people that have the same kind of pain that I had for so long. If you think that your life is so tough, then do something about it. Don't just sit there and cry. Naruto quickly stomped off into the surrounding forests for some well-deserved alone time. Inari was shocked speechless, while Anko and Sasuke were staring daggers at the boy, radiating killer intent at the boy, who luckily was unawares. It wasn't until Sakura broke the silence that this trend stopped. Shouldn't we try and find Naruto? Zabuza should be healed by tomorrow, and we'll need all of our strength to fight him. No, he needs some time to himself. I think this little argument drug up some rather unpleasant memories for him. Anko replied. Later that night, Kakashi found Inari sitting on a small pier that was by the house. Surprisingly, he also found Sakura there. He figured she would be too tired to be up, what with the training she had been doing. He sat next to Inari while Sakura was lying on her back looking at the sky. You know, Naruto doesn't want to be mean or anything, but he just doesn't respond well to wallowing and brooding. The lazy Jounin said. But he does know what he was talking about. I heard about your father, and I am truly sad to hear that such a great man was killed by a thug like Gato, but you still have a mother. Naruto grew up on his own for almost 8 years with no parents. He was hated for something he had no control over, even after he found Anko. This was a news flash to the pink-haired genin. She didn't realize that people hated him just for who his mother was. This called for more contemplation. A lot more contemplation. Naruto stormed into the forest in the exact same manner he stormed out of Tezuna's house. He was feeling emotional, not quite crying, but not too far from it. It was something he hadn't done since he moved in with his mom, and he didn't plan on starting now. So he did the best thing he knew to take his mind of certain disrespectful child. He trained and trained some more. He didn't stop until it was easily midnight and he still had energy to burn. Yes, but tomorrow is the day Zabuza is supposed to finally be healed, so I need to conserve my energy. He thought. Might as well go to sleep. With that he lay down in the soft grass and fell into a quiet sleep. Morning dawned early and Haku was making good use of it. The fake hunter nin was gathering herbs that would be needed after the fight with the copy ninja Hada Kakashi and his team of genin. Of course the 2 boys were the only ones worth preparing for. From what was gleaned during the previous encounter, it was obvious that the 2 were above average tandem fighters, and then there was the strange blonde and black-haired boy. He was able to project. Makabishi into Zabuza-sama. I wish I could figure that trick out. Haku entered a clearing and noticed the aforementioned boy lying in the grass. Walking towards the prone boy silently, Haku stopped and stared at the sleeping boy's face. Along with the distinctive dual whisker marks, Haku noted the small scars covering the boy's eyelids. Someone tried to remove his eyes. This thought crossed through Haku's mind without being fully thought through. Damn you kid, do you have any idea how hard those pieces of metal were to remove? Haku barely noticed the pain of the spines of the thistles cutting skin. As the blood slowly slid down Haku's right hand, it fell into Naruto's snoring mouth. The fake hunter turned and left the sleeping boy. When we fight, I'll make sure you can't endanger my precious person. Not even 30 seconds after Haku left the clearing, Naruto shifted in his sleep, the motion of which caused the dark blonde to bite the inside of his cheek, drawing blood and waking the boy with a yelp. Haku's blood quickly rushed towards the new entrance, and Naruto began the tedious process of absorbing the new DNA. The only thing Naruto felt was a slight rumble in his stomach from a lack of food. He quickly headed back towards the house for some well-deserved food. When Naruto arrived at the house, he found that his team had already left for the bridge. They too were making use of an early sunrise. With any luck, the as of yet unnamed bridge would be finished by the end of next week, and this mission would end. As he was about to leave and rejoin his team, 2 samurai decided to cut through the front door in an attempt to abduct Tsunami. Before they could even make a snide opening remark, their stomachs were crushed by a pair of fists, courtesy of a certain genin. The pair slunk into unconsciousness rather quickly and Naruto simply cussed. His stomach was twisting and turning, and now he didn't have time for breakfast. If they attacked here, then they must also be at the bridge. I want the 2 of you to go somewhere safe. He addressed Tsunami and Inari, who was standing at the corner. Gather as many townspeople as you can and prepare yourself. Gato might choose this time to make an example. He quickly ran towards the bridge and arrived just in time to see Sasuke kick the masked hunter nin away. He quickly rushed over and joined the others. Thankfully, Zabuza and Haku were on the opposite end of the unfinished bridge. I see that the blonde boy has decided to come. Zabuza commented offhandedly. Haku, don't take any chances with those two, something doesn't sit right with me about them. Hi, Zabuza-sama. Came a high-pitched voice from behind the porcelain mask. Naruto couldn't tell whether it was a guy's voice or a girl's. Suddenly the mist ninja split into two. Then four. The masked person kept on dividing so fast it was making Naruto's head spin and his stomach twist. A sudden twinge of pain ripped through the right side of his head and he instinctively reached up and grasped his temple, completely missing the senbon that Haku threw at him. His eyes rolled up into the back of his head and he began to pitch forward right as the needle pierced his stomach. Naruto hit the ground with a thud and didn't move. Right, well, I wanted to finish the wave arc in 2 chapters, but it isn't gonna happen. Oh well. I'd like to thank everyone who reviewed the last chapter and I hope I can count on your continued reviews. I hope to have the next chapter out soonish. Chapter 9. Last time. Suddenly the mist ninja split into two. Then four. The masked person kept on dividing so fast it was making Naruto's head spin and his stomach twist. A sudden twinge of pain ripped through the right side of his head and he instinctively reached up and grasped his temple, completely missing the senbon that Haku threw at him. His eyes rolled up into the back of his head and he began to pitch forward right as the needle pierced his stomach. Naruto hit the ground with a thud and didn't move. In less than a second, Anko was at her son's side, checking him over and calling his name. Sasuke was able to refrain from attacking only because he was frozen with dread. He was unable to help his family again. Sasuke, he'll be fine, he's still breathing and his heart rate is a bit high, but it's still strong. I'm more worried about the acid in his stomach, damaging his muscles and other organs right now. Anko said through clenched teeth. But since I'm worthless when it comes to being a medic nin, I think I'll take out my frustrations on a certain mask-wearing kid. But that declaration of pain, Anko and Sasuke engaged the mist ninja. Kakashi placed himself between Zabuza and Tazuna along with Sakura. Suddenly, a thick mist began to roll through the area. As if it were some unseen signal, both Zabuza and Kakashi disappeared into the fog. Sakura, you need to protect Tazuna and Naruto. I'd suggest you use your new skills now, but keep some chakra left in case it is needed. Kakashi's disembodied voice rang out through the fog before the sounds of battle replaced it. Sakura only nodded and gave a silent good luck to all of the Konoha shinobi before she moved over to Naruto's body and dragged him back towards Tazuna. Once she was done with that, she bit her thumb and drew blood. Quickly performing seals, she quietly muttered Kuchi's no jutsu, summoning technique, with an audible poof, 2 dogs appeared and stood guard over Tazuna and Naruto. One was an adult golden retriever, he was about 3 feet long and 2 feet tall. He weighed almost 60 pounds and had a small Konoha leaf embroidered onto a handkerchief around his neck. The second dog was an adult bearded collie. She wasn't as tall as the golden retriever, but weighed almost as much. She was only 2 feet long and a foot high, but was much more energetic. In the week that she had been practicing the technique, her chakra reserves had grown rapidly. Since the summoning took a lot of chakra to do, it drained her quickly and she was then forced to practice controlling what little chakra she still had. The 2 dogs in question didn't take much chakra to summon, it was about the equivalent of making 4 buncheons 5 times each. So for Sakura, that was a lot of chakra. Kanyaku, Streak, Anchu, Grace, I need you to guard Tazuna-san while I check on Naruto. Sakura ordered. The 2 dogs quickly padded over to the old man and tensed as they monitored the battle around them. Well, Kanyaku did, the golden retriever was more battle-hardened than his compatriot, Anchu simply stood there and wagged her tail in anticipation. Sakura quickly worked to diagnose her fallen teammate. His breathing was indeed very labored, his heartbeat was becoming weaker and weaker, and he was beginning to sweat despite the coolness of the fog, indicating a fever. His body was trying to burn out some invader. While Naruto was unconscious, the Kyuubi was working overtime. Something in the DNA of that hunter nin was not agreeing with Naruto's DNA. The demon knew that he could stop the process of absorption anytime he wanted, the seal did allow him to heal his vessel, but he chose to wait. Just a little more time kid, just wait a little more. In just a few minutes, his vessel's bloodline would finish copying over the important code for the new bloodline, mastery of water and ice, and he could stop the process. If only the brat could hold on for another minute or 2. Sakura was becoming worried. Naruto's symptoms had become more severe as new ones continued to appear. His breathing was becoming very shallow and slow. She felt the one steady beat of his heart slow down under her hands, and it didn't show any signs of strengthening. The weird part of this was that his chakra was becoming more and more focused, like it had some purpose. The sudden burst of chakra from the area of Sasuke drew her attention, but just as soon as she looked up, she felt Naruto's heartbeat once, and then stop. The fight between the faux hunter nin and an enraged mother and adopted son was interesting. This hunter nin, Haku, was pretty good, at least mid to high Chunin level. Of course Anko was a Takubetsu Jounin, so it wasn't too difficult to find the winner of the match. Or so you would have thought. After a few minutes of Haku getting beaten into the ground, the Mist Ninja performed a series of one-handed seals, catching the two Konoha shinobi off guard. The jutsu. Sensatsu Sushu, secret technique. Flying water needles. Water that was strewn about the field of battle suddenly rose into the air and formed into large icicles that resembled senbon needles. The deadly popsicles suddenly flew towards the duo and they were forced to jump into the air at the last minute by adding chakra to their legs to gain more height. As the pair landed they noticed the small flare of chakra that gave away the annoyance in the Mist Ninja. Hijutsu. Maku Haishu. Secret technique. Demonic ice mirrors. Once more, water rose up from the bridge and solidified, this time into thick sheets of ice that created a cage of glistening mirrors. Haku slowly walked into the mirrors and suddenly the missing ninja appeared in every one of the mirrors. Moving faster than normal eyes could follow, senbon flew from every direction and hit precise points on Anko's arms, immobilizing them. Sasuke quickly activated his Sharingan and rushed to his mother's side. He quickly removed 3 of the 5 needles that were holding her arms hostage, but was forced to move out of the way by another volley of the thin metal needles. Damn, this is going to get difficult, he thought before launching into another attack. Sakura was panicking. Her teammate was technically dead at her knees and she didn't know what to do. The first aid covered in the academy was very basic and didn't involve reviving a dead person. She just froze as time slipped by. The sounds of battle didn't distract her and she continued to stare at Naruto. His face was pale and his lips were becoming blue. As she knelt next to his body, tears began to form in her eyes and she cried. She cried at her own inadequacies, she cried at her teammates' unfinished goals, and she cried that a brother and mother would have to deal with this reality. She closed her eyes and wept. While Anko and Sasuke were engaged in their own battle and Sakura was dealing with her dead comrade, Kakashi was fighting Zabuza. The Mist Ninja was proving to be a worthy challenge, and with the addition of the unnatural mist floating through the area, his Sharingan was next to worthless. The first 2 strikes went to the nuke nin from Kiri, but they weren't as bad as they looked. The slight cut to the side was more a hindrance in terms of mobility than a hindrance to his life, and a bruise was forming on his other side from a vicious kick, but all in all things couldn't be going better. His plan was going well, Anko and Sasuke were mopping the floor with Zabuza's accomplice, and Sakura was guarding Tazuna and Naruto. He could finish this fight in one move. Or he could have until he heard Sakura start bawling. It was that slight noise that caught the ears of Zabuza, who was a master of silent killing. He knew that the blonde was lying motionless if not dead, and his pink-haired teammate was crying over him, leaving the bridge builder defenderless. It was the perfect time to strike. Moving silently, Zabuza made his way towards Tazuna, and once he spotted his target through the mist he charged the man. Kakashi was too far away and that wound to his side was limiting his speed enough so that the copy ninja couldn't protect the old man. Zabuza swung his large sword at the bridge builder's head, only for the old man to be tackled by a large golden dog. The Mist Ninja was even more surprised when a second dog, this one white and black, attacked him. Anchu had spotted the new man and quickly attacked the man. The nin dog rose up on her hind legs and brought her clawed paws down onto Zabuza's crotch. The Mist Ninja cried out in pain and doubled over, only to be tackled by the battle-hardened Kimyaku. He hit the unfinished bridge on his back and felt the breath being knocked out of him. In a flash Anchu was back in the fight licking his face, while Kimyaku was biting his right arm. With a wave of his left arm, Zabuza was able to dismiss the 2 summons, but was still in pain. He was able to regain his footing, but before he could do anything about his own pain, a large surge of chakra seemed to explode over the bridge. Sakura actually fainted from the sheer amount of killing intent being released. What she didn't realize before passing out was that the chakra wasn't coming from the Jounins. It was coming from her seemingly dead teammate. When Naruto's heart had stopped beating, the Kyuubi was worried. The human body can only survive for a short amount of time without air, and if the DNA absorption didn't finish soon, both he and the kid would die. Almost a minute after Naruto had taken his last breath of air, the process was complete enough for Kyuubi to halt the process. Scanning over the remaining code, the monster fox was able to isolate the problem that Naruto was having. Ah, yes, that would cause his reaction. Won't the Baka be surprised to find this out? Bemused as he sat back and watched as normal functions returned to his container. Naruto felt the chakra of the Kyuubi flowing through his system, whereas before he felt nothing. It was like this was the first thing he had ever felt. It felt right. Like it belonged. He heard the muffled sound of Sakura fainting behind him and he shakily stood up to inspect the fighting going on around him. What he saw threw him into a rage, the likes of which had never been seen before. On the ground lay his adopted brother, Senbon, piercing his body like a pincushion. His mother had a fair number of needles in her as well, although she was able to dodge most of the thin projectiles. They were trapped in a crumbling cage of mirrors that seemed to glisten in the weak sunlight. He quickly activated the Sharingan and saw the residual chakra in the mirrors. It wasn't an extraordinary amount, so why was his brother and mother injured so? With a pulse, the chakra of the demon fox flooded through him and the reasons ceased to be important. Someone had harmed his precious people and that someone would die. The demonic ice mirrors had turned the tide of the fight. Or actually, the needles that were preventing Anko from using her arms were. If she could move her arms, she could summon a snake or use a fire jutsu, but no, there were needles in her arms that prevented her from doing anything other than dodge. Luckily the 3 needles that Sasuke had removed were helping restore some movement and soon she would be able to move her arms enough to remove the final 2. She just hoped that Sasuke could hang on for a while longer. Sasuke was holding his own, his Sharingan was able to anticipate the movements of his opponent, but dodging the needles that were thrown at him was more difficult. If he could destroy the mirrors, then maybe he could buy enough time for Anko to escape or remove the needles. He was beginning to feel the strain on his chakra reserves, but he could hold on for a while longer. While the Mist Ninja was preoccupied with a scorch mark on the pants of his or her battle kimono, Sasuke quickly ran through some hand seals before inhaling a deep breath. Pain. Kakaku no Jutsu, Fire type. Grand Fireball. A large ball of flame shot from Sasuke's mouth and impacted the 3 closest ice mirrors. A large cloud of steam issued forth and when it cleared, the Uchiha was astounded to find that his attack had little effect. My mirrors cannot be broken by your attack. The mysterious shinobi said, returning his or her attention to Sasuke. The Uchiha glared back at his opponent and tried the Grand Fireball, this time with a twist. Using the new knowledge from his ancestors, Sasuke narrowed the stream of fire coming from his mouth so that it was only a few inches in diameter. It had the same amount of fire as the normal attack, but this one was focused. It impacted a soul mirror, which held its shape for a second before subliming into steam. Although he didn't realize it, Sasuke had just taken the first step towards learning Kaiten. Karyuenden, Fire type. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, a very advanced Kaiten technique. Now to get rid of more of those damn mirrors. He thought and once more flew through the familiar hand seals. After destroying more than half of the almost 20 ice mirrors, Sasuke ran out of chakra to perform the modified technique. The amount of chakra it used was high and the Mist Ninja was still throwing senbon at him. Anko had finally gotten enough feeling in her arms to shed the final 2 needles. The steel needles hit the concrete bridge and in the blink of an eye, she was back in the fight. Pain. Ryuka no Jutsu, Fire type. Dragon Fire technique. The large burst of flame finished off many of the remaining mirrors, but before the last one was destroyed, Haku threw 3 final senbon at the jounin. But instead of hitting the intended target, Sasuke threw himself in front of his mother and took the needles to the chest. Anko was able to catch him as he fell to the ground, but noticed to her horror that all of the needles had pierced through his right lung. That was what Naruto saw as he awoken. His brother in his mother's arms. This is bad, I only have enough chakra for Maku Haishu once more. Haku thought as the boy who was releasing an insane amount of chakra approached. Running through the hand seals once more, the hunter nin was shocked when Naruto entered the mirrors as well. There is nowhere you can hide from my wrath. For harming my family, my precious people, you will die. The boy's voice was colder than the mirrors that formed the battleground. Both Zabuza and Kakashi felt the exponential increase in chakra. Both were shocked by the output that was coming from a scrawny kid. What is this kid? Zabuza thought, taking his eyes off Kakashi for a crucial instant. Has the Kyuubi broken free? No, the seal is still intact. I must finish this now. Kakashi then reached into his flak jacket and removed a small scroll. He unrolled it and using some blood from a previous wound, smeared a thin line across the black ink of the scroll. He refurled the paper using some acrobatic tosses and slammed it into the ground. Uchius. Doten. Tsuga no Jutsu, Summoning. Earth type. Tracking Fang technique. The crack in the bridge formed and ran from the scroll towards Zabuza. Suddenly, several large dogs burst from the ground and used Zabuza as a chew toy. Give up now. Kakashi calmly stated. If you don't, your future is death. Damn you. Zabuza growled at the silver-haired man, but it was a show of false bravado. He couldn't move his arms even an inch. Kakashi began to make hand seals and then proceeded to grab his wrist. Chakra gathered in the palm of his hand and began to crackle like lightning. The sound this attack made was unbelievable. It sounded like a flock of birds were chirping no, laughing, at the prone form before the copy ninja. I'll give you one more chance. If you don't surrender, you will die. Haku was worried. Almost drained of chakra, there was little chance that the blonde could be defeated, especially since Maku Haishu was worthless. The blonde and black-haired ninja was attacking ruthlessly and with no opening for counterattacks. It would only be a matter of time before he landed the decisive hit, for with Haku nearly drained of chakra, there was no way to retaliate. Firing more senbon and a stray kunai at the enraged boy, Haku was surprised by the tactic that was subsequently employed. Suiton Sujin Heki. Water type. Water barrier. The projectiles were swallowed by a wall of water at least 4 feet thick. Suddenly, the water barrier began to spin like a top and the missiles changed course. As water flew off of the barrier from the high-velocity spin, it froze into elongated shards of ice. Miteki Sandansha. Shards of winter, the new spin on the Sensatsu Sushu took Haku by surprise. The ice shards hit home and threw the mist ninja to the ground, as well as dislodging the mask. Haku was rendered unconscious by the force of the fall and didn't see the enraged boy approaching. Naruto stopped to stare at his opponent. He was expecting either a girl or a very effeminate man, but this was different. Even without the mask on he still couldn't tell what the gender was. It was rather infuriating, actually, and it was at this time that the Kyuubi's chakra quit flowing through him and the events of the past few minutes caught back up. He felt tired, more so than he had on the rare occasion that he suffered from chakra exhaustion. There was also a dull pain that throbbed through his body and an itch was slowly spreading from his right arm towards his chest. He suddenly fainted next to a defeated Haku due to exhaustion. Kakashi was cursing his luck. He had charged Zabuza with the intent to finish the man off, but suddenly his summons were dismissed and Zabuza was free to flee back into the mist. Looking at the scroll. Kakashi noticed some senbon and ice fragments stuck into the scroll, destroying it. Without the tracking fang, Kakashi was forced to resort to a different tactic. He had been able to immobilize both of the sword user's arms and was once more charging chakra for his sole original jutsu, the Rikiri. Lightning Edge. Once his arms were useless, the mist Zabuza had created disappeared and Kakashi was able to see the damage the various fights had done. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura and the mist ninja, Haku, were unconscious and Anko was helping the wounded. She was working on reviving a fainted Sakura when she sensed a foreign presence on the bridge. The thump of a cane echoed across the bridge. Looking behind Zabuza, everyone who was conscious noticed a short man with grayish-brown hair and a mustache. Some demon you turned out to be, you can't even kill a bunch of kids. Luckily, for me at least, I've determined to terminate your contract early. It wasn't until the figure made his threat that those present noticed the mob of people behind the diminutive figure. Beto. Zabuza growled. Kakashi, it seems that I no longer have a reason to fight you. I do have one last request though, would you lend me a kunai? Using his teeth, Zabuza unraveled the bandages that his mouth from view and caught the kunai that was lazily tossed to him by the copy ninja. Dashing forward, the demon of the mist madly hacked his way through the throng of bodies surrounding his former employer, taking many slashes and stab wounds from various weapons in the process. Finally reaching his target, Zabuza cut Gato's thought cleanly and watched as the life slowly ebbed from the fat man. He then collapsed from the wounds he had received earlier. None of the thugs dared to approach the man, for fear of their lives. They did, however, find the courage to threaten the Konoha shinobi. You just killed our meal ticket. One yelled. We'll kill you to make some dough. Another supplied. Damn it, I'm running low on chakra. I might be able to bluff them away. Kakashi thought. Making a cross-shaped seal, he imitated the seals for cage bunshin, but he really created 20 bunshins. The thugs were weary, but began to charge at them anyway, until a large water dragon washed them away. Suiton Suryuiton no Jutsu. Water type. Water dragon technique. The weak voice of Sasuke came from behind the copy ninja. Anko returned to her injured son's side and helped him over towards where Sakura and Naruto were laying. Haku lay a bit away from the group. Covering his Sharingan, Kakashi made his way towards the only other body on the bridge, Zabuza. The mist ninja was still alive, but was fading due to a lack of blood. Hey Kakashi, I have one more favor to ask you. Zabuza's voice was weak and nearly inaudible. I want you to bury me here. It's kinda nice. Those were the last words spoken by Mamachi Zabuza, the demon of the bloody mist. Once all of the surviving shinobi, including Haku, were transported back to Tezuna's house, Anko used a messenger scroll to contact Tsunade for Naruto and Sasuke. Sakura was awake again and helping to nurse the various patients. Luck was on their side, since Tsunade happened to be only 2 days away from the wave country and was going to be there in less time than that. Haku was being kept under a jinjutsu that kept him or her asleep. Although there was little fear of the kid killing anyone, the risk therein if he or she attacked anyone was higher. Naruto was still asleep and Sasuke was simply suffering from chakra depletion, but those holes in his lungs could be a problem. All the Konoha shinobi could do was wait. The next day, Tsunade arrived around dinner time and set to work immediately. Her assistant Shizune was currently checking on Haku and her report was due shortly. Sasuke was patched up with little problem, the senbon attack to his lung looked worse than it was, but it would have escalated had he not received proper treatment. Naruto was a bit of a mystery. Tsunade had a list of his symptoms but couldn't come up with an explanation for his illness. All of his ailments were common to allergies, but thanks to the Kyuubi, Naruto had never been sick a day in his life or had allergies. Even the fainting was consistent. If an allergic reaction is left untreated, it may escalate to anaphylaxis, which if untreated could turn fatal. Tsunade was once again using a basic diagnostic technique on the Kyuubi container when Shizune entered the room and whispered in her ear. Tsunade's brow wrinkled before a look of comprehension dawned. She nodded to Anko and the Jounin motioned for Sakura to leave the room. She did so with a look of frustration on her face. Her team didn't trust her to be in their conversation. It would appear, the blonde Sannin began, that Naruto absorbed another bloodline. I noticed the change in his blood, but without the equipment necessary to perform extensive tests, I didn't know what occurred. You said that he showed the same abilities as Haku, right? Due to his bloodline and his guest, Naruto has never had any problems with absorbing anything, but this time he did. All of his prior symptoms are consistent with an allergy, but I didn't know the source until now. It would appear that Haku transferred some of her DNA into Naruto. All of the DNA up until this point was male, but I believe that the female DNA caused an allergic reaction. I think we just have to wait for the Kyuubi to eliminate the excess DNA in his system, and he will be as good as new. True to her word, Naruto was up and about in a day's time. After the explanation of what happened, he was more than happy to train with his new bloodline. He would disappear into the woods for hours at a time. Sasuke was less fortunate. Sakura continued to hang on to him wherever he would go. The only place he was able to get some peace was around Haku. For whatever reason, Sakura was afraid of the mist Kunoichi, probably because Haku would kill Sakura in no time. It was while Naruto was off training and Sasuke was able to avoid Sakura enough for Haku to ask the Uchiha question. "Uchiha-san, your mother, she told me that your past and mine were similar. Do you know what she means?" the brunette asked. Sasuke thought about it. He didn't know that much about Haku. "No, I don't," he answered. "But maybe we should talk and find out what Anko-san meant." "I'll go first," Haku said. "I was born in Kurigakure. Well, actually it was a small outlying town, but that's like splitting hairs. My mother was the one with the bloodline, the mastery of water and ice, but she hid it. In Kiri, bloodlines like mine were feared and those with them were hunted down and killed. When my father found out that my mother had one, he killed her and then he tried to kill me. I don't remember what happened, but somehow I was able to kill my father and all of the members of the mob he had gathered. Then I ran. I ran as far and as fast as I could. I lived on my own for a few years before I met Zabuza-sama. He trained me to be a shinobi and took the place of my father. Eventually Zabuza led a failed coup and we had to flee from the Mist Village. We took jobs as nuke-nin for various individuals until we were contacted for this assignment. What about you?" Sasuke was amazed by the similarities in their lives. Granted, he hadn't killed his father, but they were both the last of their bloodline, not including Naruto, and had adopted new families. "I was born into the Uchiha clan. We were famous for our Sharingan and made up the entirety of the police force. But then my brother killed off the entire clan. He used a genjutsu on me and made me relive the slaughter of my family for 3 straight days. When I awoke I was in the hospital and depressed. It wasn't until Hokage-sama took me to see Naruto and Kasan that my life changed. Anko has become my mom, and Naruto is the only one I will ever call brother again." This time it was Haku who was in awe of the similarities of the two. They continued to compare their lives for a long time. It wasn't until dinner that the two returned, earning a death glare from Sakura and 2 mischievous looks from Anko and Naruto. In fact, after dinner, Haku approached Kakashi and Anko about returning to Konoha with them to live life as a civilian. She said it was what Zabuza would have wanted, but deep down Sasuke knew it was because of the same history the two shared, and for once, he didn't mind a girl following him. Well, I liked how it turned out. Anywho, next chapter will begin Chunin exams, where I take more liberties with the plot than ever before. Thanks for the reviews, and keep 'em coming. The answer, in fact, yes, Sasuke copied some of Zabuza's jutsu from before, but Naruto did not, although he will probably learn them later. Until next time. Chapter 10. Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage, rolled the message he had been reading up and sighed. Team 7 was returning from their C-B-A rank mission late but intact. Actually, they were +1 member, a mist Kunoichi named Haku, who wished to become part of the village as a civilian. The report included her history, and truthfully Sarutobi was impressed. It wasn't every day that the apprentice to the demon of the bloody mist wished to join your village, let alone as a civilian. Well, he'd be dead before he let an opportunity like this slip away. He called some selected individuals into his office. Moments after his summons left his possession, the 4 people he had called arrived. Yuuhi Kurenai, Yamino Ruka, Shiranui Genma, and Marino Ibiki all entered the office of the Hokage with various degrees of cluelessness, although Ibiki hid his best. "You called us, Hokage-sama?" Iruka asked the old man. "Hi, Team 7 will be returning with an extra member. A former Mist Kunoichi by the name of Haku. She was apprenticed to Mamachi Zabuza until his death a couple days ago. She wishes to become a Konoha citizen, however, due to her skills, I would like her to be a shinobi. The only problem is that she would need someone to adopt her and sponsor her. She has lived through the mist's cleansing and hasn't had a true family for years. You four are the only ones with the ability to defend her, should Hunter Nin come for her, as well as provide the correct atmosphere for someone her age." He handed the four the letter he had received from Kakashi and Anko. In turn the quartet passed it around and read its contents. "Hokage-sama," Iruka spoke, "I would like to adopt Haku, seeing as how she has already bonded with Sasuke and Naruto, but as a Chunin, I don't have the income to support anyone besides myself, and that's if I don't treat Naruto to ramen. I'm afraid that I wouldn't provide the correct atmosphere in a home that you are looking for," Ibiki stated. Genma was about to make some excuse when Kurenai spoke up. "I'll take the girl," she stated calmly. "I have been lonely as of late and a companion would do me wonders, and as skilled as she is, perhaps she could inspire Hinata." The Hokage merely nodded his head and dismissed the others. "I will have the paperwork for you later today and they should be returning in 3 or 4 days. There was a slight incident involving Naruto, but it has been taken care of." Kurenai nodded her head and left the office. 3 weeks had passed since that meeting in the Hokage's office. Team 7 had returned safe and sound, although Sakura was still glaring hiding at from Haku. Speaking of the ex-Miss Ninja, Yuuhi Haku was adapting very well to her life as a Konoha shinobi. Technically, she was on the mandatory 90-day probation period, but that didn't stop her from training with Kurenai, Team 8, or Team 7. Originally the plan was to have her trained as a medic ninja, but it quickly turned out to be a bad idea. While she was well versed in anatomy and pharmacy, Haku had a problem with being a medic nin. She had a large fear of blood. Not Tsunade large, but somewhere in between freak-out panic faint. So the decision was made that Kurenai would train her to become a Genjutsu specialist. It turned out that Haku had chakra control to rival Sakura, but larger chakra reserves, something the pink-haired girl found to be a grave injustice, although no one was quite sure how she came to that conclusion. It turned out to be the correct move. Haku seemed to be a natural at deception and manipulation, so Genjutsu came naturally to her. She didn't have a large number of techniques, but when she used them in conjunction with her bloodline limit, they became very difficult to combat. Speaking of blood limits, our protagonist was currently practicing his new bloodline in the forest. Needles of ice were scattered around the area and even a few had hit their target, Anko. She was pleased with her son's progress with his newest addition. He was faster than Haku when he used the demonic ice mirrors and when he didn't, but he was quickly growing bored of the same two techniques. So he'd create his own. Whenever Team 7 wasn't training, the different members had their own routines to follow. Naruto would go and train with his various bloodlines and the sealing techniques that the Sandaime gave him. Sasuke would practice his fire manipulation and Sakura spent an equal amount of time fawning over Sasuke and immersing herself in the world of medical ninjutsu. It turned out she had a knack for the stuff and after only 3 weeks of practice, was able to heal minor cuts and lacerations. She had grown more accustomed to having Haku around during training, but still saw the girl as a rival for Sasuke's love. Naruto was walking back from the forest having just finished creating a new technique. Okay, technically, he hadn't created it, he had heard about the Satetsu, iron sand, that the Sandaime Kazekage was famous for and had been trying to replicate the technique for ages. He had finally succeeded today and was feeling proud of himself. So, in celebration, he would treat himself to Ichiraku ramen. Over the years of living with Sasuke, Naruto had developed a kind of sixth sense when it came to his brother. For instance, he could tell when fangirls were chazzing him or when he was okay, so mainly he could tell when Sasuke was being chazzed by fangirls, but hey. It was a darn good skill to have at times. He got that feeling right as he turned the corner towards the main street of Konoha. Right on cue, Sasuke rounded the corner followed by hordes of screaming kunoichi. He also noticed that Konohamaru, the grandson of the Hokage, was forced to flee for his life and in the process, bumped into a shinobi dressed in a black bodysuit with cat ears on the hood. He was wearing purple face paint and had a large bundle, wrapped in cloth on his back. He also noticed the Sunagakur insignia emblazoned on his forehead protector. "Little brat. I'll teach you a lesson for running into me." The black-clad kid threatened and lifted Konohamaru off the ground. "Hey. You'd better put him down," Naruto demanded. "Oh? What's a little punk like you gonna do about it?" the mysterious kid asked, still holding Konohamaru. Naruto was between a rock and a hard place. I don't want to show Satetsu before I have to, although it would probably scare these guys witless. I know. Naruto drew a kunai from his holder. Through his study of seals, Naruto had pieced together, at least what he though, was the principle behind the Yondaime Hokage's Hiraishin no Jutsu. Flying Thunder God, although he wasn't capable of recreating the technique, he did create a good bluff. The kunai he had just drawn had a couple seals carved into it. One contained enough chakra to create a cage bunshin when it impacted the ground, another contained a low-level Fueton technique to quickly dissipate the smoke created by the cage bunshin. He would simply use a henge to transform into something inconspicuous and hope his opponent didn't see through it. The plan worked like a charm. Naruto threw the kunai at the Suna Genin's feet and quickly transformed into a pebble on the ground. Pankuru wasn't able to laugh at the Konoha Genin's attempt at throwing a kunai when a fist connected with his face. He flew behind a blonde girl Naruto didn't notice, although she seemed to be the black-clad boy's teammate. While both of their attention was away from the clone, Naruto dismissed the clone and cancelled his henge. What the hell was that? I couldn't see him move. The boy quickly stood up and watched Naruto help Konohamaru to move out of the way. He quickly unshouldered whatever was strapped to his back, causing his teammate to question his decision. "You're really going to use the crow?" she asked in a surprised voice. As he was about to unwrap the crow, a pebble ricocheted off his hand. "Ow." The boy growled and turned his attention towards the stone thrower. Sasuke sat in a nearby tree, tossing 3 more stones in his hands. "You know, that's the Hokage's grandson you were threatening," he stated coldly. The Suna boy stared at Naruto. "No, not me you idiot, Konohamaru." Naruto growled in outrage. "Pankuru, stop it." A voice drifted towards the small group. It was coming from Sasuke's position, but no one had felt him arrive. "Gara." Kankuru stuttered, that brat started it." Enough. The red-haired Gara said forcefully. He was hanging upside down from the tree branch adjacent to Sasuke. "You are an embarrassment to our village, Kankuru. If you don't stop I'll kill you." Turning towards his female teammate he spoke equally as coldly. "Tamari, why didn't you stop him? You two were not to make any kind of trouble." Sorry, Gara, I lost him for a moment and didn't find him until just a moment ago." The blonde Kunoichi replied, shaking. Gara turned towards the Konoha shinobi. He glanced at Sasuke first. The black-haired boy was able to hold off Kankuru with some rocks, but he was holding back. "He is strong," but the blonde he glanced turned towards Naruto and Konohamaru, who was hiding behind the blonde and black-haired boy. "I have no idea how he did that move with the kunai replacement perhaps. No, it was too fast for that, not even Baki could do a Kawarimi that fast. He is just as strong as the black-haired boy, if not stronger. Something tells me I should be wary of those two." He suddenly disappeared in a swirl of sand before reappearing in front of his teammates. He was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and dark brown pants and had a large gourd strapped to his back. He also had dark black rings around his green eyes or light blue eyes, a light bluish-greenish color anyways. It was one of those colors that fights would start about. "I'm sorry for my teammate's behavior," he said and began to walk off. "Wait." Naruto yelled after the redhead. "What's your name?" The shortest Suna Genin turned and stared at Naruto. He didn't flinch as Sasuke jumped down from his tree perch and landed next to his brother. "Gara. Sabaku no Gara. I am interested in your names as well," he calmly stated. "Uchiha Sasuke." Sasuke said, still feigning his coldness. "Uzumaki Naruto. I look forward to seeing you in the upcoming Chunin exams, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto." Gara once more turned away before disappearing in another swirl of sand. The boys just turned away after making sure Konohamaru was okay and began to chat idly. "So, Sasuke started Chunin exams, eh? Think Kakashi-sensei will nominate us?" Naruto asked. "I bet if we hid the registration forms in one of those books he reads he would," Sasuke joked. Indeed, Kakashi did nominate Team 7 for the Chunin exams, which were being held tomorrow. This was a point of annoyance for all members of the Genin team since they would have little time to prepare for the exams. "Just fill out those registration forms and turn them into room 301 by 3 p.m. tomorrow." With that, the lazy perverted Jounin disappeared in a poof of smoke, leaving the 3 Genin in an anxious mood. Dinner that night was short and subdued. Both boys were muttering about late senseis not giving them enough time to get ready for stuff. "Okay, what's this about Kakashi?" Anko asked. "Oh, that baka of a sensei didn't tell us about the Chunin exams. Until today, and then he says if we want to participate we have to fill out these forms and have them for tomorrow." Sasuke complained as he packed extra clothes into a backpack. "Yeah, and if it wasn't for Gara we wouldn't even have known about the exams until today," Naruto added. "Who's Gara?" The name seemed familiar to Anko, but she couldn't place it. Oh, his name is Sabaku no Gara, we met him the other day. Konohamaru had trouble with some Suna shinobi, and Gara scared the guy who was bothering us. Naruto explained. Then it struck Anko. Sabaku no Gara. The Kazukiya's youngest son. The vessel for Suna no Shukaku. He was the demon vessel known among the ranks of foreign shinobi as being bloodthirsty and insane. If he met Naruto and Sasuke was here for the Chunin exams. That wouldn't be good if he fought with Naruto. Eventually the boy's demons would express themselves, and who knew if the village would survive the fight. "Hasan, is something wrong?" Sasuke asked, seeing the panicked expression on his mom's face. "Boys, Sabaku no Gara, he's like Naruto, he had a demon sealed inside him at birth also, but something is wrong with him, he's done higher rank missions than most Chunin, without a scratch on him." Sasuke and Naruto were frozen in understanding. So there was someone else like Naruto. That struck Naruto very hard. Someone had lived through what he had gone through, and if it was half as bad as what happened to him, then that was unacceptable. "I'm going for a walk," Naruto said, his voice sounded dead as he exited through the door. Gara was sitting on the roof of a random building staring at the moon. It was only a quarter full, but already he was dreading the full moon. The voice always got unbearable on those nights. He suddenly felt a presence behind him and without turning his head, ordered the sand he controlled to crush the intruder. "Suiton." Sujinheki. A voice spoke softly, and Gara could feel the sand halt upon contact with the water barrier. He applied more force to the attack, but still his sand couldn't contract around the barrier. He turned his head and to his utter amazement, found a solid ball of ice surrounded by his sand. "Who are you?" he demanded of the shadowy figure in the ice sphere. The ice melted and a small hole appeared around a familiar face. "I didn't mean to intrude, I come here to look at the sky sometimes," Naruto responded. Gara didn't say anything. Despite the voice calling for the blood of the boy, Gara didn't attack. He had orders to wait until the Chunin exams. He simply withdrew his sand and returned his gaze to the moon. He felt Uzumaki sit next to him, a few meters away and stare into the sky. After a few minutes, Naruto broke the silence. "You stare at the moon a lot. Could you tell me why?" Gara didn't say anything. The boy with odd hair was quickly wearing out his welcome. "Kill him later." He stood to leave and turned his back to the boy when he heard the boy again. "It's because it seems so alone, isn't it?" Gara froze. "I thought so. You know, I used to feel the same thing. Until I was almost 8, I lived on my own. I assume that you've heard of the Kyuubi attack, so that in itself is nothing unusual, but while many orphans of the attack were adopted or lived in orphanages, I was different. When I was 5, the orphanage I was living in kicked me out. Told me that I wasn't wanted by anyone and that if I knew what was good, I'd go and kill myself and save the village the trouble. Since I couldn't enter the academy until I was 7, I lived off an allowance that the Hokage gave me. But the looks that followed me, I got those for as long as I can remember. The looks of disgust, the looks of hatred, I got so many of them that I would hide in my shabby apartment for weeks at a time, not leaving until I had to buy food. It's hell, isn't it? Not being loved. Not being acknowledged. That's a pain no one should live through." Gara's eyes widened, as a boy he had never known described his life to a T. "Then I met Kasan and Sasuke and Kakashi sensei. They saved me from that pain. They made my life worth living. I don't know how bad you had it in Suna, but from your appearance and reputation, I can guess it's been worse than mine." Gara turned to look at the boy, who was still staring at the cloudy sky. "I'm a monster, you wouldn't understand. I can survive on my own. I live to prove my existence." "What makes you so sure?" Naruto asked, still staring at the sky. Gara simply continued to glare at Naruto. Naruto sighed. "Look, I know the history of Shukaku. The Ichibi, one-tailed, was imprisoned inside a tea kettle and then inside of 2 others and then you. You don't believe that I can know the pain. You've lived through. So I'll ask you this, how strong a tea kettle would you need for Kyuubi?" Gara was in shock. Beside him sat the vessel for the Kyuubi no Yoko. The strongest demon to roam the earth was imprisoned inside a boy his age. "I may have the strongest demon in existence sealed inside of me, but even I can't live by my own. Not like I was. I don't know what the sky looks like in Suna, but I've heard of sandstorms that block out the sun, so I'll assume you don't get a good look. Look at the sky sometime, not even the moon is ever alone." Gara stared up as the clouds, which were obscuring the heavens, parted. There was the moon, as big and bright as ever, but in the background were thousands, millions, perhaps billions of twinkling stars, shining compassion and friendship to the lonely moon. "There is no need for you to be alone, Gara. If you want, I'll be more than happy to be there for you when you need me." With that, Naruto leapt from the roof and headed home again. Gara simply stood exactly where he was for a while before sitting down and thinking about the boy who knew his pain so well. The next day, Team 7 headed towards the academy, room 301. They entered a hallway and saw a bunch of teams mulling about since two genin were blocking the door to room 301. "You aren't fit to become Chunin," one said. "Yeah, we've seen people quite as ninjas because of the Chunin exam. Go home while you can, people die in this exam," the other ordered. The boy in an atrocious green spandex suit with black hair and a bowl cut was pleading with the two genin. A kunoichi with her chestnut brown hair up in two buns was pleading with the green-clad boy. Team 7 assumed they were on the same team. Then where was their third member? Sasuke then spotted his rival, Hyuga Neji leaning against a wall, arms crossed and eyes closed. Team 7 walked past, but Neji opened his eyes and spoke before they got too far. "Ichiha." Sasuke replied in kind. "Hyuga. Ichiha. Hyuga. Ucha. Okay already. You know each other's last names." God, that was annoying. The girl yelled at the competing genius ninja. Neji and Sasuke simply turned their backs to each other and folded their arms against their chest. "HN." They both grunted in unison, creating another staring contest. Yep, it was a tester infest fit for a high school locker room. "You might as well take down the crappy genjutsu you have up." The rookie geniuses were once more speaking in unison, trying to constantly outdo each other. More glares ensued. "So, you figured it out, well seeing isn't enough," one of the genin said, before charging the two teams, only to be stopped by the green boy. "Lee," the kunoichi said, belittling her teammate, "I thought it was your idea not to show off her strength." The boy sheepishly bowed. "Gomen, Tenten, I forgot." The two teams walked towards room 301, the two captains were still glaring at each other, while Tenten and Naruto were cracking up at the two geniuses acting like small kids. As they approached the room, they found Kakashi and a future version of Lee waiting for them. "Aha! I told you my youthful team wouldn't show up after your team, my eternal rival." The future Lee bellowed at Kakashi. "I'm sorry guy, did you say something?" I began to cry. "Darn you and your hip attitude." "Well, it's a good thing you're all here, the test is optional, but can only be taken in teams of 3, so if someone hadn't come then their entire team would be unable to participate," Kakashi explained. The two teams entered the door to uncertainty. "AN. Okay, so I promise, I'll get to the actual exam next chapter, but this seemed as good a place as any to stop. Thanks for all the review, and please keep them coming. I also have another poll to ask of you, so please help me in my moment of laziness. Naruto is going to absorb one more bloodline, and I want to know what you'd like to see." Options. 1. Mokuton. The wood element that the Shodaime and Captain Yamato use. 2. Corpse bone pulse. Kimimera's bloodline, the bone one. Shikatsumaku. 3. I make something up. This one would take the longest, but might be interesting if this one wins, then there will be a follow-up poll for possible ideas. I know a bunch of people are pulling for the Byakugan, but I don't really feel like doing that. Since a bunch of people were reviewing and telling me that my voting system for the last poll was unscientific, here are the ground rules. A. All votes must be signed. I'm sorry for those who don't have accounts, but this is the only way I can keep the numbers true to the votes. Some anonymous reviews were sent by the same people last time. B. In your vote only write what bloodline you want because I'm not going to pull a Florida on you and try to interpret the intent of the voter. To answer another fact. Sakura doesn't know about Naruto's Sharingan. None of the Rookie 9 does, and only a few Jounin and Chunin do. The civilians are clueless and will remain as such for a while. Please give me feedback on the story, I'm loving all of your opinions and praise so far. Chapter 11. Team 7 entered the waiting room for the Chunin exams, where they were greeted by a loud shout from Inuzuka Kiba. "Finally. About time you guys showed up," the brash boy yelled. Sasuke was still locked in a staring contest with Neji, so it fell to Naruto to answer the call. "Yeah, whatever, dog boy, we had a little run-in with a couple of egos." Upon seeing the questioning look of the Inuzuka, Naruto pointed over his shoulder at Sasuke and Neji, who were still locked in an ocular war. "TCH. So troublesome, I figured at least one of our teams wouldn't be nominated." The forever lazy voice of Shikamaru drifted towards Naruto. "Hey Shikamaru." Naruto replied to his friend, noticing Choji was following the lazy boy. "How you been? I haven't seen you guys much since we started missions." D-rank missions are too troublesome," was the only reply given. Around this point the remaining members of Teams 8 and 10 met up with the members of Team 7, Team Guy, and Team Overinflated Ego, I mean Sasuke and Neji. Yamanaka Ino immediately tired to latch herself to Sasuke, but the Uchiha was able to dodge the tackle, miraculously without blinking. "Ino pig, you leave Sasuke alone." Sakura growled and went over to her rival. "Hey, you guys shouldn't draw attention to yourselves," a new voice said quietly. Everyone turned and took stock of the newcomer. He was dressed in dark purple except for a swatch of white around his abdomen. He had gray hair to rival Kakashi's and wore glasses. He wore his kunai holster on his right leg and wore purple arm warmers that doubled as gloves and had metal plates attached to the back of the hand. Do you see that team over there? Those are the Rain Ninja, they have a certain reputation for being aggressive. Especially if they knew you were Rookie Genin. How did you know was about to ask before the new boy cut her off. This is my 7th time taking this exam, since I didn't recognize you I kinda figured it out. He sheepishly rubbed his head. My name's Yakushi Kabuto, by the way. Wow, so if this is your 7th time, then you must really suck. Kiba commented. Well that's one way to look at it, Kabuto said sheepishly. Luckily there are a few good things that come when you take the test enough. For instance, I have collected information of all of the participating genin from previous exams. It was at this point that the gray-haired boy removed a deck of cards from his utility pouch and placed one face up on the ground where everyone could see it. These are the number of ninja taking part in the exam. Konoha has the most since we're hosting the exam, followed by Rain, Mist, Cloud and Waterfall. Suna and the newly formed Sound Nation only sent one team, but that means they are probably the best in their villages. Yeah, well we'll just beat them all, won't we Akamaru? Kiba declared, earning stares for many of the surrounding teams. I wouldn't say that too loudly. Kabuto admonished. The team from Suna is composed of the Kazukiya's children, so you can count on them having the best training possible, plus the youngest, Gara. Well I'll show you. He pulled out another card and everyone noticed it was blank. Hey, why is it blank? Ino asked. Well, the card will only respond to my chakra, so that way no one besides me can read them. He focused a bit of chakra into the card. A picture of Gara came up, along with a chart for mission history, a space for notes, and a pentagon that was used for charting abilities. Tsubaku no Gara has completed 8 C rank missions and wow. A B rank mission. It says he didn't do any D rank, but that's probably because he's the son of the Kazukiya. The noteworthy thing about Gara is that he has returned from all of his missions without a scratch on him. At this, most of the genin were shocked. Sasuke and Neji were still staring at each other, although it was their second staring contest, with both deciding that the first was flawed when some other genin walked between them. Naruto wasn't paying attention to Kabuto, he wasn't too worried about the competition, besides Gara and Sasuke could bother him. Perhaps Neji, come to think of it, Shino was always mysterious, so who know what kind of skill he had. And then there was Shikamaru. Naruto knew he was really smart, he constantly kicked his butt at strategy games. Maybe I should pay more attention. He thought, but was interrupted by the emotionless voice of Gara. Uzumaki Naruto, I have something to discuss with you. Naruto's eyes met up with Gara's and he simply nodded his head before heading off to a corner. Those things you said last night about the moon, I'm not sure I can believe that. Naruto frowned a bit. But Gara continued, I wish to try. Would you be my friend? Naruto's smile nearly reached his ears. Of course, I said so last night and I meant it. Gara simply nodded his head, his lips barely curling into a smile. There are things about this exam that don't bode well for this village. Make it through this exam, eventually there will be fights, make it that far, and we shall fight to prove which way of life is. Correct? I look forward to a fight between us. Naruto said, still smiling. But there is a stipulation I would like to throw in there. Promise you won't unnecessarily harm any Konoha shinobi. To thank you for the warning, I'll give you one of my own. Don't underestimate Sasuke should you run into him before I do. He is a seriously good fighter. After Gara had agreed to the stipulation, the two demon vessels parted ways, just in time to see Kabuto get attacked by a member of the sound team who was wrapped in bandages and appeared to be wearing a haystack on his back. At first it seemed like Kabuto had dodged the attack, but soon afterwards, his glasses fractured and he bent over before retching on the floor. But he dodged it. So how did he still get hit? Chakra extension, no, that takes extremely good control to do, most genin couldn't do that, so how? Well, they are from sound, maybe it has to do with some kind of sonic attack. That would explain the loss of balance. Naruto analyzed the situation quickly, as did Sasuke, but they were the only ones besides Shikamaru to determine the probable means of attack. Enough. A voice rang out through the crowded waiting room. There is to be no fighting unless an instructor gives explicit permission, and even then there is to be no killing. The large man, with scars crossing his face and wearing all black, from his shirt to his boots and back to the coat he was wearing, was addressing the assembled genin. His head was covered in a bandana, which was also used as his forehead protector. My name is Marino Ibiki, I am the first examiner of the Chunin selection exam. You will all come up here and draw a lot. Everyone in the room drew the slip of paper and opened them up to find a letter and a number. Okay, you have 1 minute to find your seats for the first exam. Anyone who doesn't make it to their assigned seats will be eliminated from this exam, along with their team. Oh, did I mention, the clock started when I started to talk. He said with a sadistic grin that would have made Anko proud. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura quickly found their seats and steeled themselves for whatever lay ahead. Sakura was a bit scared of the examiner and the exam. She didn't know what was coming. Sasuke was a bit more prepared, since Ibiki held the same rank as his mom, they would hang out sometimes, along with some of the other jounin. He knew that Marino Ibiki was the torture and interrogation expert in Konoha, therefore this exam would be very cerebral. He groaned at the thought of this. If anyone enjoyed mind games as much as Ibiki, it was Naruto. As Ibiki was explaining the rules of the exam, Sasuke took the time to check his surroundings. Sakura was seated behind him and was surrounded by foreign ninja. He didn't worry too much about her, she was smart if nothing else. Naruto was sitting on the left half of the room and was in the fourth row from the front. He too was surrounded by foreign shinobi, but only to his front and back. To his left was a Konoha shinobi that he had never seen before and to his right was Hyuga Hinata. Sasuke knew of her crush on Naruto, who didn't? So even if Naruto were in danger of failing the test, Hinata would try and help him out assuming she could muster the courage. The first exam was a written test, points would be deducted for missing a question and if you got caught cheating. To some of the smarter ninja in the room, it became clear that the questions were too difficult for most genin to answer. Thus, the only option left was to cheat without being caught. The 20 teams that passed the first portion of the exam now stood in front of Konoha's famous training area 44, lovingly referred to by many as the Forest of Death. The instructor for the exam, Yamashiro Aopa, was explaining the second stage of the exam. Death. Each team will fill out these waivers, and once you've turned them in, each team will receive one of two scrolls. Either the Heaven or Earth scrolls. You must use all of the skills from the first exam as well as combat skills to find and retrieve the scroll you are missing. Once that is done, report to the tower in the center of the area. The time limit for this task is 5 days. Should any member of your team die, the entire team will be eliminated. If you leave the confines of the area, your team will be eliminated. Oh, don't open your scrolls. The consequences could turn out bad. Naruto and Sasuke snickered at the jounin's attempt to sound sadistic, the tone just didn't fit the friendly jounin at all. Of course, the boys did have large expectations when it came to sadistic nature. The only reason that Anko wasn't proctoring the second exam was due to her conflicting interests since her sons were participating. Team 7 turned in the required paperwork and received their Heaven Scroll before heading to Gate 22. After few anxious minutes of waiting, they were allowed inside the area and quickly dispersed. Naruto made a large amount of shadow clones and used henge to transform them into the different team members. With any luck the clones would be able to dupe anyone following them long enough for the real team to disappear. Unfortunately, a pair of eyes narrowed at the attempt before quickly distinguishing the real team from the fake and following them. Team 7 stopped about an hour and a half into the forest for a short break. Naruto went into the nearby woods to relieve himself while Sasuke and Sakura kept an eye out for any enemy teams. Suddenly, a large brown snake crashed through the undergrowth and both genin were forced to sidestep. As expected from an Uchiha. A high-pitched voice rang out through the clearing and seemed to be coming from the snake. A grass ninja with long black hair rose from the back of the snake and stared at the two genin, who had drawn kunai already. With a burst of chakra, the two suddenly fell to their knees as kunai passed directly through the center of their heads. While Naruto was off relieving himself, a trio of rain ninja tried to ambush him but were spotted long before their sneak attack. Instead they managed to skewer one shadow clone with 3 kunai before their legs were frozen to the ground in ice. Try as they might they couldn't escape and when they tried to replace themselves with something, they found that their arms were punctured with ice needles before they could move. A few more ice needles formed from thin air and impaled the genin in the neck, not killing them but putting them in a state of false death for a while. Naruto smirked at his handiwork. All those lessons on anatomy with Haku have started to pay off. He thought and liberated the scroll from the genin. Unfortunately it wasn't an earth scroll, so now the team had 2 heaven scrolls. Shrugging, Naruto quickly sealed the scroll into another scroll so they could hide it from an enemy. He placed another seal on top of it, this one was a hybrid blood and chakra seal. It was the most advanced type of seal he had learned, it would only open if his blood were to be smeared on the seal and a specific amount of chakra was pushed into it. The chakra level was variable and was also tuned to his unique chakra. In short, no one and I mean no one besides Naruto could open this scroll. His moment of pride was dashed short when a large snake tried to swallow him. He even succeeded too, but it found out very quickly that that was a bad idea when its thought was cut open by a sword of ice. Kuri no Yaiba, blade of ice, Naruto thought as the ice sword that had enveloped his hand receded. I like it. A bit bloody, but effective. He suddenly picked up the sound of a fight and raced back to his team. What is this? Sasuke thought as he felt the kunai puncture his head, blood spurting forth. Only he didn't drop dead. It's like when Kasan uses Kanashibari, temporary paralysis technique, but so much bigger. Shakily Sasuke retrieved a kunai from his holster and quickly nicked his leg with the sharp knife, freeing himself from the illusion of his own death moments before the strange grass ninja's fist impacted the ground where he was not a second earlier. The crater left by the fist was large and Sasuke was glad that he grabbed Sakura before escaping. Impressive, Sasuke-kun, very impressive. The ninja responded, straightening his or her back. Suddenly, a large amount of ice needles flew towards their opponents, who dodged them, but only barely. Why is it that all of our opponents are way too androgynous? Naruto joked before launching into another attack. Sensatsu Shushu. Flying water needles, Naruto once more made the deadly projectiles, but this time the man-women simply formed some hand seals and blew all of the needles away with a futon technique. Naruto. Be careful, this one he's on a different level than most. His Kanashibari no Jutsu is stronger than Kasan's. And he obviously has no business being here. Naruto replied as he moved towards his teammates, finally settling next to Sasuke and the still stunned Sakura. They simply watched the ninja as he or she laughed at the two. Very good Naruto-kun, I expected my snake to be more of a challenge for you, I obviously underestimated you. The brown eyes of their opponent narrowed into slits. I promise it won't happen. Again. The attack was swift, but both boys were able to dodge it, although they realized that an unconscious Sakura was a bad item to have to carry around. One unspoken command later, Sasuke was engaged with a foreign shinobi and Naruto was waking up Sakura. The quick prick to the back of the hand was enough to wake the comatose girl and Naruto quickly told her to hide as he joined his brother in attacking the ninja. Sasuke had activated his Sharingan to help in the fight, but he was still having trouble. It seemed that whenever their enemy attacked, Sasuke would bring up his guard but would still get hit. The Sharingan it still isn't fully matured yet. Their opponent noticed, although the sight of the crimson eyes did make his or her mouth water slightly. After punching Sasuke away and dodging a volley of small fireballs from Naruto, the figure smiled. You have very good eyes, Sasuke-kun, too bad they are worthless in a taijutsu fight unlike your brothers. The androgynous being tried to aggravate Sasuke, but to no avail. The battle continued on, with both boys attacking with various taijutsu styles and ninjutsu thrown in for longer range support. Naruto reformed the Kuri no Yaiba and continued his fight with the snake-like adversary, managing to keep the person at bay. Their opponent shivered, but not due to the cold of the sword. The water manipulation bloodline. Not even the Shodium had that much ability when it came to water. That would be a great thing to add to my collection. In the moment that their enemy had been pondering whatever it was, the boys took this time to attack. Sasuke launched a number of kunai and shuriken at the man, and Naruto charged in with the ice sword once more, this time cutting their opponent in two cleanly. The boys stood panting a bit, the fight was much longer and intense than any they had faced before, and if it hadn't been for their conditioning with Anko, then they would have been out of the fight a while ago. They turned to find Sakura, but froze when the cackling laugh of the grass ninja reverberated behind them. Standing on a tree branch was the effeminate shinobi. Very good, of course I expected nothing less from a team lead by Kakashi-kun. Before he could continue with the sentence, Sasuke had launched a barrage of shuriken connected with wire at the opponent. The throwing stars spun around the trunk of the tree, binding the ninja to the trunk securely. Tsufushisan no Itachi, manipulating windmill triple blades, how impressive, someone so young can perform this maneuver. Sasuke completed the seals for his newest Kaiten Jutsu. Kaiten. Ryuka no Jutsu, fire type. Dragon fire technique. The bolt of fire quickly made its way down the wires from Sasuke's mouth and towards the incapacitated ninja. Their opponent tried to move, only to find his feet and hands frozen to the tree branch in very thick ice. Their teamwork is nearly impeccable. This couldn't have been done in a couple of months. The grass ninja lamented as the incredibly hot fire of the jutsu impacted the tree trunk, punching a large hole through it. Their adversary screamed in pain and surprise. The boys waited for the fire to die down before turning their backs on the grass shinobi this time. As the fire slowly turned into embers, they were very surprised to find the foreign ninja still standing. The only visible sign of damage was that his face seemed to be melting. Using a burst of chakra, the ninja was free from the wires, snapping them all easily. Then he began to giggle then chuckle, and finally it turned into a full-blown psychotic laugh. Truly, the now identifiable man said through a bout of cackling, truly, you are worthy of being my new vessel. With that, his neck launched forward, mouth agape right for Sasuke's neck. Naruto wasn't fast enough to intercept the blow on his own, so he did the next best thing. Good thing I had everyone keep some of my Setetsu, iron sand, on them for something like this. He thought. Activating his other long-range bloodline, Naruto shot spikes of iron filings at the incoming ninja from the back of Sasuke's coat, coming up right as the ninja's head was aiming for the crook of Sasuke's neck, resulting in some nasty cuts, especially one to the roof of the ninja's mouth. The long-necked grass ninja quickly withdrew and gapped at Naruto. The iron sand. Sasori wiped out that bloodline. Even I couldn't recreate it, the child died during the Kyuubi attack. But then why the hell can this kid use that? It would seem that I have underestimated you once more, Naruto-kun, but I'm afraid that I must mark your teammate now. The Sharingan are too important to me. This time, the enemy used Hinashibari once more, freezing Naruto to the spot and once more launching his neck at Sasuke. The last remark by their snake-like opponent registered a chord with Naruto. Orochimaru. Ka-sen's Jounin-sensei. No wonder we couldn't beat him. There is really only one thing to do right now. Naruto realized what he had to do. He was able to break out of the Kanashibari by slicing his finger on a shuriken and was able to say only one word before Orochimaru's neck reached Sasuke. Sharingan. He cried, hoping the snake Sannin would stop his assault on his brother. To both his great relief and fear, the Sannin did just that. Naruto took this time to launch more Setetsu spikes at the attacking ninja before he was able to jump in front of Sasuke and locking eyes with Orochimaru. Seeing the fully matured Sharingan of Naruto, Orochimaru couldn't help but be confused. Sakura was simply beside herself. First they were attacked by a grass ninja who was able to survive a direct hit form at Jounin level fire jutsu, and then his neck stretched out impossibly long, only to be driven back by spikes of some sort, plus there were the ice needles, which only Haku could do. When the mysterious ninja tried again, Naruto had activated his Sharingan. But that would mean he was in a Uchiha, wouldn't it? She didn't know what was going on anymore and simply stared at her teammates. What else were they hiding from her? Naruto. What are you doing? Sasuke asked his brother who was standing in front of him. Orochimaru began to laugh. I see, Naruto-kun, you've figured me out. Yes, that is it. You plan on sacrificing yourself to save Sasuke-kun. It's only natural. The only way that prey can't save its young from a predator is to offer something better. Sasuke was about to yell at his brother for being stupid, but was stopped when Naruto simply put a hand in his face. Sasuke, run and get help. The test doesn't matter anymore, you were right, he's way out of our league. So you're going to fight him on your own? Sasuke yelled at his brother. No way in hell will I let you risk your life for him. He was cut short when Naruto's hand slammed into his neck, knocking the Uchiha out cold. Sakura, take Sasuke and run. Find somewhere to hide and get help any way you can. Naruto ordered before he launched himself at Orochimaru before leading the missing nin away from his teammates. The snake Sannin quickly obliged, chasing after his new target. As Naruto was leading him off in the opposite direction, Orochimaru made a quick hand seal and a cage bunch and poofed into existence. The clone's neck elongated once more and made its way to Sasuke. Sakura leapt in front of the attack but was knocked to the side. She could only watch as a pair of fangs bit into her beloved's neck and a strange tattoo appeared, resembling the tomo of the Sharingan. The clone smirked and disappeared. Sakura held back her tears at her own uselessness as she hid Sasuke in the hollow of a tree before heading out after Naruto. As expected, Naruto's fight against one of the legendary Sannin wasn't going very good. He had been able to cut Orochimaru with the Setetsu some more, but the wounds were very minor and didn't hinder the more experienced man at all. Orochimaru was simply toying with the boy. He wasn't even thinking about the fight, but instead how Naruto had acquired the Sharingan, Setetsu, and a water manipulation bloodline. There was only one logical explanation, and frankly it made his mouth water in excitement. Ascension. It didn't fail as I thought, Sarutobi-sensei must have hidden it from everyone. I must have him. By this point in time, Naruto was running low on chakra, even with his way beyond average chakra control. The Hyoten, ice techniques, and Setetsu took up a lot of chakra, not to mention the constant depletion caused by the Sharingan. That's when Kyuubi felt he needed to make his presence known. The red chakra of the Kyuubi began to lead into Naruto, empowering him beyond belief. His already red eyes became slightly darker and a slit appeared as his pupil, the three tomos still swirling in his eyes. Naruto nearly flew at Orochimaru and was able to connect with a punch, but to his annoyance, Orochimaru turned into a pile of mud. Naruto jumped out of the way as he felt another attack from behind. Dropping onto all fours, he once more charged Orochimaru, only for the snake's tongue to wrap around his neck. So, my work wasn't for naught. Plus you're the vessel for the Kyuubi, interesting. Lifting up Naruto's shirt, he saw the seal was visible. Gathering chakra to his fingertips, a purple flame appeared on each one before Orochimaru drove his hand into Naruto's stomach. Ajufuin. 5-element seal, 5 new symbols were seemingly etched on top of the original seal. Naruto felt the Kyuubi's chakra begin to recede and he began to feel tired. The tongue released him and Naruto crumpled unceremoniously to the ground. Through heavy eyelids, Naruto watched as Orochimaru's neck once more stretched out and bit him on the left side of his neck. A pain like no other flooded his system, and the last thing he heard before blacking out was Orochimaru's voice. "I will return for you, Naruto-kun, along with Sasuke-kun, you two will grant me my dreams." He promptly passed out from the pain and lay on the ground until Sakura found him, the black tattoo on his neck, a reminder of her own uselessness. Anko was racing through the forest of death as quickly as she could, looking for her former sensei. She had kept up a suicidal pace, loosing the Anbu that were coming with her after the first 40 minutes. She had recently found the body of a large snake, a sure sign of her ex-teacher. Suddenly, her cursed seal throbbed painfully and she was forced to stop. Looking ahead, she felt as if her birthday had come early. There standing on a branch was Orochimaru. He was sporting some nasty cuts, but was still able to dodge Anko's initial strike. Jumping backwards towards the trunk, he smiled wickedly. "Why Anko, it's been so long, why the long face?" he teased. In a flash, Anko was grappling with her former mentor, backing him into the tree trunk. She quickly drew a kunai and stabbed it through her left hand and his right, impaling them to the tree. "You'll have to pardon my rudeness, but I need a hand," she hissed as she used his left hand to form seals for her technique. Now, Anko, there is no reason to kill yourself, is there?" The voice of Orochimaru emanated from behind her and she twisted her neck to look at the Sannin. She felt the body pinned to the tree dissolve into mud and she knew she had blown her chance. "Besides," Orochimaru said manically, "doesn't Naruto-kun need you?" He disappeared as Anbu started to close in on their position, leaving Anko weeping to herself, left hand still pinned to the tree. Okay, so I'm sorry that this took so long, I was hoping that if I left it long enough, it would right itself. For whatever reason, the ideas just took me a while to come up with for this chapter. It took me about 4 days to write the first page and 2 for the second, pages 3 and 4 took 1 day, and then I was able to write pages 5 to 11 in like 5 hours. Oh, well. I hope you enjoy it. Chapter 12. Sakura had been keeping watch over her unconscious teammates for nearly a full day now, without sleep or food, just some water that she had packed away for emergencies. She needed sleep badly, which her body constantly told her, but she pushed through the fatigue and weariness. Sasuke was tossing a bit and running a slight fever, his entire body was covered in sweat and looking at his face, contorted in pain, made Sakura's stomach turn. Naruto wasn't doing as well. When she found him, he was laying on the ground rather awkwardly, like he had been dropped to the forest floor. He had the same hickey tattoo on his neck but was reacting differently to it than Sasuke. He had the same fever, but she felt almost no chakra coming from his body, unlike her crush. It was almost like he was in a death-like state, like what Haku had done to Zabuza. She had done all that she could, with her limited knowledge of medical techniques, and all she could do was defend her teammates, like they had done for her since they had become a team. Naruto found himself in the dark dank hallway that led to the cage that held the Kyuubi prisoner. He hadn't been here since the incident with Itachi. Walking along the corridor, he slowly came to the cage of the Kyuubi, however there was something off about it. He didn't remember everything about the room from the first time he was there, but he was pretty sure that there wasn't a large brick wall where the cage was supposed to be. The only opening was a hole, about 5 feet high and 12 feet long, smack dab in the middle of the wall. "Hey stupid fox, what the hell is that?" Naruto asked. The red eyes of the Kyuubi appeared in the hole and leered at the boy. "This is the result of the seal that the Orochimaru placed over top of the original seal. I should be cut off completely, but I was able to move a portion of the Gogwifun 5 elemental seal to effect some other function, but that was all. Effectively you are cut off from my chakra until the seal can be removed." "What function did you move the effect to?" Naruto asked, a hint of worry in his voice. "The seal is now binding your ability to use your ice bloodline." "Aw, crap, I like that one too. Wait, why did he bite my neck then?" Naruto inquired. The great demon simply stared at the boy, seemingly in contemplation before answering. The bite was simply a way of delivering a cursed seal. The seal is an attempt to lure the recipient to whoever placed the seal on them. In this case, he is attempting to influence you and Sasuke to his side. Also, it is preventing me from interfering with ascension. Without me, your DNA would be a mess of various peoples and extremely weak. If you have weak DNA, then all the cells your body produces would be weak. Basically, without me, your body would probably begin to reject itself. Be careful with any bodily fluids you might come in contact with until you can remove the Gogwifun. Well, he's out of luck, I'll never join him, although that problem with my DNA, that wouldn't be good to experience," Naruto determinedly stated. "But why Sasuke? He didn't mark him, he was following me. Right. Kid, I doubt that one of the legendary Sannin from Konoha would let a target escape, I can't be completely sure, but he's probably been marked. I will help Sasuke through anything he needs." Naruto declared once more. It seemed as if the conversation was done and Naruto quickly grew bored. After an indeterminable amount of time Naruto grew restless and asked a question to the fox. Hey, fuzz for brains, why did you attack Konoha anyway? All of the books and accounts I could get my hands on only mention the destruction, nothing about the reasons for you being an idiot. The demon fox was silent once more. Kid, there are a few things you aren't ready to hear yet, most of them pertain to that topic, but what I can tell you will be limited by your knowledge of history. What do you know of the Biju? Well, I know that there are 9 of you, and you were the strongest. I'm the strongest, I am the strongest, not that stupid past tense you idiot. Yeah, whatever, one tail is Shukaku, sealed inside of Gara, 2. Tail is a cat, I don't know anything else about it, 3 tail not sure, isn't it supposed to be a turtle or something? 4 tails, 4 I don't really know about the 4 through 8, Gomen. He apologized for his lack of knowledge. Not too shabby for a human. In all honesty, you shouldn't know more than that. I'm surprised that you knew of the Sanbi. As for the Yonbi, Gobi, Rikubi, Shichibi and Hachibi the 6, 7 and 8-tailed demons are the reason for my attack. What does that mean? Are you saying that they tricked you? The eyes of the 9-tailed fox narrowed in anger. They did trick you? Oh, that is too funny, the greatest demon in the history of the world, tricked into getting his butt handed to him. He began to laugh with great mirth. Shut up, brat. It isn't that simple. I don't see how, I mean what did they do, say hey Kyuubi, I got an idea, let's destroy Konoha, we got your back, and then run away or something. 'Cause that would be hilarious. No, this is more than I planned on telling you, but I suppose it is necessary. I have lived for more than 1,000 years, I have seen many things, and I have hated just as many things. With 1,000 years of knowledge, I suppose I have developed a sort of complex. I really hate people. Every being in this world, be it animal or human, has a certain potential. Humans have a higher potential than most beings, with the exceptions of Biju. You are not ready to be told the full story, so I'll make this a riddle for you. I am immortal, and I grow tired of people who fail to live up to their potential. You can figure the rest out on your own. With those parting words, the cage and surrounding area dissolved to black as Naruto was torn back into the world of semi-consciousness. Sasuke Naruto, I've failed you again, I'm sorry. Sakura was in between a rock and a hard place. Or technically she was between the ground and one of the Odonin's foot. Rock Lee lay in a state of semi-consciousness on the ground in front of her unconscious teammates, having been the victim of several sonic attacks, courtesy of Kanuta Dosu, aka the Mummy. Team 10, the Ino Shikacho trio were weary and eyed the captive member of Team 7, their previous attempt at helping their fellow Konoha shinobi having failed on a gamble. Tsuchi-kin, the Odo Kunoichi was unconscious following her encounter with Ino Shintenshin no Jutsu, mind-body switch technique, and Abumi's Aku was holding Sakura to the ground. It was at that moment that a large spike of dark chakra erupted from behind Lee. All of the combatant shinobi shifted their gaze to the eruption of black chakra swirling around Uchiha Sasuke. A veritable typhoon of chakra swirled and roared around the boy, making his features seem darker and more sinister. Strange black marks began to spread from the left side of his body towards his right. They were the shape of flames and seemed to multiply quickly as they spread over his skin. The boy opened his hands and looked at his empty palms before closing them again, as if he was testing them. He took a long, deep breath before his face lit up in an evil smirk. Sakura, who did this to Lee? He asked, more or less ignoring the fact that his only conscious teammate was trapped beneath the sandal of another ninja. Sasuke-kun, she whispered in shock at her now transformed beloved. I did it. Zaku boasted to the Uchiha. And now I think I'll finish you off as well. The dark-haired sound ninja raised his arms at Sasuke, palms facing the boy before he yelled out his attack. Zankyuha, air cutter. A large wave of compressed air erupted from small vents in Zaku's palms and raced toward Sasuke, who simply looked at it as if it weren't worth his time to dodge it. The massive attack impacted and dust and dirt were kicked up, seemingly from an explosion. Ha! I blew away every last bit of him. Zaku. The sudden flurry of movement from Zaku's right caught him completely off guard, and the hard shot to his jaw wasn't even expected. You're pathetic. There is no way you could have possibly beaten Lee. He is a part of Hyuga's team after all. Sasuke retorted venomously. That said, he shifted his gaze onto Dosu. So, that means it must have been you. He quickly charged the bandage sound in, only to be fired upon by Zaku once more. Hey. We're not done yet. The cocky boy challenged. He once more took aim with the palm of his hands. Side-eye Zankyuha, maximum air cutter. An even larger blast of compressed air and chakra streaked from the vents in Zaku's arms towards the demonic-looking Sasuke. Again the surrounding ground was decimated and blown away, but unlike the previous time, Zaku found that Sasuke's counter-attack didn't wait. Sasuke held both of Zaku's arms behind his back and was pulling on them, using his foot as a brace to level more force onto the appendages. As Zaku felt his shoulders begin to ache, he gritted his teeth, ignoring the pain, but quickly he failed to silence his own voice. Zaku cried out in pain and began to plead with the cursed Uchiha to let him go. But Sasuke paid no heed to his captive. Zaku's cries reached a crescendo as he felt both of his shoulders and elbows dislocate under the force of the Uchiha. From that point on it turned into a whimper as he fell to the ground from his knees. Such a pity too, you were so proud of those arms of yours. Sasuke sneered at the broken shinobi. Sakura and Team 10 were in shock. There was Uchiha Sasuke, one of the brightest genin in the village, and he had just broken both arms of a combatant and not batted an eyelash. Shikamaru and Taiji knew that this wasn't a sane Sasuke, but they couldn't do much about it. Ino on the other hand, she was broken, but in a different way. The mask that she had placed over Sasuke had shattered into a million pieces. It was torn apart and replaced by a demonic evil Sasuke that looked as if he had been drug up from hell itself. While Sasuke was gloating over his achievement, Dosu was retrieving his teammates. Here, we'll give you our scroll. Just let us go. While Zaku was definitely the mouth of their team, Dosu was the brains and muscle. He recognized a curse seal when he saw it and knew that he alone couldn't beat it. But we haven't fought yet. Sasuke taunted the remaining ninja. I will fight you in the third round fights, just let us go. Dosu was pleading now. HN. If you're chickening out now, then I suppose that I'll have to fight you later. Sasuke sneered. Dosu placed his team's earth scroll on the ground and quickly leaped into the forest. Sakura was rising to her knees, still afraid of what she had just witnessed. Team 10 was frozen in their places as well. Sasuke was the only one to move a muscle in the next minute. He simply clenched and unclenched his hands again before breaking out in maniacal laughter once more. Finally. With this power, I can kill that man and avenge the deaths of my family. Yes, I see what I must become. I must once more take up the path of the Avenger, even if it means giving my body to the devil himself. No one present knew how true that sentence would become in the coming months and years. His power rant was interrupted by another explosion of chakra, this time from Naruto. At first it was small, but very quickly it equaled the chakra of Sasuke, before surpassing that level by leaps and bounds. Naruto slowly rose to his feet, his own Sharingan activated, and as the flame mark spread over his body. Sasuke, upon seeing his brother rise, seemingly from the dead, became a mixture of fear and anger. Fear as the chakra level usurped his own, and then anger that a brother of his was once again more powerful than himself. He tried to release more chakra from the seal, but couldn't keep up with Naruto. He felt the adrenaline of his battle fade, and the cursed seal began to retract, and exhaustion claimed him again. The reaction of Sakura and Team 10 was pure terror and astonishment, not necessarily in that order. The loud obnoxious boy they once knew seemed to disappear into the fiery swirl of chakra that leapt and danced around the boy. Whereas the chakra coming from Sasuke had been black, Naruto was releasing an orangey red chakra that burned the grass that he had been laying in. No one noticed Sasuke pass out, they were rooted to their spots by fear. Naruto copied Sasuke exactly, opening and closing his hands, seemingly testing them, just as his brother before him, but instead of laughing or looking pleased, he seemed frightened. Where Sasuke had begun to laugh, Naruto began to cough. Not once or twice, he fell into a coughing fit that seemed to go on forever, the flame marks never once receding, but not spreading. He continued coughing until his gag reflex kicked in and he vomited on the ground. Once he had emptied his stomach, the coughing didn't stop and he dry heaved 3 times before he coughed out blood. When that happened, his eyes grew wide and he looked at his vomit-caked hands, which now had blood on them. Suddenly the marks of Orochimaru's cursed seal withdrew and Naruto had to fight for consciousness. He wobbled on his knees, forcing his eyes to try and focus. Reaching into his supply pouch, all those in attendance thought he was going for a weapon, so when he removed a scroll from his pack, they were shocked. Sakura take this. He coughed again and channeled what little chakra he had into the scroll, unsealing it and releasing his previously captured heaven scroll. He then promptly passed out. Sakura cautiously approached her fallen teammates. They seemed much more peaceful than they had since that snake man had bitten them. She collected the 2 scrolls that now belonged to her before remembering Team 10. She tensed up and drew a kunai. She wouldn't let her teammates down by losing their scrolls. Chill out, forehead girl, we already got ours. Ino told her, finally released from the grip of fear. Yeah, besides, we wouldn't take scrolls from fellow rookie genin. Choji replied, smiling. That would be too troublesome. Shikamaru agreed. She smiled at the friendly Team 10 before putting both scrolls in her supply pouch and turned to her fallen teammates. Moving them was going to be hard, especially with the distance they had to travel to the tower. As she was contemplating the logistics of making a medical sled to transport them on, Shikamaru and Ino had picked up Naruto, while Choji had moved over to Sasuke and tried to lift him by himself. Sakura quickly moved to help out the big bone boy, and the two teams made their way towards the middle of the forest of death. Naruto and Sasuke hadn't awoken by the time the two teams reached the tower. Team 10 left Sakura and the boys in one of the antechambers of the tower where they were supposed to wait. After 20 minutes of nothing but silence, Sakura grew tired of waiting and began wondering what the hell was taking so long. The faded painting that served as the only decoration in the room caught her eye. The only bits she could make out were heaven and earth. Suddenly the scrolls popped into her mind. Maybe I should open them. Even if we do get disqualified, at least Sasuke and Naruto will get medical attention. She said out loud. Removing the scrolls from her pack and opening them, she saw a complicated seal drawn onto the paper of the scroll. She quickly dropped the two scrolls when it began to smoke. They landed on top of each other, forming an X. Suddenly, a large puff of smoke appeared, and out of that smoke appeared the Hokage and Anko. The Sandaime quickly checked Sasuke while Anko was busy assessing Naruto. She looked at the Hokage with worry clearly displayed in her eyes. He solemnly nodded and Anko lost it. Her eyes began to water, tears began to stream down her face, and she let out all the frustration she had accumulated in the day and a half since her encounter with her former sensei. She punched the hard stone next to Naruto's unconscious body until her knuckles bled and she couldn't support her own weight anymore. She felt like she had failed. She had failed to protect her sons, she had failed to kill her sworn enemy, and she had failed the Sandaime, who had given everything she could ever want in life. She barely registered as the Hokage took Naruto and Sasuke to a side chamber to perform the Fujihuan, evil sealing method, on their cursed seals. For the first time since Orochimaru had left her, she cried, I mean really cried. She didn't even notice when Sakura joined her in tears. Okay, this chapter was kind of like chewing nails. Like galvanized nails or hard metal nails. I really hate writer's block. Anyway, I had planned on going into the prelims, but I decided to cut it off and do those next. Now to give a kind of timeline, Team 7 only spent about 2 days in the Forest of Death, giving them 3 days plus some odd hours to recuperate after the seals were covered. Now, it came to my attention that I never put up the poll results for the Bloodlines. Well, let me just say that Corpse Bone Pulse is winning by about 20 or so votes. Second is Mokuton and then make something up. I was surprised by the number of votes that went to the Bone Pulse. I expected Mokuton to run away with the thing. Technically the polls are still open, but if you've already voted, I will ignore your second vote. Hopefully when school starts back up, I will get back to updating once a week, but that might take a while. Thanks for your understanding, I hope. NIGHTBLADE 888. Chapter 13. Sasuke woke up with a splitting headache and a funny taste in his mouth. He looked around and quickly deduced that he was in some hospital wing, although he couldn't identify which. Pushing the covers off of his chest, he sat up and shut his eyes against the harsh light emanating from the windows. Hearing the easily identifiable sounds of his brother snoring, he looked to his left and saw Naruto laying face up on the adjacent bed. As the sunlight crept onto Naruto's face, the boy turned over, exposing the back of his neck. The inverse Tomo of the cursed seal glared at the Uchiha survivor, and suddenly the memories from the Forest of Death came pouring back into his head. He remembered the adrenaline rush that the seal gave him, the extreme feeling of invulnerability and most of all the power. Oh, the power, it was like a drug. He remembered the power he held over Zaku and remembered that he had dislocated every joint in the boy's arms. He quickly ran to the trash can in the corner of the room and nearly vomited. It wasn't from the fact that he had broken a person completely or that he had ignored his teammate, but his tone of voice when he spoke those words. Such a pity too, you were so proud of those arms of yours. I sounded so much like him. But I'm nothing like Itachi. Am I? He asked himself, expecting no response. Ah, but are you? Are you truly different? You were always looking up to him, it is him who you are constantly judging yourself against. You wish to emulate him, which is why you will come around in time. A sinister voice not his own replied. Caught unawares by the new voice, Sasuke surveyed the room for intruders. He found no one. That won't do at all, boy, I'm afraid that you won't be able to rid yourself of me with a silly kunai. The same voice goaded him. Who are you? The now paranoid boy demanded. Me? I'm no one really. I'm simply you. With it the voice went silent and didn't answer any more questions. Sasuke. This time when surveyed the room he noticed that Anko was looking at him having just woken up from a fitful sleep by the side of her biological son. And I hear Orochimaru Naruto sacrificed himself. I broke Zaku's arms. The broken sentence from her adopted son confirmed every one of her worries as she watched the usually calm face that Sasuke kept up full. Why? Why is he like this? I was okay, but I don't know so much chakra, he tried to ask. Naruto the seal forcibly draws out chakra from within the victim Orochimaru. He put a seal over the Kyuubi seal and blocked off Naruto mostly. Somehow, the seal didn't completely seal off the chakra and the cursed seal, it forcibly withdrew demonic chakra at such a great amount that some civilians on the other end of Konoha fainted. It drew out the fox's chakra. Sasuke stammered. Hi. She replied, running a hand through his hair. We've sent for Tsunade, but she won't be here for a few days, and well, you two are supposed to be in the preliminary fights in 2 hours. The amount of time that seemed to disappear from Sasuke suddenly caught up with him. What happened? That last thing I remember is Naruto's seal activating and surpassing mine, but since that was Kyuubi's chakra, I'm not surprised. Sakura and Team 10 managed to carry you two to the tower, and Sakura summoned myself and the Hokage through the scrolls. He then sealed up the cursed seal with the Fujihuan evil sealing method. Now I want you to understand something. The seal will stop the heaven seal from spreading, but the force that is preventing it from doing so is your own willpower. Or it would be normally. Hokage-sama has developed a newer version of the seal and got to try it out on the two of you. No longer is it your own willpower that holds the seal at bay, it is Naruto's. Your willpower holds his seal in check. This means that if you succumb to the seal, his containment seal will break. Anko recapped all of the important events from the previous 3 days for her son. But why? If I am weak, then Naruto will suffer because of me? Sasuke argued. That is one of the reasons that the seal was done this way. Hokage-sama recognizes that Naruto's willpower is exceptionally hard to break. He also realizes that despite the possible threat that this procedure poses, he trusts you to protect your brother. I know that Naruto would agree, you are not weak in any way, shape or form. It was at that moment that Naruto began to stir in his bed. Kachan, what happened? Is everyone alright? He asked with his eyes still closed due to their sensitivity. Anko smiled at her son and began to recount the happenings of the previous 3 days to him. While Anko and her sons were getting reacquainted, Kabuto's team was meeting with their true Jounin instructor. I'm sorry Orochimaru-sama, but Sasuke was able to get out of the forest before I could gather more information on him. The spy reported. I am disappointed Kabuto, however there is now another player in my plans and you would be advised to gather information on him as well. I believe you are aware of him, Uzumaki Naruto. Or should I say, Mitarashi Naruto. The snake Sannin grinned evilly at his spy. Mitarashi. Kabuto was taken aback by the new information. Then that would mean that the Senshin is alive and well. Indeed it is Kabuto, but that is not the only good thing to come of this excursion into familiar territory. It would seem that Naruto and Sasuke are closer than we thought. If we are able to lure one to our side, then the other would surely follow. Kabuto finished. Amazed at the luck of the situation. Not only one, but possibly two. You forget, Anko-chan was the only one to survive giving birth to one of my children and she could still prove useful to us. I want you to amend the contingency plan for an extra 2 passengers. Hi, Orochimaru-sama, I will do it immediately. Naruto was in a bad mood. First of all, he is told that he has about 2 hours to prepare for the preliminary rounds of the 3rd exam and that he is forbidden from taking any medical aid until after his fights, unless he has it on him. That wouldn't be a problem normally, that is a distinct advantage of having a 9-tailed demon sealed inside of you, but fate was feeling especially vindictive today and had seen fit to give him a severe case of chakra exhaustion. He didn't have enough chakra to perform Kage Bunshin or Mizu Bunshin, and although the Gogwifuin 5 elemental seal had been removed courtesy of the Sandaime, he still couldn't use the mastery of water and ice. He barely had enough to sustain the Sharingan for a minute or two at the most, and he could maybe produce a magnetic pulse once. If I ever needed another reason to hate the snake freak, I think I might have just found it. He thought. He wanted to get to the arena where the fights were to be held, but was forced to wait. Sakura was patrolling the hallway in front of his room and she wanted answers. He didn't want to give them, and so the very boring game of cat and mouse began. 7 teams were assembled in a large indoor stadium located in the central tower of training area 44. Rookie Gen and Team 7, 8 and 10 from Konoha had made it through the 2nd round of the Chunin selection exam. Also first-time entrance Team Guy had gotten through, as well as the 8-time entrance Team Kabuto. No one knew what team they were because they had failed so many times previous. There was also the team from Suna and Odo. The Odo team looked the worse for the wear and Zaku's arms were still in slings. Congratulations on passing the 2nd phase of the examination. From here on out there will be a series of one-on-one matches. Since so many of you passed, there is a need to do preliminary fights to determine the final 10 contestants for the 3rd phase. Aoba's voice cut through the silence. This means that one of you will have to fight twice unless one or more of you withdraws yourself from consideration. From here your individual performance will not negatively impact your teammates. At first no one seemed to be volunteering until Kabuto raised his hand and asked to be excused. He claimed that he was still feeling the effects of the sound attack back at the beginning of the first exam. Most of the remaining participants wrote him off as a genin who didn't take being a ninja seriously and ignored his departure. Shikamaru wasn't one of them. Lee took 2 of those attacks and he seems fine. Besides, he can't use chakra to heal himself, so why is Kabuto still injured? The Hokage was giving a speech about the true meaning of the Chunin selection exam, how it was a substitute for war, and that each of the ninja here were a testament to their own village. Suddenly a sickly-looking Jounin asked to finish. My name is Jeku Hade. I will be the proctor for these preliminary matches. The matches will be to the death unless I decide that there is a clear winner. Anything goes, but if you continue your attack after I have called off the fight, you will be stopped, by force if necessary. He coughed a number of times in the midst of his speech and the bags under his eyes seemed to grow in intensity as he went on. Anyway, the thing that will decide your opponents. He motioned to a wall where there were 2 statues of shinobi with their arms outstretched. A panel slid away to reveal a large monitor with the names of the remaining genin cycling quickly through it. The names began to go slower and slower until it stopped with the first fight of prelims. Sabaku no Gara vs Inuzuka Kiba. Alright Akamaru. The brash boy yelled as the other contestants went back up the stairs. First match of the Chunin selection exam preliminary matches. Hajime. Hade wheezed. Very quickly Kiba charged the stoic sand ninja and cocked his arm for a hard punch. It never connected. Gara-san simply stopped the punch before flinging Kiba into the wall, knocking him blissfully unconscious. Okay, winner Sabaku no Gara. Hade coughed. Hyuga Niji vs Abumi Zaku. The Hyuga boy stared at his opponent, his pale eyes betraying no emotion. Likewise the Odo shinobi stared back with a smirk on his face. I don't see what's so funny. Niji scolded his opponent. You are fated to lose this match to me anyways. There is nothing you can do to stop fate. We'll just see about that. Zaku retorted. Second match, begin. Hade wheezed at the combatants. Neither boy made a move. By the look in your eyes I can tell that your mind isn't in our fight. Niji read the boy's expressions like an open book. There is fear there, yes, fear that you won't be able to defeat me. You know as well as I do that I alone am fated to win this match. Quit now or you will be broken. Niji's Byakugan flared to life and Zaku took an involuntary step backwards. Your arms aren't even dislocated let alone broken, you should drop this charade. Niji goaded the boy once more before rushing forward to attack his opponent. Zankyou had started. Zaku cried as he unleashed his attack on Niji. The only real problem was that he was so frightened by Niji's Byakugan that he forgot to remove his arms from the sling they were in. His attack went off to the side as Niji landed a number of sharp strikes to Zaku's ribcage and arms. The strikes cut off all chakra flow to Zaku's arms and made a large portion of his right side numb. Examiner, he won't be getting up. Niji coldly said as he turned away. He was right too, because after a 10-second count from Hade, Niji was declared the winner and the board once more sprung into action. Mitarashi Naruto vs Tenten. Most participants noticed the name change. The Konoha shinobi were used to referring to Naruto as Uzumaki, and so the new name was a glaring change. The foreign shinobi recognized the name as one of the most dangerous kunoichi in their bingo books, Mitarashi Anko, the former apprentice to the traitor Sannin Orochimaru. Tenten recognized the name for a completely different reason. Mitarashi Anko was the biggest customer in her father's weapon shop. The amount of kunai she went through annually easily fed her family for 3 months a year, and with the addition of Naruto and Sasuke a while ago, that figure had grown exponentially. The pair made their way to the arena, and Tenten was able to take a look at her opponent. Naruto appeared to have seen better days as he seemed very tired and sluggish. Naruto was too busy trying to plan for this fight that he didn't notice. The fake Hiraishin kunai he had created would work, but he only had a couple of them. Most of the other seals he had learned and used weren't meant for combat like those were. Besides, with a weapon specialist like Tenten, Cage Bunshin would be mostly useless. He thought and moved on to his next option. Begin. This time the announcement was shortened to simply one word in anticipation of the fight. Naruto quickly drew 2 kunai and held them in a defensive position as Tenten withdrew a small scroll from one of her 2 supply pouches and swiped some blood over it, summoning a staff for her use. Yeah, just my luck, the only genin with any kind of sealing skills besides me, and it has to be her. Naruto grumbled. Tenten didn't seem it, but she was fast. Not like Lee, but when your sensei is Mido guy, the fastest green streak in the world, you tend to pick up some points in the speed department. As it was, she was able to push Naruto back since his reach was less with the kunai. Naruto jumped back and threw one of the fake Hiraishin kunai at the brown-haired girl. He once more transformed into a stone on the ground and once more the trick worked like a charm. The clone poofed into existence behind Tenten and quickly grabbed her in a chokehold with a kunai to her throat. "I'd withdraw if I were you," the clone threatened. Tenten merely smirked. "At chance." She quickly whipped the staff around and the clone had to loose its hold to grab the wooden pole. If that had been the whole of the Kunoichi's attack, everything would have been fine, but alas, she followed up the staff swipe with a wrist flick, loosing a kunai at the clone's stomach, which promptly vanished. This caught everyone in the audience by surprise. "Just like you to weave tricks into serious attacks," Sasuke admonished to himself. "Where is he?" Sakura asked loudly, her question was echoed by all of the remaining contestants. "Naruto-kun keeps impressing me beyond my wildest dreams." Orochimaru was nearly salivating, disguised as the jounin for the Sound Village team. Due to his lack of chakra, Naruto was forced to release the henge and reappeared in a poof of smoke. However, he didn't waste any time in attacking the started girl and succeeded in disarming her before he forced her towards a wall. Thinking quickly, she threw a handful of shuriken at Naruto, who was forced to jump backwards due to their trajectory. Both fighters were looking exhausted, their fight had been going on for about 10 minutes now, and with Naruto's handicap, he didn't have much strength left. As he was evading another wave of metal, he slipped on a pebble that was strewn about the arena and went down. Tenten took this opportunity to launch her most advanced attack. She quickly placed a pair of scrolls that were eerily similar to the scroll she had retrieved the staff from earlier on the ground and quickly performed a series of hand seals before a large plume of smoke surrounded the area. "Sasharyu, twin rising dragons," Tenten yelled as she leapt into the air, the scrolls unfurling themselves and the smoke taking the appearance of two dragons. She bit her thumb, drawing blood, and swiped it over the twisting scrolls, summoning an endless amount of weapons before hurling them at the prone form on the arena floor. Naruto was in a bind. He didn't have time to scramble away and he was never very good at Kawarimi Dot as options were limited if he didn't want to die. He readied himself and concentrated on drawing out as much chakra as he could safely. As the first of the projectiles was about to strike him, he emitted a magnetic pulse that successfully halted the progress of the weapons. Due to the twirling nature of her attack, Tenten didn't notice and continued throwing. As more and more metal came towards him, it became harder and harder for Naruto to stop them all. He was almost out of chakra and he decided to use most of it in a last-ditch effort to finish this match. He repelled some of his floating armada of steel back at his opponent in an attempt to either stop her attack or pin her to the wall with sharp-pointed objects. Most of his weapons were blocked. I knew incoming ones, but since he caught her at the tail end of her attack, the last ones flew by her, missing her body by inches. To say that Tenten was surprised was an understatement. No one had ever defeated her Sasharyu without moving an inch. Not only that, but he still had some of her projectiles floating around him which he quickly loosed back at her. She was forced to dodge a shuriken aimed for her right arm and a number of senbon needles which were heading for her neck. She barely managed to avoid the sickle that whirled past her head and she was unable to avoid the kunai that successfully pinned her left leg to the mortar of the far wall. In a moment of worry, Tenten looked away from her opponent and at her leg. In that instant, Naruto was able to pin her remaining leg and arms to the same wall. Try as she might, she couldn't break free. "I guess I have no choice but to surrender," she said glumly. Height simply nodded before announcing Naruto as the victor. Naruto walked over to her and removed the kunai that impaled her clothes to the wall. "Good match," he offered, holding out his hand for her to shake. "Yeah, good match," Tenten replied. "Wow, he's gentlemanly. No one here is probably as kind as he is. He's got really nice eyes too." As that final thought drifted through Tenten's mind, she blushed red and averted her eyes away from those black depths. She quickly retreated up the stairs to her teammates. The board once more began its program duty of selecting the combatants. Tsubaku no Kankuro vs Yamanaka Ino. Ino and Kankuro began their descent to the arena floor, Gara spoke up. "Kankuro, if you harm her more than necessary to win the match, I will make you physically unable to use those toys of yours ever again." Kankuro simply gulped, not wanting to cross his brother. "Alright, next match begin," Height ordered. Ino quickly placed her hands into a weird seal before she called out her attack. Shintention no Jutsu, mind-body switch technique, her body slumped to the floor and everyone who was familiar with the technique shifted their gaze to Kankuro. But nothing happened. He simply stood there, mouth open, staring at the slumped-over body of his opponent. He didn't want to get too close to her, knowing that it could easily be a trick, but he didn't know what to do. He continued to stare for about 5 minutes, not moving in case it was a trap. Ino slowly began to stir, clutching her head. "Ow. What was that?" she questioned. She suddenly slumped over onto the floor and into unconsciousness. The crowd was shocked into silence. Until the medical team rushed onto the floor and placed Ino on a stretcher. Kankuro smugly walked back up to the balcony, ready to gloat, only to come face to face with the enraged eyes of his younger brother. Sand began to snake its way up Kankuro's legs until the makeup-clad boy couldn't move. "What did you do?" Gara asked, his voice betraying no emotion. Honestly, Gara, I didn't do anything." He stammered. Gara's eyes narrowed and his hand contracted around his brother's legs, crushing them into sawdust. The real Kankuro slowly stood up from the bundle that was slung on the back of the now immobile puppet. "Wait, you're a puppeteer?" Shikamaru asked. "Yes, I am, and I'll have you weak Konoha shinobi know that I am the greatest puppet master since Sasori," Kankuro boasted. "It's too troublesome to argue, I just wanted to check my concerns about Ino," the lazy Nara drawled. The Shintention no Jutsu would normally replace a person's mind with Ino's, but if she misses, she has to wait for 5 minutes before she can re-enter her own body. Also, she would experience chakra fatigue and migraines. I suppose that trying to switch minds with a puppet will have the same effects as missing completely. The next set of names scrolled through the board before stopping on 2 names that would prove for an interesting fight. Uchiha Sasuke vs Dosu Kanuta. Well, I must say that this chapter came much easier than the last one, it just took me a while to figure out what the fights would be. I hope you enjoy this one and thanks again for all the reviews. Chapter 14. Uchiha Sasuke vs Dosu Kanuta. The 2 names fell into place quickly on the board, but in the arena, the 2 combatants took their time before meeting on the floor of the arena. Next match Hajime. Hayate motioned towards the ground before leaping away. This match should be good. He thought. The best of the sound ninja versus one of the most promising ninja we have. Both competitors didn't waste any time in attacking, Sasuke threw a number of kunai and shuriken at Dosu, while the bandaged boy simply held up his right arm and the metal projectiles simply clanged off the melody arm. He flicked the metal of the arm and launched his attack against Sasuke. The Uchiha simply smirked, having inserted earplugs before the match started and quickly activated his Sharingan. Seeing no chakra in the attack, Sasuke could only conclude one thing. He really has no control over the direction of the sound waves. Thinking quickly, Sasuke charged Dosu, who was a bit surprised that his technique didn't have any effect on the Sharingan wielder. The 2 traded blows, Sasuke used his superior speed to his advantage and Dosu relied on his brute strength. Sasuke used his mobility to slip under Dosu's guard and land a punch to his stomach, doubling the boy over. Sasuke had recovered more of his chakra than Naruto and had enough to use his Sharingan for a while, but he still considered himself woefully low on chakra at the time. He'd have to stick to Taijutsu until it came time for the finish. As he slipped behind his opponent, Sasuke attached an exploding note to Dosu's haystack. Leaping away, he channeled some chakra into the note and was rewarded with an explosion that sent Dosu's body into the ground. Sasuke merely smirked and turned around to face the smoldering form of his opponent. "I'm not going to fall for a worthless tactic like that, I'd get back up if I were you," he ordered. Dosu slowly got up from the floor, the haystack on his back, discarded. It clattered to the floor, where it flipped upside down, revealing that it was a thick metal hemisphere, covered in hay. He hadn't taken any damage from the explosion. They didn't exchange any more words, merely tore into each other once more. Dosu gained some speed, without that metal shell attached to his back he felt much lighter. Sasuke was beginning to become frustrated. Who knew that Dosu would be such a good Taijutsu fighter? Of course if he could beat Lee, then I should have expected it. He thought to himself. He had to be careful of Dosu's right arm, if he got hit, then the sonic waves from the melody arm would travel through his body, bypassing the earplugs. Sasuke dodged another right hand as Dosu's punch smacked against the ground instead of Sasuke as intended. Sasuke took the opportunity to attack Dosu's face with his knee. The attack landed, but Dosu barely noticed it. Sasuke was shocked that his attack had little to no discernible effect. He was just as surprised when the sound ninja's left fist thundered into his stomach. Oof. Sasuke grunted as the wind was released from his lungs. He barely had enough presence of mind to avoid the follow-through attack from the melody arm and he jumped away to safety. "Is that all you've got?" Dosu inquired, sounding bored. Sasuke sneered at the boy and took a deep breath of air before launching another attack. This was on a new level than the previous assaults, Dosu barely had time to react to the swift movements of Sasuke's arms and hands, this time complete with kunai. Dosu stumbled back from the ferocity of the attack, giving Sasuke all the time that he required to make his move. Leaping forward, Sasuke's kunai flashed forward towards Dosu's head. The heavily bandaged boy tried to fend off the attack, but was too slow. The kunai sliced through the bandages surrounding Dosu's face. As the gauze began to unfurl, the face of Kanuta Dosu became visible for the first time. His face was riddled with scars, some old and some newer, but the main feature noticeable were the thick headphones covering his right ear. Sasuke made an attempt to steal the earpiece, but was halted by Dosu. That wouldn't have worked when I was only using one eye, why do you believe it would work when I have all my faculties intact? He asked, the scared mouth moving very little. Sasuke launched himself at Dosu once more. The battle raged on for a time. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, both teams were becoming exhausted, Sasuke refusing to use chakra and Dosu mimicking him. Both were sporting various injuries, Sasuke had taken a number of left hand to his torso and a few knees to the face, he also had the sneaking suspicion that he had broken some bones in his fingers, while Dosu had numerous cuts and large welts where the ring of Sasuke's kunai had impacted his head, creating fractures. Neither would yield and there was no end in sight. As the combatants once more engaged each other, Dosu caught Sasuke completely off guard by kicking him in the side with his left foot. It was the first time that Dosu had used his legs as a weapon and the force knocked Sasuke towards Dosu's incoming right arm. The melody arm vibrated at a specific frequency and went to work. Sasuke immediately felt ill and would have vomited due to the foreign vibrations had he any solid food in his stomach. Instead he lost his orientation and was wobbling back and forth. Finally, this fight will end. Dosu said, breathing heavily. Sasuke fell to his knees and barely noticed Dosu approaching him. He tried to move, but his body didn't want to follow his wishes and he stayed rooted to the spot. The boy from Odo continued to draw closer, drawing a kunai as he walked. Come on, damn it. Sasuke willed his body to move, to no avail. The only part of his body he felt like he had control over was his hands. His hands. Of course, he hadn't performed any ninjutsu in a while and he had nearly forgotten that he could. He flashed through the few hand seals for his most destructive jutsu, wishing to end this fight one way or another. Pain. Ryuka no Jutsu, fire type. Dragon fire technique. Since no one had been able to put up a resistance after one of Sonic assaults, Dosu was taken by surprise as fire engulfed his body. He let out a great cry of pain before he fell backwards, still burning. The medical crew immediately ran to his side, but it was too late. Sasuke had killed his first person. Winner Sasuke. Hey, declared the match over. Sasuke shakily made his way up to the balcony where he was greeted by an anxious Sakura and a pensive Naruto. Sasuke-kun, you were so cool. The pink-haired wonder declared, launching herself at him. He didn't have the energy to dodge and was nearly crushed to death by Sakura. Sakura, I think he may need to rest after that fight. Naruto practically demanded, prying her off his brother. Sasuke shot him a look that said thank you quite plainly. The next match will now be decided. Hey, it wheezed. Rock Lee vs Akato Yoroi. Yosh. It is time for my youthfulness to shine my way to victory. He cried as he practically jumped to the arena floor. Oh, who am I? Kidding, he did jump to the floor and then quickly ran to the middle to wait for his opponent. One of Kabuto's teammates made his way to the arena floor where he sized up the overly enthusiastic Taijutsu specialist. Pei-8 started the match and Yoroi charged Lee who had taken up a sideways pose, his right foot facing forward and his right arm extended with his wrist hanging downwards. His left arm was held behind his back, hand clenched in a fist. As Yoroi charged, Lee didn't make a move until the older boy was already attacking him. Many in the audience thought that Lee would be on the receiving blow of the encounter, but were sadly mistaken when Lee's outstretched hand merely slapped Yoroi's away. The duo quickly entangled themselves in a taijutsu match, with Lee winning, but not showing more skill than was necessary. The older genin was becoming annoyed at his opponent and decided to play his trump card. His right hand became enveloped in a blue glow. Lee noticed the change, but didn't change his approach to the match. Yoroi began to swipe his right hand at the boy, who simply dodged and wove around the one-sided attack. He became so absorbed with the right hand of his opponent that he failed to notice when the left hand snuck around his guard and grabbed at his arm. The fact that someone had snuck under his guard was more of a shock than anything to the enthusiastic taijutsu specialist. Yoroi took the lapse of concentration to sneak his right hand in and grabbed Lee's neck in a chokehold. Now you can feel it, my ability. I am siphoning off your chakra, soon you will be as weak as a newborn baby. The veiled boy goaded. I am sorry to disappoint you, but I have so little chakra in my body that I use very little of it for physical modification. Lee smiled at his opponent before using his right elbow to knock his attacker away. Lee quickly regained his footing and launched into his favorite combo. Lee ran at his opponent and dropped under his guard before connecting a sharp right foot to Yoroi's chin that launched the older boy into the air. Lee quickly followed him up and seemed to attach himself to his opponent. I may not be allowed to use that move unless the situation calls for it, but I can improvise. He proclaimed as he landed numerous punches to Yoroi's back and kidneys. As the two began to fall, Lee twisted over in midair and launched a sharp snap kick into the boy's gut, sending him into the ground. Yoroi simply coughed before passing out. Winner, Rock Lee. Hate said before quickly covering his ears in anticipation of the speech that was to come from the boy sensei. Lee. Your fires of youth burn so brightly that you took it upon yourself to further your repertoire of moves for your own style of taijutsu. I am very proud of you. Guy bellowed at his student, who immediately broke down into tears at the praise from his role model. Most of the remaining genin were talking about the previous matches and staring at Sasuke and Lee in awe at their fights. Sasuke had the toughest fight so far and Lee had the fastest most bone-breaking fight so far. Abiram Shino vs Akimichi Choji. Taoji descended the stairs to the arena floor nervously. Shino was so mysterious that he didn't know much about his opponent. Shino didn't say a word as he entered the combat arena, he simply stared at Choji. As soon as Hate started the fight, a wave of black seemed to form behind Choji and sweep towards him, cutting off a route of escape for the big bone boy. These are my Kikai bugs. Shino stated, his voice emotionless but not cold like Zabuza or Kakashi during their fight. They feed on chakra, if you attack me, I will have them latch on to you and slowly deplete you of your chakra. If you attack my bugs, I will attack you. You cannot win. Choji thought over his options carefully. He hung out with Shikamaru, so he did pick up some practice in thinking through his options. Unfortunately, he didn't have any techniques. That took out a large space, just as Buben Baika no Jutsu, partial multi-size technique, but that what he needed was a large range distance attack. He simply didn't have one. You're right, I don't have a way to defeat you, Shino, I guess you win. The boy admitted defeat gracefully, but not without a bit of remorse in his voice. Winner, Abiram Shino. Hey confirmed. Tsubaku no Tamari vs Nara Shikamaru. How troublesome, I have to fight a girl. Shikamaru whined. A vein on Tamari's head throbbed noticeably. What did he say? She gritted her teeth together, promising pain to the lazy boy who was slowly making his way to the arena floor. Next fight, begin. Tamari was about to unleash a large amount of pain onto the ponytailed boy before her, but found that she could move. What does she asked? Involuntarily her head pointed to the ground, where she noticed that a dark band connected her to Shikamaru. I know I'm not supposed to hit a girl, but conversely, I shouldn't lose to one either. I guess the only option that I have left is to make you concede. He drawled. Well, tough luck with that, I'll never give up. Tamari sounded brave, but mostly it was fear of what Gara would do to her if she simply gave up. Shikamaru let out a sigh and he pantomimed shifting the fan Tamari still had strapped to her back. Once it was straight, he bowed forward, Tamari copying him completely. With a sudden jerk of his head, he forced Tamari to smack her head into the metal casing of her own fan, incapacitating her, or at the least concussing her. She slumped to the ground dazed but not unconscious. Do you give up now? He asked her. Still dazed, Tamari didn't hear him, but her head nodded up and down, signaling her forfeit. The medical staff came onto the floor to check her over and took her away to be treated for a concussion as the next fight flashed up on the board. Tsuchi-kin vs Haruno Sakura. So, Naruto, who do you think will win this one? Choji asked his friend. Sakura will win this. Naruto said no doubt in his voice at all. She's worked really hard since we graduated and she's good enough to win this fight. Down in the arena, Kin had thrown a pair of senbon with bells attached to the ends at Sakura, who had dodged them by simply moving out of the way. Not wasting an opportunity, she charged a sound kunoichi, only to suddenly become ill halfway there. She fell to her knees and gripped her sides, breathing deeply. You are at my mercy, Pinky, time I finished this and brought a bit of dignity to the Sound Village. She drew a kunai and approached the unmoving girl. Naruto. I thought you said that Sakura would win. Choji questioned. She will, just watch. As Kin drew even with her opponent, she made to stab Sakura's head with a knife, only for it to become lodged in a stump. She then felt the cold steel of the pink-haired kunoichi's kunai at her neck. Your jinjutsu was too easy to get out of, if I were you, I'd quit now. She warned the brunette. Kin made to turn around and stab Sakura, but she quickly found herself in a jinjutsu. Meijin. Narakumi no Jutsu, demonic illusion. Hell viewing. Technique, Sakura trapped Kin in her own worst nightmare, causing the same reaction that she had experienced during the bell test with Kakashi. Winner, Haruno Sakura. Hayate declared before he signaled for the final two opponents to come to the floor of the arena. Hyuga Hinata vs Tsurugi Misumi. The final member of Kabuto's team, as well as the final member of Team 8, faced each other in center of the arena, waiting for the match to officially to begin. Hinata looked like she'd rather be somewhere else, while Misumi looked as if well you couldn't tell, since he covered his entire face with cloth. Hajime. Hinata dropped into a basic Jaiken stance, left leg slid in front of the right leg, the palm of her left hand open and facing her thigh. Her right arm was slightly extended, palm once more open, facing her opponent. Misumi charged at the dark-haired girl, right arm cocked for a sharp punch. Hinata didn't move, waiting for him to make the first move. He did 5 feet from her. His arm stretched out and rocketed forward, aiming for her face. She quickly dodged it and went to counter-attack, as had been ingrained into her training since a very young age, but was halted by his other hand stretching out and attempting to strike her again. Hinata blocked this attack and slid under his outstretched arm, aiming for his abdomen. Suddenly, his right fist turned around in mid-air and began to return to him, aiming to go through Hinata as it did. Of course, Hinata's Byakugan picked it up immediately and she was able to adjust herself to avoid the fist from behind. This trend continued for a number of minutes. Miss Yumi would attempt to keep the fight long distance and Hinata would try and close that gap. On his next exchange, Miss Yumi threw a number of shuriken at the Hyuga heiress and then shot both his arms behind the projectiles, created a layered attack. Not having too many options. Hinata deflected the shuriken back at the attacking arms, but the metal plating woven onto her opponent's gloves stopped them from doing any major damage. His arms crossed over each other in mid-air so that his right was over top of his left and Hinata was forced to attack his hands. This is exactly what he wanted. Hinata's open palm attacks acted more like a glove than anything else and she ended up catching Miss Yumi's fists, which he then stuck to hers with chakra. He quickly closed the gap between them now that she couldn't close his tenketsu and quickly moved his arms apart, violently breaking Hinata's guard. He was able to land a headbutt and since he wore his protector, the damage was magnified. While she was still dazed, he stretched his body around her and began to constrict against her body, squeezing the air from her lungs. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. But that was impossible, his abdomen was currently behind the girl, how could she injure it? He felt another sharp pain in the same place, magnifying the damage of the first attack. Hinata continued to push chakra out of her fingertips in an extremely thin line. The normal Jaiken strike emits chakra from the palm of the hand where it is easiest. This spike is about 1 to 2 inches in diameter and is cylindrical in shape. The chakra that Hinata was using was much thinner. It was comparable to a hypodermic needle and originated from the very tip of her middle finger, thus allowing her to extend the range of her strikes to a few inches away from her hand. Since Miss Yumi hadn't been able to bind her wrists with his technique, Hinata was quickly able to relieve the pressure. The effects of her Jaiken equated to the damage of over 50 punches in only 10 strikes. Miss Yumi crumpled to the floor clutching his stomach. The chakra attacks of the Hyuga clan had created an ulcer and the pain of his stomach acid spilling into his stomach was excruciating. The medical staff quickly carted him off the floor, declaring Hinata the winner of the final bout of the preliminary matches. Once more the Hokage spoke up. Congratulations to all of you who have won your fights. As you are aware, these were preliminary fights to weed down the competitors for the third task of the exams. That task will be in exactly 1 month, as I am sure you will all need to rest up and train, now that everyone has seen your techniques. You will draw lots to determine your next opponent. One by one the victorious ninja withdrew a slip of paper from a box and opened them to reveal their fates. When I call your number, show your lot to the coordinator and wait around for a few minutes more. I have one more announcement to make. Saratobi ordered. One by one the fighters' numbers were called until the bracket was complete. Nara Shikamaru vs Hyuga Hinata Uchiha Sasuke vs Ibaku, no Gara Aburam Shino vs Rock Lee. Literashi Naruto vs Ibaku no Kankuro Hyuga Niji vs Haruno Sakura. These will be the fighters you must face in 1 month's time. Due to the odd number of people in the draw, the winner of matches 3 and 4 will fight before he must face the winner of match 5. As for my announcement, it is necessary that you know how the decision for rank advancement will be made. Just because you win your fight, it doesn't mean that you will be promoted. To gain the rank of Chunin, you must show the qualities of one. Even if you lose you could still earn the rank, but the advantage of winning is that you will have more opportunities to show your skills. I'm sure you will all do your villages proud. But that the participants were dismissed to rest and focus on their training. Team 7 was holding an impromptu meeting along with Anko. They were outlining their plans for training. Kakashi's original plan was to train both Naruto and Sasuke since he wouldn't have to focus on them solely and Anko would help Sakura. But as they say, the best laid plans of mice and men with Sasuke facing Gara and Sakura drawing Niji, they would both need more concentration and individual attention than Kakashi could give if he took both of the boys to train. He didn't want to, but it looked as if Naruto would have to find a temporary sensei for a month. Naruto, I know we had planned for me to take you and Sasuke for the month, but since Sasuke drew Gara, Kakashi started to explain his reasoning. I'm not going with you. Naruto plainly stated. Everyone looked at him shocked. Naruto wasn't the type to miss out on a training exercise. Gara is a very strong opponent and it will take Sasuke all month to have a legitimate shot at defeating him. I don't want to put my brother's life in danger simply because I needed some training for an opponent I can already beat. Everyone was silent once again before Kakashi's face split into a grin. Well, Naruto, if you keep doing things as grown up as that, you might make Chunin this time. With that, Kakashi left with a tired Sasuke stumbling behind him. "Naruto, are you sure you'll be alright?" Anko asked her son, making sure that he wasn't put out about the training. "I'm fine, Ka-chan, I just don't know who I should ask to train with," the one-time blonde replied. "I'm sure you'll find someone," she replied, ruffling his hair. "I won't be gone all month, but it'll be a few days before I'll see you again, so don't slack off while I'm gone." Slipping back into sadistic mode, the rest of the threat left unsaid, but Naruto got the message. As his mother and teammate were leaving the arena, Naruto thought of something. "Ha-chan. I want you to let Sakura know about my limit, she saw most of my abilities in the forest, so she deserves to know," he called out. Anko simply nodded before dragging her slave out of the building. "Don't forget, Tsunade will be here in about 5 days, so make sure you get her okay before doing something stupid," Anko replied, finally exiting the doors. Naruto smiled as he watched his mom leave the arena. With Orochimaru on the loose, he was worried about her, she didn't know it, but when he first moved in with her nightmares of her times with her former sensei woke him, and he vowed to extract revenge on the person who harmed his mother. Clasping the seal that was burned black into his neck, he reaffirmed that vow and promised that one day, Orochimaru wouldn't walk this earth. I hope that this chapter was an improvement over the last one, many of you thought I could have done better. I was great. To hear from those of you with constructive criticism, I can't honestly learn any other way, so please keep reviewing. Next chapter will detail meeting Jiraiya and the training of Sasuke. And Sakura. Not to mention the return of Haku and Naruto's first interactions with Hinata. And I would like to thank my oh so wonderful beta reader Matt. He rules. I mean it, he has been great to me and helped me with plot ideas I have. Chapter 15. Naruto was fiddling. It was taking too long, and Naruto yearned to be able to train until he dropped. Tsunade had arrived in the village on time and performed all the necessary tests, but she was double-checking a test, and it was taking forever. Finally, after what seemed like ages, about 5 minutes, Tsunade gave him the okay to resume training. "Okay Naruto, you'll be fine, I've checked the containment seal as well as the Kyuubi seal, they are working fine, so you shouldn't have anything to worry about," the slug medic announced. "Alright. I've been waiting forever. Thanks, Tsunade Opa-chan." Tsunade sighed, it had taken nearly a year to get him to call her aunt instead of granny or old hag. "Hey, are you and Shizune-chan staying for the final rounds?" he asked, foot already out the door. Tsunade's immediate reaction was to say no and leave as soon as possible, but then she remembered that many different daimyos and people from all across the shinobi continent would be here for the finals, and that meant one thing. Betting. Seeing as she was more or less the private physician of the Mitarashi household, she knew Naruto and Sasuke's strengths rather well. She cackled evilly, oh the money she could make. "Yep, we'll be here, I wouldn't miss it for the world." Naruto grinned, of course he didn't realize that by it Tsunade meant betting, but who would ruin a child's joy? "Alright, I'll see you then." With that, Naruto was out the door of the hospital, faster than Sasuke when he's being chased by fangirls. But he was still stumped about who he should ask to train him. Tsunade and Shizune would do it, but their techniques took too much control for him to do. "Oh, well, can't waste another day sitting around, I could practice my chakra control. Maybe then I could ask Tsunade or Shizune to train me. Didn't Kakashi-sensei say something about doing the water walking exercise over a hot spring?" he thought to himself. Thus, Naruto found himself practicing water walking over a hot spring with a white-haired pervert peeking at the women's bathhouse. Normally, Naruto would have pounded the pervert into the ground or yelled at him for being so open about his pervertness, but something about this man caught the boy off guard. He wasn't a ninja, one look at the aging debauchee was more than enough to tell that, but something was off. It was like what Naruto was seeing, wasn't there, faint trails of chakra seemed to leach off the old man, mixing with the air around him. He has way too much chakra to be a civilian, but he doesn't have any village symbol on him. Naruto pondered, once more slipping slightly into the water, scalding his feet. Cursing he turned his attention away from the pervert and back to the task at hand. Of all the facts that are known about Jiraiya, the frog hermit of the legendary Sannin, one fact escapes many people's minds, and yet it is the most important of them all. Jiraiya is, for lack of a better term, a perfectionist. Yep, the perverted author of arguably the most perverted book ever has such a complex that he has never needed an editor for any of his works, not because he is cocky that his latest tome doesn't need it, but because he is so meticulous in his own editing that not a mistake has ever crossed his eyes and lived to tell the tale. It is for this same reason that he is on level footing with Orochimaru and Tsunade, despite the lack of any kind of bloodline limit, special ability or other such nonsense. You see, Jiraiya's need for perfection extends into his ninja life as well. When he is given a new technique to learn, he will not stop until he has it mastered, quite unlike Orochimaru, who simply wants to know all the techniques in the world. By mastering the techniques he is given, Jiraiya not only is able to minimize the amount of chakra needed, but he also understands what the technique is for. Well, Kaiten. Gakuku no Jutsu is a powerful technique. The intent while using it should not be to cause damage to your opponent, but rather, to make them move to a position that is favorable to you. One of the reasons he hypothesized that the Uchiha clan had adapted fire techniques to their library was for that reason. By moving an enemy into a certain position, their Sharingan would be able to anticipate the enemy's moves and defenses, giving the Uchiha the maximum amount of leverage over them. Good idea, in theory, but he didn't have the evidence to prove it. Jiraiya was currently trying to research some new inspiration for his latest book when some brat decided to practice his chakra control, a mere 20 feet behind him. What was worse than the fact that the kid didn't give him any respect was that his technique was all wrong. Oh, so terribly wrong. That part of Jiraiya's mind that craved perfection began to pick at the rest of him while the perverted old man tried to throw it off. Ignore him, just ignore him and get back to the ladies. Jiraiya chanted to himself over and over. Unfortunately for Jiraiya, less than 5 minutes later, he snapped. Arg. You're doing it all wrong, Brad, either do it right or leave me alone. He yelled, momentarily forgetting the bathing women on the other side of the fence, who all disappeared in the blink of an eye, much to Jiraiya's disappointment. Whatever, you old pervert, you aren't even a ninja, how do you know whether I'm doing it right or not? Naruto fairly yelled at the white-haired pervert. Jiraiya had, up to this point, been yelling at his opponent, with his back turned. After Naruto had once more been disrespectful, Jiraiya couldn't stand it and whirled around to pound the disrespectful brat, only to stop in his tracks. Blonde hair with black streaks in it, black eyes with tiny transplant scars around the edges, that trench coat, this was Mitarashi Naruto, the container for the Kyuubi. That explained the need for chakra control, but that didn't stop the fact that he was still doing it wrong. Kid, do you even know who I am? Jiraiya asked rhetorically. Obviously this kid had never even heard of. Course I do, you're Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin, but you gave up being a ninja to become a full-time pervert. Naruto accused. Then you should know that I know when you're doing something wrong. Jiraiya countered. Then you must be going crazy, cause this is exactly how Kakashi-sensei told us to do it. Naruto retorted. Kakashi, eh? Figures, that lazy-ass attitude of his has affected his teaching. That exercise, if you can call it that, is the easy way to do it. It doesn't help your control as much as the correct way. Jiraiya lectured. What? Naruto yelled. This is the way you're supposed to do it. Jiraiya walked out onto the water, but instead of his chakra forming stilts, they dissipated onto the water. You must always expel the correct amount of chakra into the water in order to float. It must be exactly the correct amount to match the amount needed to float on the water. Instead of making stilts, you are dissipating your chakra so that the surface tension of the water holds you up like a water strider. Jiraiya explained. Naruto tried to emulate the pervert but found that this form of control was much harder. He fell into the hot water again, but instead of simply sinking a few inches, he fell completely into the water. Naruto leapt out of the spring as the hot water burned his skin slightly. This was going to be a long day, he just knew it. Sasuke's training could be described as going eerily similar to Naruto's. Hot water and burns were abundant, but not because of the water walking exercise. Sasuke was practicing his fire manipulation across a small lake while Kakashi watched. The hot steam created from the practice was constantly flowing back into Sasuke's face, making oxygen harder to come by. Okay, Sasuke, that's enough for now. Kakashi ordered. Sasuke backed away and breathed deeply, the cool air feeling good against his hot face. Kakashi handed him a towel and motioned for him to sit down. To get past Gara's sand, you'll need more than fire. Kakashi admonished. Sasuke sighed. I know, but what else should I do? The only other idea I can come up with is extreme speed to get around his sand, but that's just a theory. Well, that's a start. Kakashi smiled. Something about it unnerved Sasuke. Speed is the one weakness of the Sharingan. Even if you can see your opponent's move, if your body is too slow to react to it, you will lose. Sasuke nodded, that was exactly what had happened in the fight with Orochimaru. If you need some incentive, Kakashi began to dangle his bait in front of Sasuke, I may have a technique to teach you. Kakashi's visible eye curled upwards as if he were smiling. But Sasuke was sure that it was a smile that would fit his mother better. For what was the 1542nd time since she became a genin, Sakura cursed her sensei. Even when the sensei happened to be her teammate's mother. The cause was once more due to Anko's love for sadistic training methods. It had been 3 days since Sakura had started her training under the sadistic Chunin, but despite the complaints of her sore muscles, Sakura knew that she was getting stronger because of it. Anko had her doing chakra exercises to increase her reserves, which were still pathetically weak, even for a kunoichi. Since she had been so busy, it had almost slipped her mind that Naruto had more or less ordered his mom to come clean about this limit he had. Of course, when one of your pastimes is memorizing everything that a certain Uchiha does, your memory grows quickly. Sakura had asked the first night, but Anko had thrown a kunai at her head and told her that she would explain everything when the time was right. It was tough for Anko to talk about her time with Orochimaru. Partially because of the memories that it drug up and partially because of the memories it didn't. She could remember every mission she had ever gone on with him, every ninja she had killed because he told her to. She could remember helping him as he conducted his experiments, but then suddenly a block hit. She couldn't remember anything between the time he gave her the cursed seal and the time she found herself back in Konoha. But when her memory returned, she found herself under suspicion of treason and carrying a baby. Sighing, she decided it was time to bite the bullet. You wanted to know about Naruto's bloodline limit, right? Sakura simply nodded. Anko stared into the fire that they had built before beginning. When I was in the academy, I was so much like Naruto, loud, brash, annoying, but I was the top kunoichi in my class, hell I was the top student in my class. I was the first kunoichi to hold that title, the best scores in the history of the academy for a female since Tsunade. I came from a family of civilians with one noticeable exception. My grandfather's brother-in-law was Jiraiya of the Sannin. Unfortunately my great-aunt died before they could have any children, but Jiraiya remained close. He was set to be my Jounin sensei as a favor to my grandfather. That's why it was such a surprise when Orochimaru took me as not only as his student but as his apprentice. It was the first in a chain of events that created the rift between the legendary Sannin. Under Orochimaru I flourished as a ninja, next to Tsunade I had the best record in terms of missions completed as a genin. Since Orochimaru was so famous, I received a lot of respect, something that no one in my family had gotten before. But after I passed the Chunin exam things began to go downhill. He convinced me to help him with some experiments. People that he swore up and down had betrayed the village people that ended up dying under his hands. But I didn't care, my sensei, one of the legendary Sannin, was acknowledging me. When he was discovered experimenting by Hokage-sama we fled to an island, I can't remember where, but to an island. It was there that I found some of the traitors I had captured. He had done so many experiments on them that I barely recognized them. I was going to go back fess up to my mistakes, but I never got a chance to. As I was packing to leave, he caught me and gave me the cursed seal that I still have today, the same exact seal that Naruto and Sasuke have. No doubt he found some sick satisfaction in giving all three of us the same seal. I don't know what happened after that, there's just this large black spot, but when I can begin to remember again, I was back in Konoha, apparently some Anbu had been sent after us and found me. Sandaime-sama had sealed over the cursed seal and told me that I was pregnant. He asked if I knew who the father was, I said no, but I had a decent idea. Unfortunately when I was due to give birth, the Kyuubi attacked. When Naruto was born, I was fully prepared to see my sensei's eyes or skin, but he simply had dark brown hair and my eyes. He was perfect in my eyes, and I was the happiest I had been since I was a genin. But in the confusion of the attack, Naruto was thought to be dead and I fell into a bout of depression. It was during the few years between when I gave birth and when I found him again that I realized that Orochimaru hadn't simply experimented on my son, but on me as well. It would seem that I haven't aged at all since the experiment, but in reality, I simply age extremely slowly. One day I was training when the Hokage called me into his office and told me that my son had been found. Part of the reason that Naruto wasn't identified as my son is because of his limit. It is called ascension and allows him to incorporate foreign DNA into his own blood, in essence absorbing it. In the confusion of the battle with the Kyuubi, someone's DNA got into Naruto and changed his appearance. When I was brought to him, it was because he had been nearly killed by Uchiha Itachi. Tsunade found him and transplanted the eyes of an Uchiha into him, and he became part Uchiha. After a bit of experimenting he discovered another limit. The Sandaime Kazukiya's ability to control magnetic fields with his chakra was probably given to Naruto by Orochimaru before he was even born. Well, after that you were there in Wave Country. Some of Haku's DNA got into his system and now he can control water and ice. Sakura was flabbergasted by the news. Her teammate was an experiment by one of the village's most infamous criminals. It seemed like a fairy tale, but she knew in her mind it must be true. She also realized how hard it must be for Anko to talk about her experience with her former sensei. She didn't feel it prudent to ask about it anymore for the duration of her training. On the bright side, Naruto had finally mastered the true water walking exercise. On the other, Jiraiya still wouldn't teach him anything helpful. Of course part of was because he had just finished the exercise and was looking for the pervert, but the details weren't important. Jiraiya was actually talking with the Sandaime about Naruto. So that's where I found the inspiration for chapter 6. The legendary pervert explained. The Hokage merely nodded. Anyway, I was researching for my next book when someone interesting started to train behind me. Really? Asked the Hokage, who would that be? No one important, someone named Mitarashi Naruto. Jiraiya replied, seemingly nonchalantly. The Sandaime tensed before resigning himself to the fate he had brought upon himself. Jiraiya. Sensei, how couldn't you at least let me know she had found him? I understand why she hasn't written to me, I did overreact when Orochimaru selected her, but I expected that you would at least tell me that he was alive. You know that Anko is like a granddaughter to me, even if we aren't related by more than marriage. Jiraiya, if I told you that Anko had found her son, you would have ran back here and put not only yourself, but her into an awkward situation that she just isn't ready to deal with yet. I don't think she's told him of your connection yet, but if she has it is up to Naruto and Anko as to whether or not to rebuild burned bridges. As much as Jiraiya wanted to argue with the Hokage, he knew he couldn't. It had been years since he had cut off communication with Anko after she had been selected by Orochimaru and she didn't protest. Sighing, he exited the office of his sensei and went to find his latest student, vowing to make up for his previous error in judgment. After about 20 minutes, he found his charge eating ramen at a small stand he wasn't familiar with. "Hey brat, you finished that exercise?" the perverted hermit asked. "Yeah, Iro-senin, I finished it. Took me a while, but it's done," the boy responded. "Then come on, I'm gonna teach you some stuff for the finals." Jiraiya motioned for Naruto to follow him. Naruto paid for his ramen and followed after the old man. Naruto was surprised when they went to a legitimate training ground instead of some land near a hot spring. Wow, I guess Iro-senin can think straight once in a while. The only problem with the selected area was that it was already occupied. Haku and Hyuga Hinata were training on the field, Haku was creating water clones, and Hinata was attacking them with her Jaiken style of Taijutsu. Looking at the intruders into their territory, Haku quickly greeted Naruto. "Hey Naruto, who is the old guy?" the brunette asked. At the word Naruto, Hinata had quickly hidden herself behind one of the water clones in an attempt to hide herself from her crush. Knowing that her friend would never gain any confidence if she continued to hide from her fears, Haku quickly dismissed the water clone. "Hey Haku-chan, Hinata-san, this is Jiraiya, he's an old pervert, so I'd be careful around him." Both nodded but were respectful of Jiraiya, even if he was a damnable old pervert, he was still one of the legendary Sannin, and so he should get some respect. Suddenly an idea struck Haku. "Jiraiya-sama, Hinata and I have been training for her fight against Orochimaru, and we came up with an idea to defeat the Kajime no Jutsu, shadow copy technique, but we need your help." Jiraiya, ecstatic about receiving respect from someone of the younger generation, especially when it was someone as beautiful as Haku, listened as she whispered her plan into his ear. "Well, she is a Hyuga, so it might work, if not, it would be a hell of a shock anyway. Course it all depends on what kind of nature chakra she has. You wouldn't know, would you?" The shy Hyuga heiress shook her head negatively, eyes still pointed at the ground trying to look anywhere but Naruto. Jiraiya pulled out some paper and instructed Hinata and Naruto to channel some chakra into the paper. Naruto refused, claiming he didn't care, but really it was because he didn't want to show that he had multiple natures to his chakra. Hinata carefully took the paper and apprehensively channeled some chakra into the paper. It split in half, and she began to worry that she had done something wrong, began to mutter an apology before Jiraiya interrupted her and explained what happened. "Don't worry, you didn't do anything wrong, when the paper splits in half like that, it means that your chakra nature is wind. Wind nature chakra can cut through anything if you can learn to use it correctly. It's kind of weird though, I've never known a Hyuga to have wind nature chakra. Most of them don't test, but those that do always seem to have water or earth type. Anyway, here's what you want, and if you need any help with a later stage of your plan, feel free to ask me for help." Haku nodded and took the offered scroll and Hinata away from Naruto and Jiraiya to help her friend with her training. Jiraiya on the other hand took the opportunity to chide Naruto about the apparent crush that Hinata harbored for him. "So, Naruto, don't you think that Hinata looks cute when she's practicing her Jaiken like that?" Jiraiya lead. "What?" Naruto sputtered, surprised that he would ask something like that. I mean, yeah she's kinda, but she'd never be allowed to. I mean she's a Hyuga and I'm sides, not like she likes me or anything." He finished lamely. Jiraiya simply stared at his student before shaking his head. "Whatever, I've got something cool to teach you, this should take up most of the time before the finals, so don't expect much free time." Naruto nodded vigorously, eager to get on with his training. 1 month passed, and Naruto was taking his time heading to the arena. He was walking toward the arena when he saw Hinata sitting by a tree in the middle of a training ground. "Hey, Hinata-san, how come you aren't at the arena yet?" he asked the girl, startling her, and in true Hinata fashion, she quickly ducked behind a post in the ground. "And Naruto-kun, I didn't hear why you," she stammered, blushing. He was so close to her. It's fine, but you still didn't answer my question. He pointed out jokingly. I was just thinking. She answered. Oh, well the finals start in a little bit and I thought everyone would be there, but then I saw you and I figured it wouldn't hurt to ask how come you weren't already there. He explained. Oh. Do you want to walk together? He asked. Did Naruto-kun just ask me to walk with him? Hinata thought to herself, blushing. Yes sure, Naruto-kun. The two walked towards the arena and the final round of the Chunin selection exams. Well, that's that. By whatever cosmic goof, I managed to find the one history course that bores me to sleep. So I doubt that I'll be able to get back to once a week, but once every 2 weeks won't be out of the question. Next chapter will be the final round of the exam and the culmination of a month of training. Thanks again to my terrific Betamat. I couldn't keep up the great work many of you keep praising me for without him. Please keep reviewing, I look forward to each one. Till next time. The end. I know, I rule. Bow down. Laugh sorry had to say that. I was hanging with some friends and a game went on about that. Hey. Don't look at me like that, it's hard to find stuff to do and not homework at boarding school. Anyway, this is a great story, so stay tuned. Chapter 16. Naruto and Hinata were in awe at the number of people who had come to see the final matches. The stadium was packed to the gills with people. Everyone, from various feudal lords to the lowliest peasant were in attendance to see who among the genin, if any, would achieve the rank of Chunin. Naruto noticed Tsunade and Jiraiya standing by the Sandaime, along with his usual honor guard. There was another seat, and rumor had it that the Kazukiage would be in attendance. Put on a good show, right now, you guys are the stars. Naruto looked at the speaker and noticed that it was Shiranui Genma, a Takubetsu Jounin. What happened to Hate-san? Hinata asked. He's around, you didn't expect him to referee the prelims and the finals did you? Genma responded. Anyway, before we start, here are the ground rules. They're the same as the prelims. Anything goes, but if I think there's a winner I will stop the matches and my decisions are final. As the gravity of the situation started to wear off, Naruto realized for the first time that Sasuke and Kakashi hadn't shown up. His inquisitive eyes met Genma who simply shrugged his shoulders in understanding before instructing Hinata and Shikamaru to remain behind. The Hokage greeted the Kazukiage, who didn't say anything, merely nodded his head in acknowledgement. Sarutobi motioned to Genma to start the matches. Ladies and gentlemen, shinobi of all ages, I am proud to begin the final round of the Chunin exam. Our first fight will be between Hyuga Hinata and Nara Shikamaru. Genma announced. The two opponents faced each other without saying a word and waited for the match to begin. Genma dropped his arm signaling the fight to begin, and in a flurry of activity nothing happened. Shikamaru was mentally sorting through the reasons that it was too troublesome for him to fight Hinata, while Hinata was going over the strategy she had devised and waited for Shikamaru to make the first move. If neither of you move, I'll disqualify you both. Genma's sweat dropped at the lack of motion from the two competitors. With that, Hinata launched a kunai from her right hand and a pair of senbon needles from her left. Haku had shown her the value of the small metal needles when used in conjunction with her Byakugan. Shikamaru lazily moved to his right, avoiding all of the projectiles, and quickly formed the seal for his Kajime no Jutsu. Shadow imitation technique, his shadow raced toward the Hyuga. Shikamaru would have smirked, but something felt off. He knew Hinata was smart and she had already seen his technique once, it shouldn't work twice, but it looked like it would until Hinata did something that hadn't been done before. She halted the movement of his shadow. To say that Shikamaru was surprised was an understatement, sure he had heard of people being able to overpower the Kajimane, but that was once it was attached to them, not a foot and a half before it even touched them. Without wasting a breath, Hinata charged at Shikamaru in a basic Jaiken stance. Shikamaru was taken back by the sheer amount of determination that shone in the girl's eyes. Shikamaru made to dodge her attack, but only partially succeeded, earning him a few close tenketsu on his arm and shoulder for his troubles. Hinata simply kept up her assault, eventually cornering Shikamaru and closing more tenketsu before the lazy boy escaped using a flash bomb. Damn, what is she doing to stop the Kajimane? Shikamaru thought. He wasn't given the time to find a suitable answer, as Hinata's Byakugan was able to find him almost instantly. She wrapped an exploding note to the handle of a kunai and threw it above Shikamaru's head. The note detonated and blew off a section of tree branch, forcing Shikamaru to abandon his position on a low branch. When he landed, he immediately tried Kajimane once more, only to find that Hinata cast no shadow for his to attach to. Bunshin. He realized, before a pair of hands grabbed his ankles and pulled him into the ground up to his head. That's Doten. Shinju Uzanshu no Jutsu, Earth type. Inner decapitation technique, Shikamaru-san, I'd suggest that you give up. Hinata quietly stated, leveling a kunai at the lazy genius's throat. Shikamaru closed his eyes, and although he couldn't move his hands to form his thinking pose, he quickly began calculating any chances he had to escape. "Tell me," he asked, eyes still shut tight, "how were you able to halt the Kajimane? I've never heard of anyone doing that before." Hinata blushed at the compliment before she whispered into his ear, for fear of exposing the secret of his clan's technique. "I assumed that your technique operated on the same principles as the Jaikin. You contort your shadow with chakra and use that chakra to enter your opponent's body, making them mimic you. To stop the effect, I modified the Jaikin and used an incomplete Kaiten as a shield to protect me. I changed the nature of my clan's Taijutsu from offensive to defensive." Shikamaru was impressed that Hinata had worked out the Kajimane to such a degree that she had been able to counter it effectively. He opened his eyes and was about to admit defeat when he noticed that Hinata had deactivated her Byakugan. "I have one shot at this, but it will be worth it." Hinata was waiting for Shikamaru to admit defeat when suddenly she got the feeling that something was wrong. She felt a spike in Shikamaru's chakra and activated her Byakugan quickly, but before she could do anything, she felt control of her body slipping away. Her eyes showed her that a trail of chakra led from the hole that she had created for Shinju Uzanshu and led back up to Shikamaru. "Finally, Kajimane no Jutsu, success," he drawled. Hinata faltered a bit, her big victory, and now she was about to lose. "I give up." Hinata looked at him, eyes wide in shock. "I have no way of forcing you to do anything. I am trapped in the earth and can't move an inch, and while I might have been able to catch you in the Kajimane, I have no further moves to make." "Winner, Hyuga Hinata," Genma announced to the crowd, who cheered at the completion of a great match. The Kajimane receded and Hinata held out her hand to help Shikamaru out of his grave. The two returned to the platform where the other finalists were standing, and the Konoha Genin congratulated Hinata on her victory, with one noticeable exception. Hyuga Neji found his cousin's performance to be poor and underachieving. She had to resort to outside techniques to defeat the laziest person in the village. He hadn't even moved at the beginning of the match. "Great job, Hinata-chan." Sakura congratulated the shy girl with a friendly pat on the back. "Why do you try and clean up trash?" Neji scowled at his pink-haired opponent. "What?" Sakura yelled at the other Hyuga, while Hinata's eyes dropped to the ground, avoiding all contact with her older sibling. For the heiress of the strongest clan in Konoha to have to resort to outside help is despicable and shames everyone who bears the name of Hyuga. Neji lashed out. Sakura glared at Neji so hard the other combatants, including the two remaining Sand siblings, thought she was going to bore a hole in Neji's head. "Why are you trying to put Hinata-chan down so much?" Naruto asked, just a hint of rage flying off his tongue. Hinata could barely believe her ears. Not only had Naruto defended her performance, he had called her Hinata-chan. She felt a familiar heat rise to her cheeks and decided that if she died now, she would do it with a smile on her face. Only the voice of the announcer brought her out of her fantasy land. "Since Uchiha Sasuke is not here, his match will be postponed until the end of the first round matches, at the request of the Kazekage. So her second match will be Rock Lee vs Aburame Shino." The two walked to the ring and waited for the signal, but before the fight began, Lee addressed his opponent. "Yosh, it will be an honor to fight you, Shino-san. It is said that the Aburame Taijutsu is the strongest in the village, on par with the Jaikin even." Shino raised an eyebrow at the boy. It was an unknown fact that the only people who had a chance at defeating an Aburame in an all-Taijutsu fight dedicated their lives to the art. Shino's father was more than a match, even for a master like Mido Guy. "Begin." Lee raced at Shino at an unbelievable speed, only for the stoic boy to easily block the kick that Lee had aimed for his head by catching Lee's left foot. Lee quickly broke Shino's hold and attacked again, aiming a hard right foot for Shino's side. Shino once more easily blocked the blow, this time with his forearm. Lee flew into a backhand spring to distance himself. In the contestants' box, everyone was surprised to see Shino hold his own against the Taijutsu specialist. Shikamaru was sure that Shino would forfeit because his Kakeichu, destruction bugs, wouldn't work against the chakra-less Lee. "Is that true, that the Aburame Taijutsu rivals the Jaikin?" Sakura asked Hinata, who quietly nodded her head. "I've spared against Shino-kun many times, but I haven't beaten him once," she confirmed. "HN, that's just because you are a weakling." Neji scoffed. "What is so special about this style of Taijutsu?" Kenkuro asked, "It doesn't look like much to me." The Aburame clan has risen to prominence because they offer a check against the two strongest clans in Konoha, the Uchiha and to a lesser extent the Hyuga. Naruto supplied, history was one of his strongest subjects in the academy. The Aburame clan is well known and feared because of the Kakeichu they harbor within their own bodies since their birth. The Kakeichu feast on chakra, any type of chakra they can get, including that of their host. As such, the Aburame clan is completely incapable of using outside techniques, just clan techniques and taijutsu. The Uchiha clan was notorious for harboring a grudge against the Aburam because of the Bug clan's success against Uchiha in the Chunin and Jounin exams. Since the Kakashi eat their host's chakra, the Sharingan cannot sense the chakra signature of an Aburam. The Kakashi would quickly deplete the chakra of their opponent, and since the Uchiha were almost completely reliant on their Kaiten jutsu, they would quickly fall. 1. Theory on why the Uchiha became so proficient in fire techniques is because of the Aburam. The fire will scare away or kill the bugs. But the Hyuga, the Jaikin is rendered nearly useless because, once again, the Aburam have no chakra system. Yes, the Jaikin can still attack other organs and body systems, but the Kakashi have a symbiotic relationship with their hosts and make the organs highly resistant to physical damage. Shikamaru and Sakura were in awe of Naruto's speech, not to mention the Sand Shinobi. Hinata smiled at Naruto, knowing that he was well versed when it came to the history of the village. Back in the arena, Lee had charged Shino a number of times, only to meet with the same result. The whispers about the Aburam Taijutsu weren't over-exaggerated. Lee withdrew a pair of kunai and charged once more, receiving a raised eyebrow from his opponent. Shino dodged the first couple strikes easily enough, but Lee didn't let up and soon Shino's jacket was slashed to ribbons. Although he didn't discard the tattered coat, it did little to hide his body, and what a body it was. Shino was, for lack of a better term, ripped. There were a number of females in the stadium who straight away fainted from seeing the physique of the boy for the first time. Under the cream-colored jacket, Shino wore a black tank top that, according to a number of women in attendance, clung to his body like Sakura clings to Sasuke. In other words, it hugged his muscles very tightly. Now Shino was as close to angry as an Aburam can get, this was his favorite jacket out of the 34 he owned. Lee was in for it. The resulting battle was fierce and for the most part, invisible to the general public. Lee and Shino redefined the word fast as they traded blows with each other. The contest was even and heated until Lee was able to land a sharp kick to Shino's gut and kept kicking away, launching the boy into the air. Or he would have if Shino hadn't suddenly dissolved into a swarming mass of kick-eye bugs. Lee felt a number of pinching sensations as the bugs swarmed over him, but he ignored the sensation and performed a very vast spinning kick, successfully separating himself from the insects like a centrifuge. You have been bitten by some of my newest tenants. They have a moderately venomous bite that won't kill you, but it will result in unconsciousness. You had best concede the fight, you will need medical attention. Lee could feel something was wrong with him and figured that it must be the venom. I have a short time to finish this fight, I'm sorry Guy-sensei, but I'm afraid I might have to give up. I cannot beat him without breaking my promise. Lee apologized to his mentor. Over the boisterous crowd, a voice rang out. Lee, it is alright, I give you permission to take them off. The voice of the green beast of Konoha rang out. Lee didn't need to look at who the voice belonged to. He crouched low to the ground and lowered the orange leg warmers he wore to reveal a set of black weights. He unsnapped the weights and dropped them to the ground where they made a deep crater. Shino's eyes rose once more, but he couldn't do anything as Lee made his attack. Lee disappeared in a blur of green that many trained shinobi couldn't follow with their eyes. This time, when Lee's foot impacted Shino's chin, the Aburam couldn't do anything but fly into the air. Lee appeared underneath Shino and whispered sorry to the boy before launching into a series of punches that targeted his kidneys and side before redirecting the now injured boy towards the ground with a hard chop to the stomach. But Lee was not finished. He followed Shino downwards and grabbed his ankles with his hands and wrapped his feet around Shino's neck, shifted his center of gravity and readjusted their trajectory into a peregrine falcon drop. Shino's head hit the ground with a smack before his body collapsed face down. Lee rolled off his opponent panting heavily. Genma walked over to the two and checked them for injuries. Shino was unconscious and unmoving, his sunglasses had shattered upon impact with the ground. Lee too was unconscious, but Genma figured that it was due to the poison and strain that his body went through. This match is a double knockout. Genma announced to the crowd who had gone silent. They erupted into cheers as the two boys were stretchered off the field. In the observation deck, the Konoha ninja were in awe of the fight before them. Even the stoic Niji had admitted that it would be interesting to fight the two Taijutsu enthusiasts. The Suna shinobi were engrossed in a different topic. Tenkuro, I sense that something is off with the Kazekage. Gara stated as if it were something that should have been obvious. The youngest of the Kazakege's sons hadn't called the wind leader. Father since an incident involving an assassin years ago. What do you mean? Kankuro asked, obviously he hadn't gotten the same vibe from his father. Gara stared at the blue-robed Kage intently for a minute before he answered. I do not trust the Kazekage and I will not participate in the attack against Konoha. If you or Tamari injure one Konoha citizen I will kill you both. Something seems off about him, he is too strong. Are you saying that someone killed and is impersonating our father? Yes. Tenkuro was in shock. Never had he seen his father lose in battle, but here his youngest brother was suggesting that exact scenario. Itarashi Naruto vs Ibaku no Kankuro Genma called for the next pair of fighters, but Kankuro didn't want to move until Gara whispered something in his ear. If you don't wish to die very slowly, you must keep up the appearance that nothing is wrong. So fight this match. I am interested in how strong Naruto could be. Partly out of fear for his life, and partly because Gara had never shown an interest in anything other than killing people, Kankuro complied with the request. Sadly, the fight was much less interesting than the talk between the brothers. As soon as the fight began, Naruto let some of his Setetsu flow from the confines of his sleeves and formed them into an amorphous cloud. Kankuro just stared at the sight. There was the Sandame's greatest weapon, the Iron Sand, being controlled by some genin that his brother was interested in. But Kankuro decided that even against the Iron Sand, he would continue this fight, just to appease his homicidal younger brother. As long as he can't tell which body is Karasu and which one is me, then I'll be fine. Strategy and stealth were essential for a puppeteer, and Kankuro prided himself on the latter, which was a mistake. He manipulated the chakra strings that lead to his puppet and made to position Karasu in a defensive position. But the puppet didn't move. I've flooded the joints of your puppet with Setetsu. Naruto's voice came from in front of the real Kankuro, who had hidden himself as a bundle on the back of his puppet. Naruto leveled a kunai at the bandages and slit them off, revealing his true opponent. You've used that trick already, you should try a new one. He said coldly, the kunai pressing against the shocked genin's neck. You should give up. Kankuro just nodded his head and Genma declared Naruto the victor. Naruto returned to the observation deck while a visibly uneasy Kankuro slowly ascended the stairs, afraid of the wrath his brother was going to bestow on him. But when he made it up to the deck, Gara was just staring at the two combatants. Kankuro tried to slide behind Naruto, but Gara noticed him and gave him a stare that drew the puppet master in. Good job, if you had put up a fight, someone might have noticed my conversation with Temari. As it happened, everyone was watching Naruto defeat you, so no one noticed. Kankuro was stunned. He had failed Gara, but instead of death, he received praise for it. It must have been a first for the world, Gara praising someone. Hyuga Neji vs Haruno Sakura begin. Genma's voice rang out over the crowd and brought everyone's attention back to the arena. Sakura started off by throwing a kunai at her opponent and then created a trio of bunshin and rushed the Hyuga prodigy. Neji just stood there, Byakugan on, and stared down Sakura the entire time she attacked. Just as she was about to reach her target, Sakura smirked as she saw the explosive note that she had wrapped around the handle of her kunai begin to burn down. Her training with Anko over the past month was nothing like she had imagined. While Sakura was best suited for a medical career or as a genjutsu specialist, Anko had taken the month to train her in the art of demolition. An entire month on expanding her chakra capacity and work on creating her own explosive notes and various other incendiary devices. The kunai had embedded itself in the ground behind Neji and was about 20 feet from the boy. Her joy was short-lived, however, as Neji simply slid into a sweep kick and took Sakura's legs out from underneath her, sending her towards her own explosive. Sakura quickly concentrated on the chakra she had embedded in the note and stopped it. She had been partially successful during her training in creating an explosive note that the user could start or stop at will. The note stopped and she was able to pluck it from the ground and throw it at Neji's unprotected back, restarting the detonation in the process. In the stands, Hyuga Hanabi and Hyuga Hiashi, Hinata's sister and father, were watching the match with no interest. Hanabi, watch closely. He is the one in which the Hyuga blood flows thickest, though it is wasted against such an inferior opponent. Neji began to emit chakra from the tenketsu all over his body and began to spin. A dome of chakra formed around him and the spin reflected the kunai back toward Sakura, who quickly performs a kawarimi and switches place with a stone. Kaiten, heavenly spin, Hanabi gasps. That is the Hakushu Kaiten, 8 trigrams palms heavenly spin, the absolute defense of the main branch of the Hyuga clan. For someone to have learned that attack that is not a part of the main family, he is truly the prodigy of our clan. Hiashi intoned. This time it was Neji who took the offensive and rushed at Sakura before she could get set. Sakura was forced to create a chakra injintu, chakra scalpel, to block Neji's palm strike that was aimed for her heart. Luckily for Neji the injintu takes a lot of control to perform and Sakura just didn't have enough. Instead of a sharp scalpel, what Neji felt was more like a steak knife and while it hurt, the damage to his palm was minimal. However, instead of leaping away like Sakura had intended, Neji just slid to his right and made to close the tenketsu on her arm, but Sakura had a surprise in store for the genius. She replaced herself with a flash note and while Neji was blind, threw a pair of kunai at him, which he was able to block by doing a blind kaiten. As the move was slowing down, Sakura rushed Neji with a kunai in each hand, another skill she had picked up from Anko. He dodged a kunai she held in her right hand, albeit sloppily, and made to close some tenketsu on her left arm. But, to add insult to injury, Sakura was able to place a kunai strike to Niji's arm, which knocked the wind out of his sails, causing the genius to gasp in surprise. The cut was shallow but traveled the length of his arm, spilling a good amount of blood onto the ground. "Niji, I may dislike you for what you said to Hinata, but if you don't get that checked out soon, you may die," Sakura stated. The crowd was in awe, a shinobi without a clan had seemingly defeated the greatest prodigy to come from the Hyuga clan in the past century. But Niji wasn't done yet. Niji emitted a pulse of chakra which acted like a puff of compressed air from a can and knocked Sakura off balance. He then quickly took his stance before beginning his attack. "You are in my field of divination," he called before his hands began to move at a speed that couldn't be seen by many. 2 strikes, 4 strikes, 8 strikes, 16 strikes, 32 strikes, 64 strikes. He chanted. Hakushu. Rakuju Yonshu, 8 trigrams 64 palms, Sakura fell to the ground, nearly unconscious and drained of her chakra. She tried to get up but her body didn't want to let her. "Do you give up?" he asked with an evil smirk on his lips. "I didn't hear anything, must be my weak cousin rubbing off on you, I'll say it once, trash attracts more trash." His right arm recoiled and was about to land a devastating blow to Sakura's internal organs, but Genma's arm stopped him. "This match is over, if you wish to retain your ninja status, as well as your head, you had better quit now." Niji just walked away, but was stopped in his tracks by Naruto. The two locked eyes but didn't say a word as Sakura slowly regained her breath and walked off to receive medical attention. "Genma-san, since Sasuke isn't here yet, why don't you let me and Niji fight now? I owe him for what he has done to my teammate." Naruto's voice was cold as he challenged the previous Rookie of the Year. Genma looked up to the Hokage who sighed. He should have seen this coming from Naruto. He would stall so that his brother could arrive and not be disqualified. Looking over at the Kazekage, he asked for the man's opinion. "I think it would be an excellent fight while we wait for my son to fight the Uchiha," the Kazekage replied. Sarutobi sighed again and nodded to Genma. The fight would go on. There will be a 15-minute intermission before the next fight, which will be Mitarashi Naruto vs Hyuga Niji. Genma announced and the crowd began to mutter amongst themselves. "Why hasn't Sasuke fought yet?" one member would ask the other. No one seemed to know, but that didn't mean they weren't looking forward to the next round of matches. Some because it was bound to be an interesting matchup, what with a Hyuga against someone who could use one of the most famous bloodline abilities to grace the Shinobi nations, and others because they wanted to see Niji demolish the demon brat. Alas, some things never change. When the break was over, the two boys hadn't moved a muscle, despite Niji receiving treatment for his wound, and were staring each other down in a way that was reminiscent of Sasuke and Niji before this entire exam began. Begin. Genma's arm dropped and the action was on. Almost instantly Naruto and Niji went on the offensive. Naruto created a number of cage bunshin and they circled around Niji, who was finding it impossible to distinguish between the real Naruto and the clones. "Damn, these clones, they have their own chakra circulatory system, so it is impossible for me to pick out the real one." Rushing forward, Niji started to strike as many clones as he could, but for every clone that seemed to be destroyed, 2 more would poof into existence. "What is this? I've never heard of a self-sustaining cloning technique." Niji was becoming annoyed. If he didn't figure out some way to defeat the blonde nuisance, then he would have to reveal his final trump card. His Byakugan didn't show anything different with the landscape or with Naruto's chakra flow, so how was he making so many clones? It wasn't until Niji felt himself be tripped up by the staggering number of clones that he noticed something was wrong. The chakra flow in his own body was the problem. He had been caught in a genjutsu and didn't even realize it. He took a number of deep breaths and regulated the flow of chakra within his own body. Now there weren't any clones in the area, but that hadn't meant that Naruto had been idle while Niji was fighting a log. He had strategically placed a number of explosive notes and flash tags around the boy and set them off in a large explosion of light and heat. But Niji had replaced himself with a rock and was glaring angrily at Naruto. "What happened to those who rely on outside help are weak?" Naruto taunted. "Shut up. It is my destiny to defeat you anyway." Niji growled and charged at Naruto, who simply ducked under the incoming palm and landed a solid uppercut to Niji's stomach before the Hyuga branch member could do anything about it. "You and that fate kick again, I don't get it, what makes you so special that fate would grant you victory?" Naruto was playing 20 questions with him in the middle of a fight. Niji became very angry. Launching another attack, Niji was unsuccessful in his attempt at closing any tenketsu on his opponent. Naruto performed the seals for Kaiten. Hausenkan no Jutsu, fire type. Mythical Phoenix Flower, forcing Niji to leap out of the way. For a second nothing happened, but then Niji decided to go off on one of his rants. You obviously don't know about the Hyuga's destiny of hatred. You couldn't possibly know what it feels like to know that someone could end your life on a whim. You cannot possibly know what it feels like to be branded as inferior with a seal that could destroy your mind. You know nothing. Wow, sounds like someone is carrying around a lot of emotional baggage. Naruto quipped. You should really see a shrink or someone about those feelings you are having. Neji growled like an animal and proceeded to charge Naruto once more, only to find that the blonde had ended up behind him. The Hyuga clan will do anything in order to protect the main family, those who were born privileged, including offering up branch members as sacrificial lambs. I don't really care too much, all I know is that you have problems with the main house, and you choose to centralize those issues onto Hinata-chan and all the other people around you. I may not have a seal that can kill me, but I've got more stigma attached to me than you could gather in a lifetime. But I press through any problems I have, fate doesn't decide the outcomes of minor struggles like ours, but fate helps those who help themselves, which is why I'm going to kick your ass, for all the people who have adversity and work their way through it. I think your teammate Lee calls it, the geniuses of hard work. Hinata-chan has all the pressures of being the heiress of the most prestigious clan in Konoha. Sakura worked her butt of this past month to get where she is, and I've got a good portion of the citizens of this village rooting against me, just because Anko is my Ka-chan. For these reasons I will defeat you. The two combatants, finally tired of each other talking instead of fighting, charged at each other, Neji in his Hakushu Rikuju Yanshu stance and Naruto with a Kuri no Yaiba, blade of ice, formed around his right arm, while his Sharingan spun wildly in his eyes, momentarily shocking the stoic Hyuga. This time, it was Neji who came off the better of the two, managing to shut off 64 of Naruto's Tenketsu, while Naruto was only able to put a slash across Neji's chest that traveled from his right hip up to his chest before Neji was able to lean his head back enough to dodge a near-fatal strike. But Naruto had managed to cut the cloth of Neji's headband, showing the entire stadium the branch family seal that marred his forehead. I have sealed off your chakra, you have no way to defeat me. You should have known that fate would decide against you, the dead last of your class, you had no chance to defeat me. Neji gloated. He's right, I feel as strong as a newborn, I suppose I have no choice. Jiraiya Jaisen, thanks for the help with this one. As Neji was gloating, Naruto placed his hands into the ram seal, most commonly used to focus and gather chakra. He concentrated on doing something that he didn't want to do again in his lifetime, but the feeling of belonging occurred once more as he called upon the chakra of the Kyuubi. It was Jiraiya's idea to learn to call upon the Kyuubi's chakra when needed. Especially with a Hyuga in his section of the draw and a fellow demon container in the other half, the need was great. The process itself had turned out much easier than Naruto had thought it would be. Although chakra is both physical and spiritual, a demon's chakra is nearly all spiritual, and thus, when the Kyuubi was sealed inside of him, almost all of its power was added to his own. However, the Kyuubi had little control over his chakra, now that he was sealed. In truth, it was Naruto's chakra to call upon and use when he felt fit. The bonus of the current arrangement was that if his normal chakra pathway was shut down, the Kyuubi chakra could open it back up, as if it were a different source of energy. Which was why Neji was surprised to see an orange-red chakra begin to seep into Naruto's system, only moments after he had shut it down. The chakra was so intense that it blinded Neji when he tried to look directly at it. As a demonstration of his new power, Naruto used his Satetsu to hold onto Neji's hands and feet, while a layer of ice crept over his entire body. Naruto had spent a good amount of time learning how to draw water out of the air and funnel it into his Hyoten techniques. Neji was in shock, am I actually going to lose to the dope? No, I can't, fate helps those who help themselves. Naruto's words floated through Neji's mind as his frozen petrified body was pulled into the ground. Neji, Naruto's voice was a whisper so low that the Hyuga doubted that someone could hear it if they were standing next to them. You think that you've led a hard life, at least you've had love. Growing up, I was not shown love until after I was shown death. Even afterwards, my nightmares were rife with thoughts that it might just be a hoax, that at any moment, someone would come along and say gotcha. You think that I don't know what it feels like to have my life controlled by a seal? You're wrong, my life has been controlled by 3. But that the loudmouth dope walked off to the deck to receive congratulations from all, including a blushing Hinata, who had nearly fainted when her crush said he would win for her. Neji just stood in the ground while Genma sauntered over to him. You know, a bird, even one that was raised in captivity, will instinctually try and open the latch of its cage. The laid-back man reprimanded the youth as he lifted him out of his hole. Winner, Mitarashi Naruto. Just as Neji was making his way off the arena floor, one chronically tardy Jounin appeared in a swirl of leaves, with one annoyed genin. Sorry, we're late, you see there was this old lady doing her shopping when a bunch of Sasuke's fan club, who were chazzing us, crashed into her and broke her hip. Sasuke felt so bad for her that he finished her shopping for her. Kakashi apologized, once again lying out his mouth. Yes, well, you should talk with the Hokage about getting something done about those fangirls. Genma retorted, not being able to hide his smile. The next match will be Uchiha Sasuke vs Sabaku no Gara. Gara descended the stairs to the stadium and faced Sasuke. Genma quickly began the most anticipated fight in the history of the Chunin exams. But Gara didn't move to fight Sasuke. Instead he turned to Genma and plainly spoke. Suna has allied with Odo to invade Konoha during this match. I refuse to fight because that, he turned to the seats where the cages were sitting, isn't the Kazekage. Almost as soon as the words were out of his mouth, an explosion rang out from the area of the front gates of the village. A giant brown three-headed snake crashed through the walls. The fight for Konoha was on. This chapter is posted on beta ed due to problems with my email. Please refrain from mentioning any grammatical mistakes I may have made in your reviews. P.S. Matt, if you read this, I'm sorry I posted this without consulting you first, but my emails have been on the fritz lately and I will try to email you later with a new account. Sorry about the wait on this chapter, in my defense it is a good 5 or so pages longer than my normal chapter length, so I hope that makes up for it. I have had 2 different papers due in the last couple of weeks, so I couldn't focus all my attention to this fic. Thanks for the reviews from the last chapter, I hope they keep coming. Next time. The battle begins, and how will it be different now that Gara isn't fighting for Suna and Tsunade and Jiraiya are here? Chapter 17. When the shinobi in the stadium heard the crashing of the wall, they all turned and made to leave to help their comrades. However, a giant snake crashing through the thick outer walls of Konoha was just the first part of the plan. Soft white flowers began to descend from the sky and the people in the arena began to drift asleep. Even some of the less experienced shinobi fell victim to Nihin Shoha no Jutsu. Temple of Nirvana technique, the Jounin in the crowd, however, did not. Neither did Sasuke, Gara, Haku, Hinata, and Naruto. When they heard the explosion, Naruto and Sasuke activated their Sharingan and Hinata, her Byakugan. Haku, being the Jinjutsu specialist in training that she is, easily recognized the effects of a Jinjutsu and dispelled it before it could affect her. Gara had immediately tried to get to the Kazekage in the box by disappearing in a swirl of sand. He was stopped by a small contingent of sand shinobi who felt it would be beneficial to take care of the demon. In another 2 minutes, Gara was racing up the side of a building only to meet a large purple shield and 4 Konoha Anbu kneeled in front of it. I wouldn't try and get past. Their captain said, distinguished by his tan robes that covered all of his body. It will burn you alive. Gara nodded, not liking the fact that he was useless. Who is inside? The Sandame, Orochimaru, who was impersonating the Kazekage, and Jiraiya-sama. The captain replied. So he had been right, the Kazekage was dead. Gara disappeared in another cloud of sand. He had some sound ninja to hunt. Back in the arena there was much more action going on than with the Sannin and their former teacher. Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, and Asuma were taking apart the many sound shinobi that were occupying their time and taking up their concentration. To save their chakra the Jounin were using kunai to their fullest, or in Guy's case, pure taijutsu. Yosh. My eternal rival, that makes 14 enemies that I have defeated. The overly loud, overly green-clad man yelled at Kakashi, who had exposed his Sharingan to help interpret the moves of his opponents, as well as to catch any techniques the enemies might use. I'm sorry Guy. Kakashi said, as his kunai crashed into the skull of a random ninja. Did you say something? Tears began to well in the eyes of the prideful green beast of Konoha. Oh, it is that hip attitude of yours that makes you my eternal rival. He mentally declared before delivering youthful justice to his 15th victim of the day. Meanwhile, the rookies who weren't in the care of medic ninja were making their way to their injured comrades so that they could defend them if necessary. Shino and Lee would be very helpful in a situation like this, but with the injuries that both sustained during their fight, they would be very easy prey for even the weakest of sound ninja. The Konoha genin arrived at the medical tent in time to watch as nondescript sound shinobi drove a kunai into the bodies of Lee and Shino. Haku was quickly becoming annoyed. Her first instinct was to join the group of rookies and move with them to the medical shelter, but she was stopped by 5 sand shinobi. These were obviously the larger threat when compared to the sound, but they were just Chunin, so she had a respectable chance at defeating them. Doing some one-handed seals, Haku created a multitude of ice needles and launched them, along with some real senbon at her attackers. 2 of the shinobi fell quickly to her needles, but 3 managed to get out of the way. While 2 of the sand shinobi were making seals, the 3rd attacked her with taijutsu. Using her superior speed, Haku was able to block his incoming attack easily enough, but his strength began to push her back. Forming another one-handed seal, Haku locked eyes with her opponent, who immediately fell into her trap. He thought that she was performing another Sensatsu Shishu, but really she was creating her Maku Haishu, demonic ice mirrors. Stepping into the closest mirror and creating a Kuri no Yaiba, she made quick work of the remaining shinobi. But for all her effort, the group of genin she was going to follow had already disappeared. So she decided to do the next best thing. She made her way around the stadium and woke up as many shinobi as she could find. Taking stock of the situation and the size of the stadium, Haku gave out an annoyed huff. This would take a while. The Konoha shinobi were mortified as two of their own were murdered in front of them, kunai plunging into their hearts. Yet when the black steel implements were removed from the bodies, no blood came from the wound. In fact, nothing came from their wounds, but their flesh seemed to chip and crack away. The two corpses grabbed their attackers, and the click of spring-loaded traps could be heard before both enemy shinobi screamed as their blood flowed to the ground. Weaklings. Kankuro's voice materialized form inside the cabinet that was placed between the two beds. Don't worry, my sister got your friends out of here earlier. They're fine. The assembled Konoha ninja breathed a sigh of relief before heading back out to the battle. They quickly noticed that the Suna and Oto shinobi were much weaker compared to the Konoha ninja. While Konoha had taken some losses, no one recognized any of the ninja they saw. Suddenly they came across Gara battling with someone that the Konoha ninja didn't recognize. The remnants of a wooden box lay shattered on the ground, as if they had fallen from the roof, where the large purple barrier rose above the skyline of the village. Kankuro gasped as he recognized the figure fighting with his youngest brother. Their father, the Yondaime Kazukiage. Things were not looking great for Orochimaru. First of all, his sensei was still pretty sharp for such an old man, and Jiraiya's assistance wasn't any help either. The two of his former acquaintances were foiling everything he had done. His Sound 4 had performed perfectly, erecting the Shishi engine, 4 Violet Flames battle encampment, barrier to trap the Hokage and both of his former pupils. However, the Snake Sanin's opponents were able to act together to avoid and counter all of his attacks. So, like any genius, he moved to his already prepared backup plan. Kuchius. Ito Tensei, summoning. Impure world resurrection was a technique that required a sacrifice of life in order to bring the souls of the dead back to life as obedient slaves to the summoner. Since he was fighting Konoha shinobi, he would resurrect the 3 deceased Hokages to fight for him. How ironic, the professor defeated by the 2 men who trained him and Jiraiya humiliated by his own prized pupil. Jiraiya between him and the Sandaime they were easily 2 cage-level opponents he would need more firepower. As the technique began to take effect, the coffin of the Shadaime began to rise up from the rooftop, followed quickly by the coffin of the Nidaime, designated by the kanji for first and second, carved into the wood of their caskets. No. The 4th's coffin must not rise. Student and teacher came to the same conclusion and immediately began to counter the technique. A coffin with the kanji for Fouth began to rise from the rooftops, but stopped about halfway up before receding back to whence it came. The 2 ninja breathed a sigh of relief before they saw another casket rise from the ground. It too had the kanji for 4th emblazoned on it, but this one was much newer. All at once the lids of the caskets opened up and fell down. Out stepped the Shadaime and Nidaime of Konoha, as well as the Yondaime Kazukiage. The Shadaime and Nidaime had reproachful looks in their eyes as they realized that they would be fighting their protege. Sarutobi, we are sorry. The Shadaime spoke for his brother as Orochimaru inserted the tagged kunai into their bodies. This would be a very tough battle. Once that snake bastard, as Jiraiya referred to him, had implanted his kunai, all 3 shinobi attacked their targets. But about halfway between the 2 groups, something happened that would help Konoha immensely. Spikes made of sand rocketed up through the roof, impaling all 3 cages through the heart. All eyes that were attached to a living body looked to the outside of the barrier, where a certain red head was staring at the form of his father with hate rolling off of him. The sand receded and to the horror of the Konoha shinobi, the bodies of the cages began to reform. Once again they were impaled by Gara, and once more when the sand was removed they reformed. This cycle repeated itself a number of times before Orochimaru changed his tactic. Enough. Take care of that brat. He ordered the Kazukiage. Had any Suna shinobi been present, they would have noticed that a sick smile crept across Gara's face. The Yondaime approached the barrier and simply walked through. His body caught fire, but once it smoldered out, the form started to reform. When the giant snake Kaidaija was summoned and began to wreak havoc on Konoha, Tsunade moved to handle it, since Jiraiya and Sarutobi would be busy with Orochimaru. With one demonstration of her monster strength, the snake fell into a deep crack before it was beset by a number of various fire techniques, effectively destroying it. She quickly ducked behind the lines to help the wounded before they could gather more injuries. A medic was supposed to heal wounds, not risk their lives inflicting them. She momentarily worried about the family that she had become a part of. Orochimaru would stop at nothing to have them, and if this plan didn't work, he would simply come up with another. Her thoughts were interrupted by the next case of an injured shinobi that came to her. Suddenly 3 figures caught her attention. Aburam Shino and Rock Lee were being supported by a blonde kunoichi she didn't recognize, but the Suna emblem gave it away. "Where can I put him?" Temari asked bluntly. Gara, despite his ambition to destroy the Kazukiage, was not having a great time. Despite being a terrible father, for various and numerous reasons, he was a skilled shinobi, and while he might not have been as strong as the Sandaime Kazukiage, it was still enough to hold his own against his son. It was a stalemate physically, but with all the experience he possessed, the Kazukiage was winning the battle. Gara was forced to seal himself inside of a cocoon of sand that would attempt to spear the man with spears of sand, only to have no effect when he hit. The normal calculating Gara was gone, replaced by the homicidal manic that so many people knew the young boy as. Deep inside, Gara was beginning to think that he might not be able to defeat his father, but under the influence of Shukaku, he thought himself invincible. Neither combatant noticed the contingent of ninja that were watching the fight. The contingent, however, was far from clueless. Shikamaru was planning all the possible plans of attack to help the redhead. Hinata was worried that she would get in the way. Kankuro was just watching the fight, mouth agape. Sasuke and Naruto were also plotting, but since they didn't have IQs over 200, they were slightly behind Shikamaru. Does anyone have any idea what technique he's using to be able to regenerate like that? The lazy Nara asked. The silence sounded like a negative answer to everyone present. Can I assume that it's not a blood limit? He probed again. This time Kankuro nodded. If this were a blood limit, then Suna wouldn't be in the shape it is financially or socially. Achan would tell stories about a technique that Orochimaru was working on at Animated the Dead. She said it needed a special tag to work. Naruto supplied after a moment of silence and another regrouping of a limb on the part of the Kazukiage. Hinata, can you find that tag? Shikamaru asked quickly. Gara was being pushed back against the side of a building and was threatening to collapse it if he wasn't able to move away from the failing structure. Activating her bloodline limit, Hinata looked at the chakra pathways to look for a tag that would animate the dead. She couldn't find anything at first. Naruto-kun's friend needs me, that's like Naruto-kun needing me. She thought as she carefully added more chakra to her eyes, trying to see more, trying to see smaller. There. It's in his neck at the base. She exclaimed quickly, almost going too fast to hear. Sasuke quickly leapt into action, charging the Kazukiage with kunai. The older man felt the attack coming and dodged. Sasuke overshot but was able to catch himself and turn around to see Naruto leap into the fray. Naruto also attacked with a kunai and once again the Kazukiage dodged the first strike, but Naruto didn't overshoot like his brother. He was able to launch a second attack, but the second was off balance and the blade wouldn't reach the talisman. However, in a flash of light, the head of the Kazukiage fell off as ice spread over the surface of the knife, extending its range considerably. The ice, however, wasn't the usual cloudy mess that ice cubes always turn out to be, but it was perfectly clear. As the Kazukiage was trying to reform his head, Gara took the opportunity to crush the rest of his body with his sand. A dark liquid rushed from the mass of sand that compressed the body of the Kazukiage into a very tiny ball. However, Gara wasn't finished, despite killing the man that had made his life a living hell. The maniacal glint in his eye only grew bigger and Kankuro involuntarily stepped back a number of steps while the other shinobi were caught off guard at the killer intent that the genin was producing. The only two who recognized what was happening was Kankuro and Naruto, and the former was making sure he wouldn't have to do anything about it. Naruto on the other hand saw what would happen if Gara was to use too much of Shukaku's chakra inside the village. "Gara," he yelled at the redhead. "You said we'd fight in the third round, let's do it now, but we need to change venues." Gara's bloodlust-filled eyes looked at the demon carrier like Akamaru looks at a steak, but nodded and the two boys disappeared to do battle in a less occupied location. The battle inside the barrier was going better, considering that it was 2 cage-level ninja versus 2 former cages. Sarutobi was working on the Shodium and Jiraiya the Nidaime. After seeing the regenerative powers of their opponents, the two knew that the best way to finish the fights was to seal the souls away into something. The problem was that Sarutobi only knew one soul-sealing technique, the Shikif Jinda. That demon-consuming seal, it required the life and soul of the user, but to the Sandaime he would do it to save his village. Luckily for his friends and family, Jiraiya had an alternative way. Creating a cage bunshin, the toad hermit bit his thumb and pulled out a scroll. As his clone succeeded in capturing the Shadaime, he swiped his blood over a seal and summoned a very ornate katana. He unsheathed the blade and quickly stabbed it through the body of the Shadaime before turning his attention to the second Hokage. Meanwhile, Sarutobi was distracting Orochimaru so that Jiraiya could do whatever it was he had planned. Seeing Jiraiya stab the first Hokage, Orochimaru smirked. That would never work, the puppets of the Edo Tensei were practically invincible. To his shock, the body of the first, instead of reforming, crumbled into sand and the body of his sacrifice, kin he believed her name was, tumbled to the ground. Jiraiya's sword made short work of the Nidaime. Without his Raijin sword, the second Hokage didn't have a good way to counter the Toad Hermit. Jiraiya couldn't have been happier. Noting quickly that the seals that were so delicately etched into the steel of his sword were holding, he plunged the tip of his sword into the tile of the roof and began to seal the souls that his sword had stolen. The Haku Hatoya Fuin. Soul Prison Seal. This was a technique that Jiraiya had theorized after Naruto had shown him the transcripts he had on sealing. The fourth was a true seal master, one that made all others seem pale by comparison. This technique used two different set of seals, one performed by the shinobi and another carved into a weapon of their choosing. The hand seals allowed the shinobi to forcefully remove the soul of their target. The seals on the weapon attracted the souls and kept it or them bonded. To the weapon that split soul and body for a short time. From there a number of possible moves arise. First would be to seal the soul or souls into something else. This would then allow for the vessel to be destroyed, returning the souls from whence they came. The second option would be to seal the souls into the weapon if the weapon had the sufficient seals etched into the surface. This would grant the weapon certain abilities of the souls trapped within. Guess which option Jiraiya took? But the sword implanted in the rooftop, all he had to do was channel a bit of chakra through it and presto, instant forest. Lokutan Hijutsu. Jukai Kantan, wood secret technique. Birth of dense woodland. A forest of trees rose up from the roof and forced Orochimaru to leap up and fight on tree branches. The trees kept growing and forcing the snake higher and higher until he was in trouble of being burned by his own barrier technique. Seeing this, the Sound 4 dropped the roof of the technique, which allowed the trees to grow out but kept the Anbu in. Orochimaru dropped back towards the ground and his henchmen reactivated the barrier. Sarutobi and Jiraiya met him halfway down. Orochimaru summoned his Kusanagi, grass cutter sword, to parry Jiraiya, while Sarutobi had summoned the Monkey King Enma and had him transform into the Kongu Nyoid adamantine staff, with Jiraiya, mostly drained of chakra, after using the sealing technique, it would be up to the Sandaime to win this fight. Naruto and Gara were having a fight of their own to remember. Gara was using more of Shukaku's chakra than anyone had ever seen him use, and Naruto was forced to tap into the Kyuubi's chakra to help even things out. Things had started out simply enough. Gara's sand made many attempts to capture Naruto, who used Shunshin, body flicker, to move around until he was positioned to strike the boy. He couldn't bring himself to kill the boy, after all the reason he was acting like he wasn't his fault. Naruto was forced to resort to pressure points. In order to finish this fight without damaging Gara too much. Using a burst of red chakra, Naruto shot himself forward toward the redhead in an attempt to lodge a pair of senbon in the boy's neck. However, instead of the sand defending Gara like normal, the sand engulfed him inside of a sphere, like when he was fighting the Kazekage. I need something that can pierce that wall. Naruto thought. Sand won't dissolve, so I can't easily wash it away, but maybe I can still remove it. He flashed through the few hand seals necessary for an elementary water technique, Mizukaishu no Jutsu, water collection technique. By pouring chakra out into the surrounding area, Naruto is able to condense the water molecules in the air as well as bring water from nearby streams or from underground up to the surface. This is thanks to Haku's bloodline, allowing him to control water in any form. Water began to surround the cocoon, the eye that adorns the top took everything in with detail, relaying it to Gara, who wondered what was happening, but didn't worry too much, soon the blonde's blood would be his. The water that Naruto had gathered created a large cylinder to hold the sand cocoon hostage. He then proceeded to form the cylinder into a Suru no Jutsu, water prison. Then, he began to swirl chakra through the arm he had embedded inside of the prison. Jiraiya had begun to teach his great-grandson the Rasengan, but due to the training that was required to help him against his opponents in the exams, he had only worked on the technique of the Yondaime for a few days. As the chakra swirled in his hand, so did the water. In short order, the water began to spin violently until it grew so fast that the sand of the cocoon began to spin off into the water, leaving Gara exposed. Naruto froze the water around the outside, trapping the sand, before he melded himself into the ice and made his way towards Gara. Gara was dizzy from the spin cycle he had gone through, which was why he didn't resist when Naruto was able to prick a point on his body that sent him to sleep. In his worry over his friend, Naruto forgot that Shukaku would emerge if Gara were to fall asleep. Naruto froze when he felt the large amount of killer intent that Gara began to give off. Cursing to himself for forgetting such an important detail, Naruto tried to wake the boy up. He created a small ball of water and threw it at Gara, but the boy wouldn't wake up and the sand was beginning to break through the ice. Naruto ran to his side and tried to shake Gara awake, but this once again failed. Realizing the trouble he would be in if he couldn't figure out what to do next. The demonic chakra was beginning to break through to the sand which was already overpowering his ice cube. Not to mention, the curse seal on his neck throbbed as he was thinking, throwing him off his rhythm. "Damn you Orochimaru, I was thinking," he yelled in his mind as panic began to set in. If worst came to worst, he could always call on more of the Kyuubi's chakra, but he didn't want to after the way he acted under its influences on the bridge in Wave Country. That's when an epiphany came to him. Orochimaru's Gajumfkin. 5-element seal, when the snake freak had used it on him to stop the Kyuubi's chakra, Naruto's Sharingan had been active and was able to copy the way the chakra was molded, despite the lack of hand seals. One of the first things that Naruto and Sasuke had done once they activated their Sharingan was memorize the way each different hand seal affected the way that chakra was molded inside the body. By deciphering the movements of the chakra inside Orochimaru when he did the seal, Naruto could, in theory, copy the seal. Naruto had a good memory, but it wasn't photographic. One small mistake could end up killing Gara, not to mention that the Goju Fuin is only good to place over even-numbered seals. Now, where was Gara's seal? Ripping off the Chunin's shirt, Naruto quickly found that the seal, a dark thick band of loops and twists that circled Gara's chest and back. The focus of the seal was directly over Gara's heart, and if this didn't work, he would almost certainly die. He was in luck, it was a 2-point seal, barely capable of sealing a lesser demon. It definitely wasn't meant to hold back the awesome power of a Biju. Naruto took a deep breath and poured what little excess chakra he could spare to hold his ice prison together just a bit longer. He closed his eyes and began to perform hand seals. He had to get this correct, if he didn't he would kill his friend. Naruto felt the chakra flow to his fingertips and stabilize. He heard his ice creak and moan as it began to break under the assault of the sand inside. Here goes nothing. Naruto couldn't do anything else but hope for the best as he drove his right hand into Gara's chest, right over his heart. The sudden decrease of demonic chakra was a welcome sign that everything went well. The last thought that Naruto had went along this line. "I hope someone finds us." He then blacked out due to physical and chakra exhaustion. Blood dripped from wounds and began to pool on the tiles that made the floor of the arena for the battle between sensei and student. However, the blood didn't belong to the oldest of the combatants. Orochimaru held back a howl of pain as he clutched his shoulder where his left arm once was. The aforementioned appendage was held in the clutches of Enma, king of the ape summons. No longer able to perform techniques with the speed required to ensure survival in this fight, the Snake Sannin had no other option but to retreat, his sound for keeping any Anbu from following. The battle for Konoha had ended with the defeat of the invading forces, which retreated in utter humiliation. Thanks to Tsunade and Shizune, the number of wounded and dead Konoha shinobi were minimized. Konoha had survived, in large part to the efforts of every shinobi, from Genin to Jounin. Anko had left the arena and immediately reported to the wall to help protect it. She was of course worried about her sons, but she knew that they could protect themselves. The Konoha Genin that had found Gara fighting the Kazukiage helped the Anbu clear out any hiding enemy ninja from the streets, often chasing the ninja into the Anbu forces. About 2 hours after the retreat of Orochimaru, Naruto and Gara were found by a small contingent of Genin, led by Hinata and Neji. Both were admitted to the hospital and were treated for various physical injuries. The two would be unconscious for almost 3 days, a record for both, and as a result, missed the massive rebuilding effort that the village was going through. The village would be back to normal in about 3 months, and Konoha had solidified their reputation as being amongst the elites in the shinobi world. A mere 2 weeks' travel from Konoha, 2 figures dressed in black cloaks with red clouds on them headed for the village. These two would be the harbingers of a new dawn, and Konoha wouldn't like the day that their sun rose and the village of Konoha fell into perpetual nightfall. An. Sorry for those of you who were angry for the cliffhanger, it was just a good place to stop. Once again, please continue to review, I don't get any better without your wonderful reviews. Also thanks goes out to my wonderful Betamat, he's been nothing but amazing and deserves some recognition for his work. A very special thanks goes out to Usagi no Kasai for her input on some of my techniques, I really appreciate it. Oh, and now for a shameless plug. I posted a new story at the end of November called True Hyuga Genius. It's been getting some pretty good reviews, but if you wouldn't mind, please check it out and let me know what you think. For those of you who are already following it, I posted chapter 3 a little while ago. Thanks for all your support and please review. Chapter 18. Naruto had been confined to his hospital bed for too long. Despite the reassurances of his mother that it was necessary to prevent against further damage from chakra exhaustion. The amount he had used to defeat Gara and defend his home had been monumental, using up all of his unnaturally large chakra supplies, as well as forcing a good amount of the Kyuubi's chakra into use. Safe to say that he wasn't expected to awaken for a good week and a half. Granted he was anything but normal, so it wasn't too much of a surprise that he petitioned to be released minutes after waking up. Thankfully, Tsunade denied his request and forced him to spend at least the next day in the room, under her strict surveillance. After that, he should be able to return home, given that he doesn't exert himself too much, but since he had a tendency to overdo everything he does, more like no working out whatsoever. He hadn't taken his forced vacation well, especially when he could have been able to help out the village, which needed a lot of help rebuilding. That was where the rest of his family was, while he was stuck helping Tsunade sort papers. One of the lessons from this encounter was the unfortunate truth that Sarutobi was growing on in his life and a suitable replacement must be found before long. Fearing what would happen if he offered the post to Jiraiya, the old and wizened man offered the office of Godame Hokage to Tsunade. He had always hoped to be able to pass on his position to one of his students, now that his true successor was gone. He had gone to see his only female student to offer her the job and was expecting a long argument from the blonde, but was shocked when she accepted his offer after only a few days of thought. He was almost sure that she would refuse because of her brother, Nawaki, and her one-time boyfriend Dan. It was both of their dreams to become Hokage and she had taken their deaths rather harshly. Whenever the gray-haired man thought of this a sad smile would take over his face. It was against the very nature of a Kage to not feel sorrow for one as close as Sarutobi was to his students, especially when that sorrow was caused by death. Where does the smile come from? Well, the first thing that Tsunade did when she began her journey was to visit the Stone Ninja in their home. Once again, the Iwa shinobi suffered sleepless nights and extreme fear of a blonde-haired Konoha ninja. Returning to his original train of thought, Sarutobi couldn't help but feel a sense of relief pass over him. This arrangement would be best for Konoha, which would in essence have two Kages to guide them through the times ahead, one in battle and the other in her wisdom and with the utmost respect of the village. The future of the village was in good order. Finally. I can get out from behind that stupid desk. Naruto was ecstatic about his release from paperwork. If that was what the Hokage did all day, he might just reconsider his job options in the future. He had suffered behind that desk for an entire week before he was cleared to help out with the manual labor with the rest of his friends. To celebrate his freedom, the young man quickly made his way to Ichiraku for some ramen. Tsunade had more important matters to attend to, most of them dealing with sorting out the results from the Chunin exam. From what she had seen, the Genins, while impressive, didn't have the maturity to be Chunin at this stage. But after the attack from Orochimaru, the village did need more Chunin. As night set around the village, the two figures in black cloaks reached the gates of the village. They wore straw hats that shaded their face from view, and their cloaks covered their entire body, except for about 6 inches of their legs. We'll stay the night out here and search for our target tomorrow. The shortest of the pair said, his voice was emotionless and dead. The only visible part of his skin was his hands which had a ring on his right ring finger. What, seeing your old village make you nostalgic or something? The larger one asked, his hands were in his pockets and not a bit of skin was showing. The shorter of the pair didn't answer and just walked over to a tree before climbing it using chakra and lay across a branch for the night, adjusting his hat so that no one would be able to see his face. The next morning Naruto reported along with his team to the Godame to receive their assignment for the day. Team 7 you're needed in that Tsunade wasn't the best at assigning missions, normally this was something that Shizune did, but she was off helping at the hospital, so the task fell to the female Hokage. She had been determining where placement of teams by need, but with all the focus on the rebuilding, the heaviest hit spots were already near completion, and thus most of the teams were reassigned to lesser areas of need. To pick the new areas, Tsunade had been throwing darts at a map of Konoha and presto. New location. As her latest dart thudded into the map, she looked at the location and grinned. Team 7, you are hereby assigned to help the rebuilding in Konoha's hotel district. If you weren't aware, the district sustained minimal damage, but if we are able to get the structures back in form, we can begin to make revenue from them again. You have your orders, dismissed. The quartet headed towards the building where they would start their day, passing through the center of the village on the way. None of the genin noticed the oddly dressed duo that were sitting at the counter of a small shop, eating breakfast. However, Kakashi did notice, although he didn't appear to. Upon sensing the legendary copy ninja, both of the foreign shinobi tensed but relaxed once the team had passed. No one noticed this action. As the three young ninjas began their work, Kakashi made some lame excuse about needing to check to see if he left his refrigerator running. They never noticed the hawk that began to circle in the sky, calling the attention of the higher-ranking ninja. The two mystery figures finished their food and made as if to follow Team 7, but midway towards their destination, they were accosted by three figures. Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai had spotted the bird that Konoha routinely employed as both a messaging and alert system. At the time Kurenai had been training her daughter protege Haku in the harder aspects of Jinjutsu, and the brunette had followed her mentor to assess the threat of these ninja. For a moment the five shinobi just stood there and gauged each other. After a moment, the smallest of the cloak-clad ninjas spoke. It's been a while Kurenai-chan. The voice was distinctly male, but not exceedingly deep like one would associate with men in their 20s and 30s. Uchiha Itachi. The Genjutsu mistress stammered. Itachi was labeled an S-class missing ninja after his departure a number of years ago. In response to hearing his name, Itachi raised his head, revealing fully matured Sharingan to all present. Haku was in shock. Uchiha Itachi was a name known to most missing ninja. She remembered a time, not long after she and Zabuza had departed mist, that her father figure had a run-in with an old friend from the Seven Swordsmen. She hadn't been privy to the conversation, except for what little she could discern from the next room over. Hashiga Kisame had been extremely strong, even for a member of the Seven Swordsmen, and had garnered a reputation for assassinating daimyos, but that had recently changed. He had joined an organization of missing ninja and had come calling to recruit. He had mentioned that the genius prodigy of Konoha had recently gained entry to the same organization by massacring his entire family. Haku had recoiled at the thought, memories of her father and the small group he led leapt to her mind. Haku. Her head snapped around and looked at her mentor. You must go alert Sandaime-sama that Uchiha Itachi is back in town and headed towards the hotel district. She began forming hand seals for one of her strongest illusions. Meijin. Jubaku Satsu. Demonic illusion. Tree bind death, she whispered her technique and quickly two large trees sprung from the ground and wound their branches around the two ninja. However, as she began to reappear, seemingly out of the trunk, to decapitate the Rouge Uchiha, she found herself at the mercy of her own illusion. I'm sorry Kurenai-chan, but I can't allow you to get any help. Kisame, deal with the girl. Itachi ordered. Kisame quickly made his way towards Haku, who turned to run, but upon hearing Asuma clash with a blue-skinned man, she stopped to watch. Kisame was rather tall and carried a large sword that was wrapped on his back. He was naturally blue-skinned, despite the taunts that his mother ate too many blueberries when she was pregnant with him. He had gills and closely resembled a shark. Asuma had donned his trusty trench knives, through which he was able to channel chakra and extend the blade of his knife. Kisame took a shallow cut to his cheek from the initial assault, but grew wise to Asuma's ability and proceeded to draw his sword, Samehada, from his back and block the subsequent attacks. The shark-faced man took a swing at Asuma and connected with the chain-smoking Jounin's gut, cutting him badly. Ha! My Samehada can eat right through that pitiful chakra knife you have, but the best part is, it doesn't cut, it shaves. He boasted before turning once more to Haku. He disappeared from her view and she instinctively leapt into the air, preparing a number of senbon needles as she did so. Kisame reappeared directly in front of her, even though she was in the air. Doing the only thing she could, she created an ice mirror and disappeared through it, looking for the old Hokage. Kisame was taken aback, that bloodline had been wiped out years ago, he had been part of the team that made sure of it. How had the girl survived? Even if she survived the initial purge, she should have been found out in the subsequent sweeps of Kiri. She must have gotten out of the village, but how and to where, she didn't have the symbol of the leaf on her, so she must be new. His pondering was cut short by his partner's curt voice. Kisame, ignore her, we need to move quickly if we are to acquire our target before the Sandaime can intercept us. His orders came as he landed a hard chop to Kurenai's neck, immobilizing her before the duo continued on their path. It didn't take long to find Team 7, seeing as there was only one genin team assigned to the area. Sakura was off helping clean some of the rooms on the lower floor, while the boys were working from the top down. The two were about to make their presence known when they were interrupted by a pair of kunai thrown in their direction. We know you're there, come out brother. Sasuke spat the last word as if he had swallowed soap. That runt's your brother? Kisame asked, jovially. It has been a while hasn't it Sasuke and you as well Naruto-kun, what has it been, 4 years or 5? The normally stoic teenager couldn't help but dig at the pair. Not long enough. The two yelled and charged their black-haired tormentor together. Itachi was slightly impressed when a Hidori erupted in his younger brother's hand, but more so when a crystal-clear blade of ice formed around Naruto's arm. The duo's timing was spot on, and any normally shinobi would have bit the dust. However, Itachi isn't exactly what could be considered normal by any stretch of the imagination. He simply grabbed Sasuke's wrist behind the chidori and ducked under the horizontal slash that came from Naruto before he proceeded to throw Sasuke into Naruto. Not losing hope, the brothers attacked again, this time with slightly different results, but the outcome was the same. This time it was Kisame that simply stopped the pair with Samehada to block the ice and a swift kick to Sasuke's side. I'm here too you know. He joked, hoping to rile the two up more. It worked and they split apart to attack each opponent separately. Kisame stepped in front of Sasuke, forcing Naruto to fight Itachi. Years of training with Kakashi and their own Sharingan had ingrained in the boys not to look at Itachi's eyes, or they would be as good as dead. By concentrating on his midsection and legs, one could easily determine the moves that someone was making. Naruto unleashed his Setetsu and used his new attack. Setetsu came, Iron Sand. World Order, Naruto declared as the black cloud formed an ever-increasing branching ring of spikes that was designed to wound or trap his opponent. Sasuke, on the other hand, had tried to engage the fourth member of the Blue Man group in a jutsu battle, but was shocked at how smoothly Kisame was in a fight, especially with that awkwardly shaped sword. Forming a few hand seals and inhaling a deep breath of air, Sasuke blew a large fireball towards his opponent, who simply smirked and hid behind his sword. The fire burnt the bandages that Samehada was wrapped in, but the dark blue sword, which was textured with many different scales, exactly like shark skin, just absorbed the attack. Sasuke scowled, this would be much harder than he thought. Naruto wasn't having any better luck, Itachi had simply let the attack graze over his body, taking shallow wounds, but nothing major. Naruto had attempted to follow up with a flurry of punches, the distance was closed with a shunshin, only to be blocked off at every turn. He wasn't used to fighting again after his draining encounter with Gara and could feel his muscles weakening as the one-sided fight wore on. Likewise, Sasuke was receiving a thorough beating, but unlike his brother, he was having a hard time keeping cool under the pressure. He was shocked at the power gap between his foe and himself. Even more disgusting to the young Uchiha was that he knew that Itachi was stronger. Struggling to stand up after a particularly vicious encounter with Samehada, which he had taken across his forearms. Sasuke began to go for broke and formed his second and final Chidori for the day. Charging forward a Kisame, Sasuke readied the crackling ball of energy and drove it towards his opponent's head. Kisame hadn't anticipated that Sasuke would aim so high, and the only thing he had available to block with was the handle of his sword. The blue electricity of the Chidori met with the hard metallic handle of the shark-named sword. Sasuke finally broke through, his hand continuing towards the blue man's head, only to be rocked when Kisame kicked his broken sword at the boy, winding him. Rising to his feet again, Sasuke tried to feel for his chakra, but found precious little. He could feel a throbbing coming from Orochimaru's cursed seal and decided to give in to the call to power. But instead of feeling the rush of chakra to his body, he heard Naruto wince and clap his hand to his neck. In that second, Itachi had locked eyes with Naruto and activated his Manjutsu Sharingan, trapping the boy in the world of Tsukiyomi. Anko had made her way to the hotel district at impossible speeds upon hearing that Itachi was back in town. Haku had been unable to find Sarutobi, but had reported to Tsunade, who had been receiving a report from the kunai-addicted Kunoichi. She had pointed Haku in the direction of the public bathhouses, more specifically the female side, for if Sarutobi couldn't be found, then Jiraiya and Tsunade would have to do. She made it to the building that Team 7 had occupied first, and upon feeling the chakra from above her, headed upstairs as quick as she could. She arrived just in time to witness her son being pulled into the hellish nightmare that was the world of Tsukiyomi. Yet, after a second, to everyone's surprise, Naruto was unaffected by the technique. Itachi took a step backwards, eyes wide open. He couldn't figure out how it was possible until he looked at Naruto's eyes. They weren't black as they had been before, or even the mature Sharingan that he had witnessed during their fight. Instead, there was a black iris with a red blade, the exact opposite of Itachi's Manjutsu Sharingan. He received Shisui's eyes, my Manjutsu will be worthless against him. It was then that he noticed Anko's presence. The situation had broken down and he knew it. The only move left to make was a tactical retreat and he told Kisame as such. Why, it's only one worthless ninja. He asked and made to charge Anko, who merely smirked and disappeared in a blur of motion, reappearing behind Kisame and having grabbed Naruto, handed him off to Sasuke. She was crouched to the ground and upon seeing the look of rage that he had been blown off, she smirked at the man. I don't see what's so funny? He asked in a huff. Anko calmly stood up and straightened out her coat before pulling Kisame's left arm from behind her back, the appendage having been completely removed via kunai. Your nervous system leaves much to be desired. She chided before turning her attention to Itachi. The youngest Anbu captain ever in the history of Konoha felt the chakra signatures of Tsunade and Jiraiya approaching and grabbed Kisame's sword and ordered the older ninja to retreat, blowing a hole out of the wall before leaping out of the building and fleeing into the surrounding forest. After a sufficient distance, Itachi took the opportunity to dress Kisame's wound. The blue man had been in a state of shock that he had been humiliated by a Konoha kunoichi and had his arm removed. Once he had regained sufficient sense, he asked the question that had been bothering him since the encounter. Why did we leave? You could have taken her. He asked boisterously. Itachi's eyes narrowed in response. No, she is a special jounin for a reason, not just because she is good at torture, but because she was singled out by Orochimaru as his apprentice before he defected. He has been after the Sharingan for such a long time that he studied its weaknesses and created his entire style of fighting around it, a style which he passed on to Anko. She has been raised as a tool to fight Uchiha, a tool that could easily fight me equally unless she was to make a mistake. Not to mention that Jiraiya and Tsunade of the Legendary Three were moments away from arriving, there is no chance for us to escape with our target against them. The news of the Jinchuriki's eyes must be reported to the rest of the organization. We may need to amend the plan a bit. He speculated as he continued to push ahead, back towards the base of his organization, Akatsuki. Back in Konoha, all parties involved in the little skirmish were licking their wounds and pondering the day's events. Asuma wasn't as injured as he seemed, mostly the damage was superficial, but there was the worry of damage to his intestines and some other internal organs. Kurenai would have nothing more than a headache when she wakes up, although her pride will undoubtedly take a large hit. Naruto, besides having some major bruising and muscle fatigue due to his activities, was being evaluated by Tsunade, who wasn't nearly as interested in his new Sharingan as Sasuke was. With the healing that she gave him, not to mention the Kyuubi's own healing powers, he shouldn't have been in such a condition. His muscles should have been back to perfect condition, not weakened like he had just awoken from a coma. She suspected some form of poison or other liquid and sure enough, during a scan of her nephew, she found a large quantity of a foreign substance that she was unfamiliar with. After testing, she discovered that it was a laboratory-created virus that targeted the immune and chakra systems, and upon destroying its host cell, would not only release new copies of the virus, but a good bit of potassium chloride as well, a very potent muscle inhibitor. The good news was that he had only recently been infected, and with treatment, he would be cured of this problem quickly. The only issue left was, how did he get this virus anyway? Sasuke hadn't taken much damage, other than to his pride and mind. First off, he realized how large the gap between Itachi and himself was. Secondly, he was angry that he couldn't land a blow to kiss him, but most of all, he felt sick to his stomach that he tried to reach to Orochimaru's cursed seal for power, and in the process, almost caused Naruto to fall victim to the Tsukuyomi. He had forgotten that his seal was contained by Naruto's will and vice versa. He cursed at himself for forgetting something like that. It was because of him that Naruto had nearly been subjected to torture by his worst fears. I won't let it happen again. He resolved to himself. Ah, but of course you will let it happen again because you are too weak and powerless to stop your true brother. There it was again, that voice that had mocked him before the Chunin exam prelims. Who are you? Sasuke demanded. Fool. We've been over this already, I am you, I know all about you, Uchiha Sasuke, I know how angry you feel when you see Naruto like this, how all you can see is your mistakes. You cannot save your precious brother because you are too weak, which means that sooner or later, I will come out and play. Perhaps with that girl you like so much, Haku was it? Yes, she will have to be taken care of so that Itachi cannot use her to get to you, and with that, the sinister voice left Sasuke's head once again, leaving the boy in a cold sweat that this split personality would harm Haku simply for self-preservation. Sasuke felt like the room was closing in on him, so he took his leave to go sit on the roof and ponder this new predicament he found himself in. Inoto, Orochimaru was ignorant of the altercation between the members of his former organization and his intended targets, but he didn't care. He had just finalized his plans to capture 2 vessels that contained the Sharingan, not to mention his own creation, the Senshin. He would accompany a team to Konoha that comprised of Kabuto, his bone user, Kimimaro, and the Sound 4. Although with only one arm, he would be useless in a battle against his former teacher or teammates, he did have enough of an advantage to capture his third target and former pupil, Mitarashi Anko. Yes, as the group set out towards the village of his birth, he couldn't help but grin. Things were finally looking up for the Snake Sannin, and he wouldn't have anything getting in his way. AN. Okay, well there is chapter 18 done. Although it is a bit more of a filler in the long run, it does introduce a number of elements that I wanted to bring in a bit later, so this is actually a fairly important chapter. I am very grateful for all the reviews I received for the last chapter, and I hope to see a fair number for this one as well. I will address the new Sharingan that Naruto has real quickly. Sakashima Manjikyu Sharingan, Reverse Kaleidoscope Sharingan, because Naruto received Shisui's eyes and Itachi used Shisui to obtain his Manjikyu Sharingan, I figured something must have happened to Shisui's eyes and by association, Naruto's. Basically, all his eyes do is negate any techniques used by Itachi's Sharingan and allows him to copy moves that would normally require the Manjikyu to work. Where the normal Manjikyu is red with a black wheel that has the spikes going clockwise, Naruto's are black with a red wheel and rotates counterclockwise. I'd like to thank my beta, Matt, for an excellent job as always, and I hope you all appreciate the job he does. I have a tendency to rant a bit and he is able to keep me intelligible. Thanks for your support and I'll keep writing. As an apology for not updating in a long time, I will be releasing chapter 19 later tonight, so stay tuned for that. Chapter 19. Naruto was sick of that feeling. It had been hanging around him since that incident with Itachi and his blue sidekick, and that had been a while ago. He was sick of the feeling that something terrible was going to happen, and soon. He didn't listen to these kinds of feelings, never had a reason to honestly, but this was different. Jiraiya had explained that the two missing ninja were part of an organization called Akatsuki, made up of only the strongest ninja, who were hunting and capturing the tailed demons, or their containers. He supposed that this might be contributing to the current funk he was in, but it didn't explain it. He exhaled sharply, rereading the letter in front of him for the second time, looking for anything he might have left out or forgotten. Spotting no problems, he rolled the scroll shut and began to walk to the Hokage's office from the comfort of the tree he had been sitting in for the past hour. He made quick time to the administrative building but decided to take the approach to Tsunade's office slowly. It was late, around 10:30 if he had to venture a guess, and he didn't need to be caught sneaking around the office of the most powerful ninja in the village. Quietly, he was able to open the door to the office and slip inside, noting that for once Tsunade was not sleeping at her desk and had more than likely slipped out for some sake. He found the exact place he was searching for and slipped the scroll inside of a small compartment that he had seen the Sandaime use often. It was a small cubby built into the inside of the desk, near the right knee of whoever was sitting at it. Placing his scroll along with the other one already there, he stood up and made to leave, hoping to make it home before too long. His mom had become worried about his safety and had imposed strict curfews on him. The boy shuddered. The last thing he needed to do was make his mom worry. Likewise, Sasuke was out and about at this late hour of the night, except his was for a different purpose. It was the anniversary of his clan's massacre and he had gone to pay his respect. It was a difficult time, especially with the reappearance of Itachi, which seemed to mar today even more than usual. He sat on the pier where he first learned to perform his first fire technique and watched the moonlight and stars reflect of the still surface. The voice in his head hadn't returned since the incident, but what it had said kept echoing around, and it scared him. There was no way that voice could have been him. He wasn't cruel or evil sounding, he wasn't overly violent, and he certainly didn't want anyone dead, especially if that person was Haku. Haku? The name drug up a thought that he didn't want to admit or acknowledge. Did he really care for her? She had experienced the same feeling of loneliness he had, even if his was substantially shorter, both having witnessed their family killed before their eyes. She was strong, something he would definitely look for when he decided it was time to date, and the fact that she was level-headed, where he was a bit more rash, was a nice contrast. He would watch as his brother would spar with the brunette and couldn't help but be amazed by how quickly she thought up a strategy and how effective they were. She was no Shikamaru, who Sasuke knew to have an IQ larger than most people's bill when they took Naruto out for ramen, but she was extremely bright in her own right. Then there was the way that her smile would seem to sparkle, and not in the obnoxious way that Lear guys would, but it could brighten his mood, no matter how bad his day was. Come to think of it, if he could see her smile now. Okay, it was official, he was at least slightly attracted to her, which made what the voice said even more painful to hear. You cannot save your precious brother because you are too weak, which means that sooner or later, I will come out and play. Perhaps. But that girl you like so much, Haku was it? Yes, she will have to be taken care of so that Itachi cannot use her to get to you. The voice had to be his own, he hadn't told anyone, not even Naruto, that he liked her, not a single soul. He stood up and walked towards the gates of his former complex, and as he walked out of the gate, he never noticed that he was being looked for by two different groups of shinobi. Orochimaru-sama, you do not need to exert yourself in your current state, allow me to take care of this, you know as well as I that I can handle a simple abduction. If anyone other than Kabuto had said that, they would have been disemboweled faster than they could blink. It would be wise of you not to overestimate yourself. The snake Sannin hissed at his subordinate. Sending yourself is too much of a risk, and I cannot risk Kimimura's health to make sure you succeed in your task. You will accompany me, which is the simplest way of completing our task. The Sannin declared. Kabuto nodded, not wanting to test his luck against his master. He still thought it was overkill, after all Konoha shinobi were too weak to demand the presence of himself and his master. The duo slipped into the shadows and suppressed their chakra to a level that was nearly undetectable and made their way to the apartment of Mitarashi Anko. Anko was waiting rather impatiently for her sons to return home when the cursed seal, long since repressed, began to burn. This wasn't unusual, but tonight it burned with a new fury that she had never experienced before. It fought with its containment seal so hard that she was sure it would break free this time. Sensing the sudden appearance of two people who were not her sons, she instinctively lashed out with a kunai, cutting off the arm of her opponent thanks to a bit of wind nature chakra, just like she had done to kiss him. The pain receded for a moment, enough time for her to get a look at her attacker, and was shocked to see it was Yakushi Kabuto, now minus a left arm. The boy seemed shocked that she could fight through the pain and injure him in such a way. Why don't you run back to the bastard, together you two make such a cute pair, you even got matching arms removed. She joked. What she saw next made her eyes widen and mouth hang agape in shock. She felt the cursed seal flare up once again, but she never felt the blow to her head, courtesy of her former sensei. "Do you still think you should have come alone?" the Sannin asked his assistant. "I will admit she was more of a danger than I thought, but I could have done the job anyway." "Yes, I suppose you could have, but what we need right now is secrecy, and you, my subordinate, lack something in the tact and grace department when you become too riled up." "Hi, but we both know that's not why you keep me around." Kabuto finished stretching out his new left arm and picked up Anko. So far the plan was going off without a hitch. "Uchiha Sasuke." The voice cut through the night and into Sasuke's ears. The boy turned around and faced the speaker, not completely surprised by who he saw. "We are the Sound Four. We have come to offer you the chance to join us under our leader, Orochimaru-sama. If you do not wish to join us of your own accord, we are to take you by force." The largest one spoke. Sasuke figured the whale of a man was the leader of the quartet, but he felt the most chakra coming from a pale-skinned man who seemed to have a large irregular bump on the back of his head. The accompanying ninja were a tan man with dark hair that strongly resembled a spider. Perhaps it was the fact that he had 4 arms, but he definitely looked like a spider. The final member of the 4 was a red-headed woman who looked pissed off to be here, and from the tick on her head, she was about to let her feelings known. "You thought I'd actually join you? You must be dumber than the standard sound trash that we dealt with during your little invasion," Sasuke retorted. "Then we have recourse but to take you with us." The pale-skinned man spoke before he and his compatriots launched themselves at Sasuke. With the Sharingan active, it was simple for Sasuke to see their movements and adjust himself accordingly. However, after a few minutes of dominating the fight, the 4 ninja upped the ante a bit when they activated their cursed seals. The marks that spread across their skin were unlike the marks he remembered from his only encounter with his own seal, but Sasuke was a bit shocked at the number of different seals Orochimaru possessed. Shortly after this new development, Sasuke began to succumb to the teamwork and power of the 4 sound shinobi. His only option seemed to be the cursed seal, but he remembered that Naruto controlled his seal, and Naruto would never falter in his brother's defense. "But if I were to break his seal, then maybe he would release mine." Sasuke thought it was his only chance to defeat these guys. As he was about to succumb to the temptation to snap his brother's seal, he suddenly found the area surrounded by sheets of ice. "Sasuke? Are you alright?" Haku's voice came from behind him and it never sounded so good. "I live, but it's a good thing you showed up. I don't know how much longer I could have lasted, 1 on 4. Looking over at the 4 ninja who were having a little trouble standing on the ice sheet, Haku became angry that they would try and attack a Konoha shinboy like this. She formed the familiar ice mirrors and stepped into one of them before she began to slice the Sound 4 apart with kunai and senbon. She felt rage enough to kill, and if the 4 hadn't been highly competent ninja, they would have been dead within seconds of their imprisonment. This bitch showing up wasn't part of their plan and threw a monkey wrench into the works. If they were forced to go level 2 cursed seal, the risk that they would be found rose exponentially, but they didn't have a choice. Uchiha Sasuke must be captured for their master. From Sasuke's point of view, Haku's mirrors were suddenly destroyed by a giant gate erupting from the surface of the earth. He covered his face to shield it against the sharp ice fragments that rocketed at him. When he looked next, he saw the pale man holding Haku's unconscious body between him and another him. It seemed as if the man had cloned himself and was now holding a very important bargaining chip. "If you don't want her to die, you will place this seal on yourself." The fat guy spoke as his cursed seal receded back into its mark and held up a paper talisman that had a seal drawn onto it. Not being the seal master in training that his brother was, Sasuke didn't recognize the markings as one that would place him into a state of complete paralysis. Things had gone south so fast that Sasuke's head was still spinning as he did the only thing he could do to protect the one girl he cared. An ounce about. He barely registered accepting the talisman from the fat man, but he would clearly remember for the rest of his life what he did afterward. Noticing that Haku's eyes were beginning to flutter open, he quietly whispered to the captive girl. "I'm sorry." He quickly slapped the seal on his chest and immediately felt the effects of the seal take away all movement from his body. It was terribly unfortunate that the seal didn't arrest his ability to see, as he was forced to watch the 4 shinobi beat Haku until she resembled little more than a mass of blood, skin and clothing. As they whisked his unresponsive body away, he could only hope that he died after what he had put Haku through. It was the only thing that he deserved. Naruto felt something through the cursed seal on his neck, but like his mother he had learned to tune it out. He walking along the deserted streets and was halfway through an alley when he was accosted by 2 people with a third slung over the shoulder of the shorter one. "Why Naruto-kun, it's very dangerous to be walking alone at this time of night." Orochimaru spoke with a grin on his face which made Naruto freeze and look up at the figures that were standing on the rooftop overhead. His gaze immediately went to the prone form of his mother, who was draped unceremoniously over the right shoulder of Kabuto. The realization that Kabuto was a traitor didn't seem to faze him as much as the form of his mother. The Kyuubi's chakra began to well up inside him, and his hair began to stand on end at the sight. His eyes morphed from the black that many were accustomed to seeing, to the blood-red Sharingan. As he was about to lash out at the Sannin and his manservant, Orochimaru's eyes shifted direction and he smiled even broader at the sight that was quickly becoming visible in the dark. "You have recovered, Sasuke-kun, good work my sound 4. Naruto's knees nearly buckled, they had Sasuke and his mother. "Let them go." He sneered, his eyes never leaving the Sannin. "Or what? You'll attack me? You've already tried that, and it didn't turn out so good, did it, Naruto-kun?" The former Sannin was pushing Naruto's buttons in exactly the right order to get the desired outcome. The memory of his previous beatdown rose in Naruto's memory, causing his spirit to fall. Not once breaking eye contact, he offered himself to the devil. "You let them go, and I'll go with you. You want the Senshin for your immortality technique, right, so take me and leave them alone." My, how noble of you, sacrificing yourself to me once more, but I'm afraid that you'll have to try better than last time. With Sasuke I could create a whole new Uchiha clan, and your mother is the perfect surrogate mother. He goaded the boy. His plan was nearly complete, just one more push, and he would have everything he ever wanted. "Then what do you want? I'll do anything, just let them go." Naruto was pleading now, tears were welling up in his eyes as he tried to negotiate his mother's release. "Well, there is one thing. You will come with me, but before you do, you will complete the Senshin by absorbing the DNA of Kimimaro." There. Orochimaru laid the terms of Naruto's surrender on the table as Kimimaro suddenly appeared behind Naruto and held a sword made entirely of bone to the boy's neck. "You can always decline, but then I take your family away and you die, so what will it be?" Naruto wasn't sure what the snake meant by completing the Senshin, but he didn't have a choice and nodded his head. Kimimaro, a sickly pale man who was part of the Kagaya clan, famous in the mist for their ability to fight using their bones as weapons, sliced his wrist with a knife and then slit Naruto's wrist before crashing the two bleeding appendages together, seeping his own blood into the boy's body. Naruto didn't feel anything as the blood flowed from one body to another, but didn't care as long as his family was saved. After a minute of the impromptu blood transfusion, Kimimaro leapt onto the roof with Naruto still in his grasp and handed the boy over to Kabuto so he could heal the boy's wrist. Looking at the man he had followed and fought to the death for, Kimimaro spoke the last words of his life. "It is done, Orochimaru-sama, may your goals finally be accomplished." He spoke quietly as his strength deserted him from his long-fought illness. Naruto suddenly doubled over in pain, still in the clutches of Kabuto, who simply stopped the boy from falling off the roof. Naruto stifled a scream as every cell in his body seemed to ignite, as if on fire. "Finally, it begins. I will finally have my perfect vessel. Behold the birth of the true form of the Senshin." The snake boasted as he watched Naruto roll around, fighting to remain conscious from the tremendous pain in his body. After a minute of the extreme pain, he passed out into unconsciousness, while the Kyuubi merely watched in shock as every function of his host's body changed to something he had never seen in a human. "Kabuto, prepare for Sasuke-kun's transportation." Orochimaru looked at the paralyzed body of his second-choice body before smiling. He opened a glass bottle and removed a black pill. "This will break that puny containment seal and release the second level of your cursed seal, Sasuke-kun. It will be extremely painful, but it will be worth it." He forced the pill into Sasuke's throat and then forced it down by massaging the boy's throat. Almost immediately, Sasuke felt the containment seal break as he was plunged into unconsciousness. Orochimaru quickly repeated the process with Anko, while the Sound Four were busy sealing Sasuke with the Shikakumijin, 4 Black Fog Formation seal. This prevented the drug that he had been forced to ingest from killing him. After sealing Anko in a similar fashion, the 6 remaining ninjas sped out of Konoha with their 3 prizes. How Haku had survived her injuries was a mystery to Kurenai, who found the girl she had come to think of as a daughter in the middle of the street, but all she cared about right now was getting her to the hospital. Upon getting into the hospital, the night staff quickly jumped into action, pumping healing chakra into the girl like it was going out of style. Her body slowly began to heal and she would make it through this, but she lost a lot of blood, so there was not telling how long she would be unconscious. She slept through the night and was still unresponsive when the Godame received the report of her hospitalization. No matter what she did, Tsunade couldn't figure out why someone would attack Haku. She had no enemies, and Kurenai was well liked by her peers, so it was unlikely that it was retaliation for something she did. Tsunade slammed her hand into the wood of her desk and cursed when she felt something fall onto her knee. She looked down and discovered a pair of scrolls lying on the floor. Picking them up, she noticed that they were both addressed to her specifically, not Sarutobi, but her. Opening the first one up, she saw a lengthy letter that is written by Naruto. Tsunade Bachin. If you're reading this, then you obviously got angry and hit your desk, you should stop that, it's not healthy for the desk. I have been having a bad feeling ever since that run-in with Itachi. Something bad is going to happen, and I can only assume that it is going to happen to me. If for some reason I am missing from the village, it only means that I was right. Ever since I was made aware of my lineage, I have tried to piece together the events that happened that have led to Itachi's return to Konoha. According to Sasuke, shortly after Itachi attacked me, he went on to slaughter his entire clan, except for Sasuke, who he left alive to test his strength against. This begs the question, why Sasuke? The answer comes from the history of the Uchiha clan. Village records report that the Uchiha are an offshoot of the Hyuga clan by means of genetic mutation. However, there is no mention of any intermediate states between Byakugan and Sharingan existing. This would indicate that the Uchiha clan suddenly sprung from nowhere. Using the information that Sasuke received from the Sandaime, we were able to find out that the head family of the Uchiha clan was created when a Hyuga sold his soul to a demon for more power enough to crush his enemies, around 150 years ago. The result was a Hanyu child, Uchiha Madara. The demon blood came from the nine-tailed demon that preceded the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Though the damn fox has been alive for over 1,000 years, he only became the Kyuubi, which is more of a title than a name, around 80 years ago, after defeating and killing the demon who gave rise to the Uchiha clan. The problem was that in killing this demon, the fox began an ancient demonic ritual, in which the offspring of the deceased demon would be given the means in which to avenge their ancestors' defeat. This was a ritual that hadn't been activated in years and only affects direct descendants of Uchiha Madara. If you weren't aware, Uchiha Mikoto was the last direct descendant and inherited the power to suppress the fox's power, as did her sons. However, to be able to use these powers, the Uchiha would have to accept their demonic heritage, something which hadn't happened until Itachi. By gaining the Manjutsu Sharingan, he broke all ties with his humanity and awoken his demonic blood, allowing him to suppress the chakra of the Kyuubi. This is probably the reason that he was sent after me, instead of someone else. Ever since Sasuke received the cursed seal, he has seemingly been warring with himself, a sign that the seal has begun to forcibly awaken his demonic blood. He has already shown some ability to slow the Kyuubi's chakra when we spar, so it is my wish that he be sent after me if I should go missing. The second scroll that you hopefully have found is an earlier scroll that I began to write when I tried to comprehend how the senshin works. You may gain more knowledge than I out of it, but then I am not a medic and my knowledge of biology is limited. Sincerely, Mitarashi Naruto. Tsunade was quite shocked by this revelation. The Uchiha clans were descended from demons and had the ability to subdue the chakra of the Kyuubi. That was something she thought only her grandfather could do. Well, it wasn't actually the same thing. Her grandfather's ability worked on all of the Biju and didn't suppress the chakra but purified it, making it useless to the demon. She signaled for her assistants, Kitetsu and Izumo, to go fetch Naruto and Sasuke so they could explain this new information better. The two Chunin returned 10 minutes later reporting that no one was in the apartment and it didn't appear that anyone had been inside for a while. The feeling of dread began to creep up the Badime's back as she remembered Naruto's note. As she was wondering what to do next, she received a report from the gate guards that a team of ninja that were returning from a mission had just returned with news that Orochimaru and a couple of subordinates had been spotted with some odd barrels and what seemed to be Mitarashi Naruto. The team had wisely decided to hightail it back to Konoha and report on the situation. This report was almost immediately followed by the report of a body that was found on top a roof that appeared to be from a Kagaya. That sealed the deal, so to speak. She called for Jiraiya and Sarutobi so they could plan how to approach the situation. The former Hokage was angered to hear the news. He didn't like the idea that his former student would abduct an entire family from his own town and no one would know about it until the next day. It's obvious that we need to rescue them and we will need to assemble a team quickly or else they will reach the border and we will lose them. I will lead the team since I am the only one capable of fighting Orochimaru with a level head. The old man suggested. Wait a minute. I can fight him well enough, I will go. Jiraiya fired back at his sensei. I said with a level head, you've just learned that the women you see as your own granddaughter, not to mention Naruto, who you see as a grandson, were abducted. You cannot tell me that your head is clear. Well, we'll have to send you both because our options for the team are very young. All of our available Chunin and Jounin are either out on missions or just returned. We have a force of Genin to track and follow a Sannin and for all we know a group of Jounin. Crap, I need more sake. Tsunade grumbled as she looked at the list of available ninja. What about the Chunin exam, didn't anyone get promoted? Jiraiya asked, surprised at the lack of ninja. The closest we got to agreeing on anything was Nara Shikamaru, from what he showed during the invasion. The Anbu praised his mind in luring the enemy into different traps. Asuma reported that he had an IQ of over 200, but that hasn't been substantiated yet. Tsunade replied, still searching for some leftover sake. Fine, we'll take Shikamaru, Hyuga Niji, Rock Lee, and Aburam Shino. Jiraiya stated in a hurry to rescue his family. No can do, Shino is out on a mission with his father, and Lee is off with Guy on a training mission. You can have anyone else from Team 7, 8 or 10, Guy's other teammate, and Tenten is out with her father selling weaponry to Wave. Tsunade was ticking off the remaining genin on her hand. We'll take in Yazuka Kiba and Akamichi Chouji, they are the strongest physically and we will need their stamina to catch up quickly. This time it was the Sandaime that spoke up, cutting Jiraiya off. Meanwhile, I'll send word to Suna that we need some help. They've been itching to get at Orochimaru for double-crossing them, so they should help. Tsunade replied as another assistant with an armload of papers entered her office. Haku just woke up, I'll be going down there to check on her in a while, so assemble your team and you can leave whenever you are ready. She ordered the two out of her office and gulped down a quick mouthful of tea before she headed towards the hospital, but not before taking the other scroll Naruto left with her. Shikamaru was woken by the sound of his troublesome mother calling for him. He slowly drug himself downstairs, only to find the Sandaime waiting in the kitchen, seemingly waiting on him. Shikamaru, we've got a bit of a situation and you are needed for an emergency rescue mission, you'll need to get your supplies and follow me, we have to get the rest of the team. Sarutobi briefed the lazy boy, who was shaken from his morning stupor. Nodding, he quickly ran back to his room and gathered everything he needed and returned before Sarutobi could finish the tea that he had been offered. Their next stop was Chouji's house, because it was the closest. Jiraiya was off gathering Kiba and Niji, but managed to catch up to Sarutobi and the other two boys, just as Chouji was stepping out of his house. The six ninja began to sprint through the town to make up for time and didn't slow down when they hit the forest just outside of the village. They didn't dare ask Jiraiya what was going on, the Sannin had a look that promised castration for anyone who so much as looked at him the wrong way. After about 30 minutes of sprinting through the foliage, Sarutobi began to explain their mission. Sometime last night, Orochimaru infiltrated the village and abducted Naruto, Sasuke and Anko. We don't know how far ahead of us they are, but as long as Niji can keep using his eyes to scout far ahead, we will know sooner or later. Kiba is making sure we are following the correct train, and Shikamaru and Chouji are going to be our brains and muscles. It is imperative that Orochimaru not reach the border and escape, if he does, the village will assuredly be crushed. Needless to say, the genin were surprised that they were being brought on a mission of such importance. They steeled themselves for the impending conflict, unaware that a three-man team from Suna was being briefed about a rescue mission. Tsunade was meeting with Haku, who had recovered from her injuries remarkably well, but was still hospitalized due to blood loss. She was actually fighting with a nurse, just like Naruto would have, to be let out. She quieted up when Tsunade walked into the room. Tsunade-sama, you need to let me go, Sasuke, she was cut off by a wave of the legendary medic's hand. You will stay here, we've got a team out tracking Sasuke, Naruto and Anko right now, they will bring them back, what you should do is rest, you lost a lot of blood, it is small miracle you didn't bleed to death. What happened to you? Haku shrunk back into the bed she was lying in as she was scolded by the Hokage. Last night, around 10:30, I was walking back to the house when I heard a disturbance and when I checked, Sasuke was being attacked by 4 sound ninjas. There were 3 guys and a girl, and they all had these strange lines running across their skin, like a tattoo, but they actually grew and shrunk in size. I turned the ground into an ice rink and trapped them in my ice mirrors, but after a few seconds, the markings on their body changed and the marks became a solid color. Then this giant gate crashed through my ice and mirrors, and the girl trapped me in a genjutsu. Then they made Sasuke put some seal tag on his chest that paralyzed him. Then they beat on me for a while and I lost consciousness. I don't know what happened after that. I am so sorry. The breakdown in her voice at the end of her statement was due more to Sasuke's final words than to her own injuries. Tsunade tried to calm Haku down, but was only moderately successful. Haku fell asleep sniffling to herself as Tsunade sat next to her. Quietly leaving the room, Tsunade returned to her office to begin reading over Naruto's second scroll. When she made it back, she shakily took her seat, the weight of the day finally beginning to catch up to her. The only thing she had to do was read the scroll. The rescue team was making good time, considering that 4 of their members were genin. They had to stop for a rest, but they hadn't caught up enough for Niji to get them in visual range, which would put them about 80 meters away from their target, but according to Kiba, they were about 2 or 3 hours off at distance. They hoped to make up when the sun went down, if they could afford to wait that long, the border was quickly approaching. During the break, Shikamaru asked the question on all of the genin's minds. Hokage-sama, why would Orochimaru want Naruto, it doesn't make sense to me. The Sandame just got a sad look on his face before releasing a puff of smoke from his pipe. Which he just had to bring with him, much to Jiraiya's disapproval. Both Sasuke and Naruto have important bloodline limits that Orochimaru covets. I assume he took Anko to use as a threat against the boys. I cannot tell you more, that is up to Naruto. This aided the boys' inquiries for the time, but Shikamaru was not one to leave a mystery, especially when it involved one of his friends. Neji was trying to piece the puzzle together as well. He had more experience against Naruto than any of the other genin. He had seen the Sharingan, something that not too many others could claim, as well as the ice and the sand. Was he some kind of bloodline sponge? A subordinate like that would definitely attract attention. Shikamaru had come to the same conclusion, but without knowledge of the Sharingan, he wasn't sure why Orochimaru had such a deep interest in Naruto. Surely a copied Sharingan wouldn't be as powerful as a true one. Before he could get too deep into his thoughts, the group was once again moving, making slow progress on their prey. Tsunade had to agree with Naruto's overall hypothesis. She had just finished reading over his theory about the senshin, how it works and what it could be used for. Naruto's theory was sound, but it posed many problems when thought about in terms of biology. Somehow, the senshin absorbed and incorporated the DNA of anyone who placed their DNA in contact with Naruto's own. The problem was that normal DNA production wouldn't allow for incorporation. DNA was the same in someone at the age of 2 and 92. Somehow foreign DNA was being used to create new cells within Naruto, a feat that should have been impossible. Naruto figured that if the viruses cut out the genetic sequence for the bloodline and was then injected into his own cells, the new copies of his cells would contain the bloodline limit. This was a pretty good conjecture, but was impractical due to the fact that there were trillions of cells in the human body, and to fully incorporate a bloodline, the DNA would have to be pasted into every cell in Naruto's body. The only way around this would be to specify one cell, or a handful of cells that all new cells would be copied from. This would allow a virus to incorporate the DNA into cell and have the cell replicate the new DNA. It defied all laws of biology, but was the only thing that made sense. She just had to get a hold of Orochimaru's notes, or else she would never know. The rescue team had been running at full speed for most of the day and had finally pulled into visible range of Neji's Byakugan. About 250 feet away from the group was the Sound 4 with the unconscious form of Naruto and 2 barrels that no one recognized. They were very close to the border, but with enough distance to spread the fight out so that there was no chance of friendly fire. Shikamaru had come up with a clever plan to scatter their enemies by landing a large cluster of explosive notes in the middle of the group and then having the Konoha ninja drop down in the center. When all of the shinobi were in place, Jiraiya threw the cluster of notes into the exact center of the group, as planned. Shikamaru's plan went off perfectly and the Odo ninja found themselves staring into the faces of some very determined Konoha ninja who were dead set on getting their comrades back. Neji stared down Kitamaru, the boy who resembled a spider with 4 arms and had his dark hair pulled into a ponytail, much like Shikamaru. Neji had claimed the boy because he had noticed during the invasion of Konoha that the spider silk that had been generated to keep the Anbu from following was composed entirely of chakra. Things that are made of chakra can be destroyed by chakra. He had explained to Shikamaru when they had been picking opponents. Taoji was matched against Jirobo, the fat one of the Sound 4, because he was most likely to fight like Chaoji, with sheer strength and power, as opposed to the speed and finesse of the Jaikin. Kiba-eyed Seiken, the pale kid with that seemed to clone himself, since Akamaru could act on his own, it would be best if Kiba fought the boy. If it was a clone, then Akamaru could pick out the correct one, and if it were something else then it would pay to have 2-on-2, instead of 1-on-2. Shikamaru was forced to fight Taiya, the red-headed girl with the anger management problems, because he hadn't spoken up in time. He didn't want to fight women, but then he also didn't want to die. Jiraiya was matched against Kabuto, simply for the fact that he would be easiest to pummel into the ground and dissipate some of his rage. Then he could move on to Orochimaru. Sarutobi had removed Naruto from the grasp of the Sound Ninja and placed him far enough away to ensure his safety in the upcoming fight. He was paired against Orochimaru because a clear head would be needed to retrieve all the hostages without incident. No one noticed when the barrels began to smoke until the tops exploded off and the forms of Sasuke and Anko rose from the smoke. As promised, here's the next chapter, a good bit longer than I normally write, but it puts us in good position to start brawling next chapter right out of the gates. I will hopefully work in some new elements into the fights instead of relying on the standard stuff, and you'll get to see the new forms of Anko and Sasuke, plus Naruto will finally wake up. What did Orochimaru mean when he said complete the senshin? Will the Suna shinobi make it in time to help out? How can Kabuto regrow an arm? Why am I asking you guys? I already know this stuff, so it beats me. Thanks to my beta Matt, and although he hasn't gotten to look at this chapter yet, is still amazing and deserves praise for the great work he does. Thanks for the reviews and supports, and I hope to see you all much sooner than last time. Chapter 20. The first figure visible through the thick haze was Anko, although few would recognize her. She stood up from her cramped position to the shock of the Konoha shinobi and the Sound 4 alike. Orochimaru was pleased with the new appearance of his former subordinate and was anxiously waiting to see Sasuke's new form. The most noticeable difference in Anko's appearance was her skin, which had gone from soft and fleshy to a grayish-purple color that resembled her hair color and seemed to be made of scales. She had bright yellow cones under her eyes, like Kiba, except that these ran down the length of her face, as well as her arms, in the form of stripes. From the outsides of her forearms grew two scales which seemed more like a square turned on its corner. These were about a foot from her body at their longest point and were the entire length of her forearm. Judging from the gashes in her coat, they were extremely sharp and probably capable of causing major damage. Her nose had pushed up slightly in the front, as if someone had punched it, and her canines had elongated into fangs, which became visible for the first time as she liked her lips of a bead of sweat, which had accumulated due to the heat. Her eyelids opened, much too quickly for someone who had been entrapped in a claustrophobic container, revealing golden yellow eyes, whose pupils had transformed into slits, just like a snake. Ridges, where her eyebrows once were, shaded her sensitive eyes from the harsh light, and she took a shuddering breath, still acclimatizing herself to her new body. A mighty gust of wind swept through the area, evacuating the dust and smoke that still lingered about, revealing what was once hidden. There stood Sasuke, transformed by the power of his seal and his demonic heritage, into a new form that used power and chakra. Two enormous black feathered wings folded back down on themselves after clearing the air around the body they were attached to. His skin was lined with thick lines that all stemmed from the center of his chest, which had grown so much muscle mass that it had ripped the shirt he had been wearing to pieces which hung from his shoulders. His hands had grown bony, resembling claws, complete with sharp talons on their tips. Two horns which resembled a bull's grew from the sides of his forehead before turning and pointing straight forward. This made his hair fall over his eyes, obscuring the red of the Sharingan behind pitch-black locks. The final addition to the new ensemble was the migration of the cursed seal of heaven from his neck to his left bicep. Instead of the three tomo, the marks now resembled a stylized S with anthers imposed behind it. Upon seeing the transformation of his seal, Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock. This was not supposed to happen. Somehow, he had broken the connection which had been formed when the former Sannin had marked the boy. The Sasuke that stood before him was no longer a pawn of his. Sasuke felt his internal devil take control of his body immediately after he had emerged from the blackness of his unconscious mind. Finally. I am free to avenge the injustices I have suffered. Devil spoke shakily, testing out Sasuke's voice for the first time. Looking over at Naruto's prone body, he began to walk towards it, only to be stopped by the transformed Anko. The lids around the Sharingan narrowed. You have your own revenge, allow me to have mine. Devil's personality had made Sasuke's voice deeper and more menacing than should be allowed on a 12-year-old. When Anko didn't move, Sasuke tried to walk around her, but Anko stood tall, protecting her son, even if she wasn't doing it consciously. What is the point of fighting an unconscious opponent? Her voice had picked up a hiss in this form, making her sound more like her sensei. Can you not feel it? He will awaken soon, wait until then. Making eye contact with her adopted son, Anko saw the resignation in his eyes as his posture shifted to a neutral stance. Seeing this, she too blurred out of existence, showing off the speed she had gained in this form and reappeared behind Orochimaru, who had been fast enough to dodge the initial slice from her spiegel blade-like appendages but still took a deep slice to his cheek. Sasuke eyed the two closest figures to himself and his true opponent. Choji was a bit worried about the new form of his comrade, who was leaking chakra enough to surely be felt back in Konoha. Jirobo was looking on in shock. This brat's power was many times his own. Thankfully, the second level of the cursed seal had a built-in predetermination to follow orders from Orochimaru, so Sasuke would more or less be brainwashed. What Jirobo didn't know would cost him. In a flash of black, Sasuke reappeared in front of the fat Sound Nin, grabbing his face in his clawed hands and actually lifting him off the ground with one hand. Flame spread over the body of the captured ninja so fast that no one had a chance to react before Jirobo had been reduced to a smoldering pile of bones and ignited human oils. Tell the fox that I will be waiting for him at the waterfall on the border. If he doesn't show up in 10 minutes, I will return and kill everyone I see. The demonic Sasuke ordered Choji to relate that message, although the Akamichi was a bit confused as to what he meant by fox, but would risk his life over it. He nodded, but had to hold down a shudder as his eyes connected with the Uchiha. Sasuke turned his back to the entire situation and walked a few paces away from Choji before his dark wings spread open to their full 7 feet span before making a mighty sweep downwards, propelling the boy into the sky and towards the valley of the end. Once that happened, all hell broke loose. Orochimaru and Kabuto attempted to follow after the boy but were stopped by Anko and Jiraiya. Neji made a pass at his opponent Kidomaru and was able to connect with the Rakuju Yonshu. He was about to finish off his opponent but was shocked to find that Kidomaru had been secreting a substance over his entire skin made of chakra that blocked his attack. He followed as the boy led him towards the edge of the surrounding forest to continue his assault. The Odo ninja, who had initially ridden off his opponent, was now a bit worried. He hadn't suspected that the wide-eyed brat could pierce his body armor. That brat is too dangerous to let in close, I'll have to finish him off sniper style. He formulated his plan while making sure that the kid was still following him. Neji was hoping to catch up quickly, he didn't know how long it took to reform that silk armor, but if he wanted to connect with Tenketsu and not silk, he should act quickly. Making up ground quickly, Neji pulled even with the spider boy and proceeded to attack him once more, his speed flowed into the 64 hands easily. He landed hit after hit, but something was off. Kidomaru was trying to catch his hands. He was off, but every time Neji struck, his hands kept coming closer to catching Neji's. On the 57th of 64 strikes, Kidomaru caught up. Seemingly from nowhere, an extra pair of hands burst from the boy's shirt and caught Neji's arms at the elbows. Taking the opportunity, Kidomaru spat his chakra-fabricated web and was able to encase Neji in the sticky substance, though it took almost all of the chakra he could reach to do so. Bastard cut me off from most of my chakra. He's no threat now though, I can kill him at my leisure. The tan Spider-Man was about to leave when he heard the sound of silk being sheared. He spun around and was shocked to see Neji stand up from the remnants of his impromptu sleeping bag. If 64 hands weren't enough, how about this? Neji asked as he attacked his opponent, who was still rooted to the ground, with his newest technique. Haki Hyaku Nijkachi SHM, 8 trigrams 128 palms. After the first few blows, Kidomaru had basically taken a Rakuju Yonshu, but still Neji pressed on. He didn't stop until 128 Tenketsu had been closed on top of the previous 56, leaving him with even less chakra than Lee. From his prone position on the ground, Kidomaru had no choice but to activate his cursed seal in an attempt to force some chakra through his coils. It was successful, but all it did was open his Tenketsu, it barely added any chakra to his reserves. Damn kid is going to make me go level 2. I'll kill him for this. Kidomaru felt the rush of chakra as he ascended into his second stage, his skin became much darker and his arms grew in muscle mass. He grew horns on his head and some horn-like appendages on his elbows. His hair grew out and turned white to match his white fangs. Neji was shocked at this transformation, never having seen the transition to level 2, just the result. This was the only opportunity that Kidomaru needed to summon a large spider and escape into the trees. Neji paid the arachnid no heed, he just hurled an explosive kunai at the summoned creature and made to chase after his prey, but was stopped by 3 more spiders. If they hadn't looked exactly like the one he had just squashed, he might never have taken a second to think about it, but these miniature spiders were clones of the larger one, which now had a large hole in its abdomen. Peering at the arachnid through his Byakugan, he noticed that from the hole, hundreds, if not thousands of these miniature spiders were pouring out. They were easy enough to destroy, as they couldn't really stand up to a Jaiken strike, but their never-ending numbers forced Neji to use the 128 palms attack multiple times, and he lost track of his 6-armed opponent for a critical second. Kidomaru had stationed himself on a tree branch about 20 yards away from the Hyuga boy who had pushed him this far. Secreting more of the chakra thread from his body, he made a bow, made of the same type of thread as his body armor, and proceeded to fabricate an arrow from the same material. He was able to sight his target easily and drew his string back in preparation for the shot. As Neji's body was twisting around the smaller arachnids, Kidomaru let loose his bolt with accuracy that would make Tenten jealous. Neji spotted the shot through his Byakugan and seamlessly switched from offense to defense. His Kaiten blew away the spiders that were trying to latch onto him and deflected the arrow with ease. Kidomaru cursed the boy's defense. He prepped another arrow and waited for Neji to slow down. As soon as the Kaiten began to die down, he loosed the gold arrow from his bow, aimed directly for Neji's neck. Neji just managed to see the lethal dart out of the corner of his enhanced sight, but could do little to prevent it from piercing his body. However, where it pierced, he could change. By purposefully stumbling to his left, the arrow sliced through his right shoulder, tearing muscle and tendon easily. Neji knew he could no longer perform the advanced Jaiken techniques that labeled him as a genius and saw only one way to end this fight. It would require the use of his left arm, since his right hung at his side, useless. Neji's sight retracted from the binocular mode that he used so often and turned into his own body. Upon finding the first of his specified targets, he applied the Jaiken to his own body, specifically his head. The apparent suicidal move caught Kidomaru off guard and he let the tension on his latest arrow, a spiral-tipped head that would pierce anything, Kaiten included, slack. Niji then proceeded to disappear in a blur of motion that caught the arachnid off guard. Niji's path towards his opponent was far from straight, but he appeared for an instant in the vision of Kidomaru, which gave the sound ninja just enough information to guess at the Hyuga's next position. Sure enough, Niji appeared directly in front of the startled boy and delivered a palm thrust to Kidomaru's chest, which liquefied his heart and passed through his body and destroyed the tree he had been resting on. However, as the final strike had been delivered, Kidomaru had unleashed his attack, which passed cleanly through Niji's stomach, a serious wound that may prove fatal if he couldn't receive attention soon. Niji fell to the ground from 20 feet in the air and landed on his front, cracking some of his ribs. Ugh, I never thought that forcing open a gate would be so hard on my body. He breathed out before the pain of his injuries forced him into blackness. Not long after Niji had left the group, Naruto had awoken, as promised by his mother. His eyes flickered open and began searching his surroundings. He didn't recognize the area as being foreign, so he must still be in Fire Country, but he was nowhere near Konoha. He stretched his arms out to shake off the slight bit of rust he felt from not using them in a while and proceeded to stand up. His attention was snapped when he noticed the transformation his mother had gone through. The snake had lied to him. Naruto began to move towards Orochimaru in an attempt to help his mother and punish the snake, but was stopped by the voice of Choji. Naruto, Sasuke. Upon hearing his brother's name, Naruto spun and looked at the young Akimichi. What about Sasuke? He ordered. Sasuke, well, he transformed into some kind of dark angel thing and he tried to attack you, but your mom got him to wait until you woke up and then he said he'd be waiting for the fox at the waterfall at the Valley of the End and if you didn't appear in about 8 minutes from now, he'd return and kill everyone. Taoji spoke very fast, he wanted to go help Kiba who had disappeared with the pale boy, Seiken a minute ago. Naruto nodded and sped away from the battlefield towards his brother, not sure of what to expect. Upon noticing his perfect vessel escaping, Orochimaru once more tried to make an attempt to follow the boy, but was stopped by Anko, who took the head off the lump of mud he had to use to escape. Without his arm, Orochimaru was useless against his former subordinate, who thanks to his seal, was fighting on sand and level easily, and his old sensei. Having no other choice, he tried to escape by disappearing into the ground, but was stopped by Anko, who had pushed her own arms into the ground and drug him back out. The only escape you'll have today is death. She hissed before once again attacking her former sensei, only for him to turn into mud and try to counter-attack with the Kusanagi, which wasn't very effective against Anko's new scales. Her skin was more like carbon steel than flesh and made her very difficult to injure. He needed a distraction to escape and he needed one fast. When he saw the only member of his elite guard that was still in the area, Taiya, he had found his distraction. He raced over to her, a move which forced the Konoha shinobi to protect Shikamaru and bit his hand, drawing blood, as if he were going to summon something. But instead of Manda or another of his snake summons, his blood covered the cursed seal and he had his distraction. By undoing the seal, Orochimaru had turned his subordinate into a bomb that would be equivalent to releasing all 8 of the celestial gates at once. The resulting release of Chakra created a crater that was quite deep and what must have been at least 15 feet wide. This provided enough of a distraction for the snake trader to escape into the ground, as well as knocking Shikamaru into a tree, bruising a number of ribs, as well as scattering the sandame some 30 feet towards Niji. Not being able to massacre her target had snapped Anko's mind somehow and a need for blood took over. The problem was that her eyes landed on Jiraiya as the target of this bloodlust. Taoji had indeed managed to find Kiba and Seiken, as well as his twin brother Yukin, who happened to live inside his brother's body. Even though Kiba and Akamaru had used the Jinbunshin, beast human clone, turning Akamaru into a second Kiba, they were having a difficult time dealing with the twins, who had grown opposing horns, as well as armor over different sides of their bodies. Kiba had succeeded in separating the two from each other, but was having trouble landing a decisive hit on them. Taoji quickly moved to help his fellow genin and used Buban Baika no Jutsu, partial multi-size technique, to enlarge his palms and managed to slam Yukin into the ground. Unfortunately, the strange boy got up from the crater, more annoyed than damaged and turned his attention to Choji. Moving so fast that he only appeared as a blur, Yukin landed a series of punches to the young Akimichi's stomach, an attack that Choji was able to neutralize by transforming his entire body with the Baika no Jutsu. Multi-size technique, moving into his next attack smoothly. Choji curled into a ball and steamrolled at his opponent. Yukin was forced to jump out of the way and had turned around to gloat, only to see the giant bowling ball come back at him. Having no time to leap away, he was forced to dive to the side in an attempt not to be crushed completely. Showing a bit of maneuvering that didn't look like it belonged on the big boned, Choji immediately spun around and succeeded in rolling over Yukin, stopping to add pressure for good measure. However, Yukin was more resilient than he looked and used a technique similar to the inner decapitation to escape. He had taken damage, nothing life-threatening, but annoying nonetheless. He had to recuperate inside his brother's body, probably for no more than 10 minutes, but it was too long for his tastes. Kiba wasn't faring any better than Yukin and was in a large bind. He just couldn't land a hit on the slippery Seiken, even with the Gatsuka, double-piercing fang, he hadn't been able to do any damage. Akamaru, I know we haven't perfected that technique yet, but I think it's our only hope right now. Kiba asked for the input of his canine companion. The transformed dog just yipped in approval, and the two performed a quick series of hand seals before being enveloped in a large cloud. Like I'm going to give you the chance to perform any moves. Seiken sneered and charged blindly into the cloud, only to receive the full brunt of a massive paw swipe. He caught himself against the tree before he could be damaged even more and eyed his opponent now. Where there were once two pathetic genin, there was now a two-headed wolf that had to be 2 stories tall. Its slobber was running from one of its maws onto the ground, making the ground slicker than ice. Here we go. Garmga, double wolf fang, this time, the spin of claws and teeth was so large that even in his cursed state, Seiken had immense trouble avoiding becoming a chew toy. He was surprised when he felt cuts on his armored skin begin to open after avoiding a close strike. The vortex from that attack is actually able to cut through my armor. I couldn't survive a direct hit if I wanted to. He realized. He was forced to dodge another tornado of dog, sustaining more injuries, negligible though they were. This time, his movement didn't go so smoothly and the branch he had landed on broke off, sending him crashing onto the slobber-drenched ground, making it impossible for him to regain his footing in time to dodge Kiba's next pass. Guchius. Rashomon, summoning. Rashomon, the voice of Yukin summoning the strongest defense available was relief to Seiken, even though the gate wouldn't be as strong as if it were summoned by both of them. The monstrous tornado struck the demonic gate and pushed against it, testing to see which would stop first. The gate cracked right down the middle, and Kiba continued toward Seiken, only to hit nothing. The boy had been able to regain his footing and scamper away to his twin brother. The two joined back together, still in their cursed forms, but weary and sore. Summoning the Rashomon gate had taken nearly all of Yukin's chakra, and Seiken was banged up from his encounter with the Garauga. Neither one was physically injured greatly, but they were pushed into a corner, with no way out except escape. However, escape was not to be. Itachi. Cutting whirlwinds, Tamari's attack impacted the conjoined twins, cutting into them, but not killing them. Gara would take care of that. Sabaku kick Sabaku SMSM. Desert coffin desert funeral. The two never really knew what hit them as the sand crushed the life from their bodies. Kiba and Akamaru had separated into their original forms due to lack of chakra, and Chaoji had followed Yukin towards the battlefield arrive just as Gara was finishing the twins off. Both were glad to see reinforcements, especially Gara and his brothers. Tamari hadn't changed, except for her clothing, which had gone from lavender-colored battle kimono to a black one with red trimmings. Gara had changed the most of the two. During his stay in Konoha after his fight with Naruto, the Sandaime Jiraiya had managed to add more layers to his seal, changing it from a 2-point seal to a much more stable double-reinforced 3-point seal. The rings around his eyes weren't as visible, what had once been an inch-thick ring of black was now more of an outline, nearly indistinguishable from eyeliner. He had gone from the loose-fitting clothing he had worn to much sturdier clothing, including full black pants, a brown shirt which had a thin outline of white running across his chest diagonally, and a small piece of leather across his stomach. He had changed in innumerable ways since his fight with the boy he considered his first true friend. "Where is Naruto?" he asked in the same voice he had always had. He's fighting Sasuke, Orochimaru abducted both of them, plus their mother, and something happened to Sasuke, he looks like some kind of evil angel now. He threatened to kill everyone if Naruto didn't fight him at the Valley of the End. Chaoji supplied as he handed Kiba a soldier pill to replenish his strength. "By the way, where is your brother?" "He's off looking for the main group, with those puppets of his, he'd be better off helping to move the injured, since it looks like we got here a bit late." Tamari answered, seeing as Gara had already headed towards the direction that two fighting chakra signatures could be felt. Jiraiya was not having an easy time fighting Anko. First of all, she was family, and not even the most perverted author of the most perverted book series would fight family. Secondly, she was really strong in this cursed state. He had forgotten completely about Kabuto after Anko had attacked him, the small fry wasn't going to be much of a threat during this fight. Anko moved fluidly and swiftly, her speed had surpassed the speed that ninja were able to move at by many times, and initially, had Jiraiya remembering his old student, the fourth. She might not be as fast as the Hiraishin, but damn if she wasn't in second place. If he hadn't helped the fourth create the Hiraishin, he would be in a world of hurt, but as it was, he was able to keep up by using his chakra to boost his speed, not unlike unlocking the first gate, but without the negative side effects. As demonstrated previously, the scale blades on Anko's forearms were just as sharp as a kunai, and she wielded them much more naturally. The force behind her blows was greater than Jiraiya had seen in any kunoichi besides Tsunade, and he got the scary feeling that she hadn't shown nearly all of her trump cards. She had proven capable of taking one of his punches, not a mean feat at all, and not feeling a thing, as well as countering almost every earth technique he used. He was reluctant to use fire techniques for obvious reasons, but was running out of ideas that would end this confrontation without hurting his granddaughter. The gut opened over his eye for his mental wonderings, courtesy of Anko's new blades, and he was instantly pulled back into the fight. He had exhausted all of his Jounin level techniques and only had cage level moves left in his arsenal. The problem with this was that they would almost assuredly kill the women, something he would not do, even if it did cost him his life. Holding the correct amount of Chakra, he threw his hands to the ground and performed one of his largest scale attacks. Oten. Yomi Numadot, Earth type. Swamp of the underworld. Purposefully, the Sannin limited the depth of his swamp, making it just deep enough to entrap Anko up to her waist. However, this didn't keep the serpent mistress for long. She took to the mud and water very easily and rose to the top, despite the weight of her wet clothing and the mud on her skin. She moved just as effortlessly as before, but before she could make the edge of the swamp, Jiraiya took advantage of the flammable gas that had been bubbling from the depths of the muck. Using a simple fire technique, he entrapped the charging woman in a ring of fire that held her long enough for Jiraiya to complete his next technique. It was a variation on the Doten Kekai. Dormu, Earth Release Barrier. Dungeon Chamber of Nothingness, in that it created a dome of earth that would leech the chakra of anyone or anything trapped inside, but it was much faster, acting at the cost of the ability to regenerate. It could drain a genin in a matter of 5 seconds and a normal jounin in less than 45 seconds. To make sure he could keep the dome up long enough to drain Anko's chakra down to a safe level, he intensified the fire before erecting the dome. To keep Anko's tainted chakra from his own, Jiraiya moved the leeched life force to a nearby tree, which grew before his eyes. He kept the barrier up for 2 minutes, longer than anyone had ever been subjected to the draining power for. He noticed the tree had stopped growing and took that as a sign that Anko was nearly out of chakra. When the mud fell into the swamp, he was relieved to find a severely weakened Anko back to her normal self, panting on the surface of the swamp. Cautiously he approached the worn figure. Finding nothing wrong, he moved her off the swamp so she could conserve her energy. After a few seconds, Anko looked at the old ninja with an appreciative look. "Thank you for stopping me, I guess the new seal level was too much for me to handle so soon. Please, leave me here and go check on my sons. Naruto doesn't have the second level to his seal, Sasuke will be too strong for him to defeat, you must stop them," she pleaded. Jiraiya was about to protest when Sarutobi showed up with Kankuro, who was supporting an unconscious but no longer bleeding Neji with one of his puppets. "Oh, Jiraiya, you are stronger than I and you can feel the difference in their chakra levels. You must go stop this before Sasuke can kill his brother," Sarutobi ordered his former student. Not wasting a moment, Jiraiya sped off towards the Valley of the End. Naruto had made good time on his way to the valley, he still had 3 minutes and he could just begin to make out the form of his brother, sitting, cross-legged, by the river at the end of the waterfall. Stepping onto the bank, opposite Sasuke, he looked on as the tattooed form opened its eyes and looked at Naruto. "So you came? I was expecting to have to go back and drag you here," the demonic boy chided. "Cut the crap," Naruto yelled. "I know you want revenge against the Kyuubi, so why do you target me? I am not the fox. Because you harbored the murderer, your life sustains it, and if I kill you, I will do what not even the fourth could do." Devil bragged before standing up and adopting a fighting stance. Naruto looked dejected but took his own stance nonetheless. The devil inside Sasuke struck first, disappearing in a blur of darkness and landing a crushing straight punch to Naruto's sternum, driving the wind from the boy. Shakily Naruto rose to his feet and attempted to pinpoint his brother. Even with his Sharingan activated, it was nearly impossible to read the movements of the demon he was battling, and Naruto suffered 3 more punches and a snap kick to the side of his ribs for his efforts. "Dead up, I realize that I am holding back the fox's chakra to make my job easier, but you are not trying at all." Devil was openly mocking him now, but Naruto didn't know what to do. Stepping onto the surface of the water, Naruto drew some up to his face to wash some of the dirt off, without realizing that he had done it instinctually. He looked back at the visage of his brother and decided he couldn't sit back. He focused on the water beneath his sandals, he felt the way it rocked back and forth, as well as the way it pushed him away from the fall. Once more the water rose to do his bidding without his immediate recognition. When the gravity of his actions finally sunk in, Naruto was shocked, never before had he shown this much affinity with water. This must be part of the complete sensation, he thought before once again returning to the fight. This time when Devil charged him, Naruto drew the water around him and used it to intercept the demon. Sasuke's primary chakra nature was fire, just like every other Uchiha, thanks to their demonic heritage, so water was more effective than any other type of attack. Thinking back to Kakashi's fight with Zabuza, Naruto remembered a technique he had wanted to try out but hadn't had the time to learn. Using his newfound command over the liquid of life, Naruto formed the water in front of him into a raging wall of water and crashed it towards Devil. Suiton. Daibakufu no Jutsu. Water release. Great waterfall technique, he whispered, awed by the fact that he had perfectly performed a Jounin-level technique without hand seals on his first try. The water washed over his opponent, who simply used his black wings to block the brunt of the attack and was only pushed backwards a little. Naruto decided to experiment with the other half of his ice bloodline, the wind nature component. Inhaling a large breath of air, he infused chakra and spat a ball of air at his brother, once more without hand seals. This time, Devil was ready, and since fire is will beat wind, like rock crushes scissors, he simply created a flame in his hand and batted the attack away, creating a sizable explosion. Naruto returned with another wave of water, but this time he followed it up and charged the winged figure. Devil leapt into the air and spread his wings to shake off the accumulate water. He then dove at Naruto, pushing the boy under the surface of the water with force enough to create a large void on the surface. While underneath the water, Naruto had the upper hand and managed to grab the legs of his adversary, keeping both figures underneath for a longer time. Devil managed to kick his way free after a few seconds, but was gasping for air by the time his head resurfaced. Naruto surfaced not long afterwards, looking the better for the moment. While the battle was waged on the water, he was in control. Sasuke realized this and used his superior speed to reappear at Naruto's side before he landed a devastating roundhouse kick, sending Naruto crashing into the sides of the valley. He followed that up by grabbing Naruto's face and driving him farther into the rock wall until the small gouge that Naruto's body created collapsed, burying the boy. Stepping back, Devil admired his handiwork before spreading his wings and taking to the sky once more, just in time to see Naruto's hand appear from under the ground. The two boys eyed each other down again, with Devil blocking Naruto's path to the water and thus his only advantage. Thinking of his Setetsu, Naruto tried to create a javelin or something long to throw at the flying figure, but was surprised when a bolt of lightning instead struck the ground from his hand instead. Seeing that his power over water and wind was good with lightning also, Naruto began to summon lightning bolts from his hands and shot them at the flying figure. As fast as he was, not even Devil was fast enough to escape the bolts and fell to the ground, dazed. Moving quickly, Naruto disappeared into the ground once more without the aid of hand seals and pulled the shocked boy into the ground. Thinking the fight over, Naruto took deep breaths before being smashed into the ground from behind. Devil stood over the boy, hair sticking up and a furious look on his face, but not critically damaged. He had replaced his body as it hit the ground at the last second. "Foolish boy, did you think that a few tricks like those would defeat me?" Naruto was tired, he hadn't started the fight at 100% and had taken a lot of damage, though no broken bones. Must be that white guy's limit. He thought as he watched Devil inhale deeply. Reaching deep into his reserves, Naruto threw his hands to the ground and managed to pull up a large slab of earth to intercept the concentrated blast of intense fire that had been sent his way. Devil, upon seeing his attack slam against the barrier, began to gather chakra into his hand to form a Chidori, easily capable of piercing whatever earth technique Naruto had used. Rushing forward, his thrust easily penetrated the wall, forcing a weary Naruto to move out of the way quickly or risk being impaled on his brother's arm. "It will be such a thrill to end the life of the beast that has wronged me," Devil chided, seeing the fatigue begin to set in on Naruto. "Sasuke-kun, you cannot kill the boy. Orochimaru-sama needs him." Kabuto's voice broke through the haze of the battlefield. He had snuck up to about 30 feet away, earning the gray-haired boy a glare from the Uchiha. "You have no right to order me about. You need to learn your place." Devil sneered before disappearing and reappearing before Kabuto's eyes. He shoved his fist through the older teen's chest, ripping his heart from his body before crushing it and returning his attention to the fox container. Taking a step towards Naruto, Devil was amazed when he was stopped by a hand on his leg. From the ground, Kabuto rose to his knees, the hole in his chest closing at miraculous speeds and a new heart forming where the old one was. This shocked Devil so much that he allowed Kabuto to fully rise before trying to attack again. Devil was easily at Jounin level, but Kabuto was fighting at a higher level yet. Not yet a Sannin by Devil's calculations, but stronger than 95% of the Jounin he knew. "Naruto-kun is important to Orochimaru-sama, I cannot allow you to kill him," Kabuto repeated, taking deep breaths from the strain of the forced regeneration. "Tell me, how is it that I crush your heart and yet you live?" Devil asked, perplexed, noticing for the first time that Kabuto's eyes were now red as opposed to white. "It is because I am closely related to Naruto-kun," he cryptically replied. I am an experiment done by Orochimaru-sama that focused on DNA infusion into a complex organism. By creating a number of cells that would produce master copies of a being's genetic material, Orochimaru-sama was able to add DNA to an organism with trillions of cells. In a way, I am a predecessor of Naruto-kun's limit, but where his is specified to copy bloodline limits, mine was limited to that of a starfish. This makes it very easy for me to regenerate cells, limbs or even organs, as long as my core isn't damaged or destroyed, and I can move that around as easily as I move my feet. You would have to destroy every cell in my body to completely wipe me out, something that even the great Snake Sannin would have problems doing. Deciding to test the boy's claim, Devil ripped off Kabuto's ear, only for a new one to grow back. It seems that you weren't lying when you said you could regenerate your cells easily enough, but I wonder. This time, Devil's fist was engulfed with flames as it ripped through Kabuto's head as if it were paper. Fool, never give away your weakness to anyone, you assumed me an ally, and you paid with your life. Devil spat at the body and turned around to finish Naruto off, only to see Kabuto's headless body rise in a reflection from the stream. Considering how complex a head and brain are, Kabuto's head regrew very fast. I told you, every cell in my body must be destroyed to kill me. He said, riling Devil up even more. Punch after punch, kick upon kick, all manner of hacks and stabs, and even a Chidori penetrated Kabuto's body, but no matter what Devil did, he just couldn't kill the teenager. By now the pair had moved next to where Naruto was kneeling on the ground, still winded from his earlier battle. Just as Kabuto was regrowing his third arm in as many minutes, Naruto struck. Hakushu. Rakuju Yonshu, 8 trigrams. 64 palms, he had copied the movements from Neji during their fight at the Chunin exams, so the movements came easily enough, but actually spiking his chakra at the same time was much more difficult than he had thought. Nice try Naruto-kun, but without the Byakugan, the chances that you closed off any of my Tenketsu are remote. Kabuto drawled. I know that wasn't the point. You don't have to see Tenketsu to do damage. Naruto fired back, waiting for his attack to take effect. Haven't you been listening? Every single cell in my body would have TTT to be de-dest or destroyed. Kabuto's teeth were chattering as he finished his sentence. I may not know a lot about biology, but I do know that ice crystals puncture cell membranes really easily. That wasn't any attack I hit you with, I pushed ice nature chakra into your entire body, every cell. And your body is being ripped open by ice crystals. Naruto informed Kabuto of his fate just as ice began to erupt from his skin. Kabuto began to list forward and was dead before he hit the ground. Turning back to Devil, Naruto noticed that both of the original combatants were nearing the limits of their bodies, Naruto from his transition and Sasuke from his transformation. They charged each other one final time, neither had enough chakra to form any meaningful attacks. For Devil that would have been a Chidori, and for Naruto, anything he could have done would have cost him his consciousness. Both landed solid punches, Naruto a right hook and Devil a straight jab to Naruto's face. Both landed on the ground on their faces, neither one moving. That was how Jiraiya found them when he arrived a minute later. Checking the two Konoha ninja, he was relieved to find them simply unconscious, and Sasuke returned to his normal state. Taking a second to check on the body of Kabuto, he verified that the boy was indeed dead, and the only regret Jiraiya would have was that he didn't get a chance to punch the traitor in the face. Are you going to stand there, or are you going to lend me a hand? He asked to the redhead standing at the edge of the valley. Gara looked at the two boys who he was supposed to rescue and was disappointed in his opportunity to rescue Naruto, like the energetic boy had done for him. Floating down into the valley on a cloud of sand, he created stretchers for Naruto and Sasuke and left Jiraiya to take care of the corpse. Jiraiya once more summoned the swamp of the underworld and watched as Kabuto's frozen corpse was sunk into the muck, never to be found or recovered. He left the area and headed to catch up with the other Konoha shinobi. Days later, Naruto and Sasuke woke up in the Konoha hospital, with Anko sitting between them, holding on to Naruto as if he would disappear if she took her eye off him. After the customary questions about what happened, both were glad to hear that no one was killed and that Neji would make a full recovery from his injuries, thanks to the quick work of the Sandaime. Sasuke was appalled to learn of his demonic side taking control and nearly killing Naruto on multiple occasions. This sent him into a deep funk that he just wouldn't come out of, even after he was released the following day. Naruto had explained about his newfound ability and wanted to know what had happened. If you ask me, Jiraiya spoke his 2 cents. Orochimaru was always too smart to create an incomplete limit like the Senshin. It was obvious that there was a limit to the number of bloodlines it could absorb, and he knew that. I guess what he planned was that when the carrier absorbed 5 limits with a different main chakra nature, then they would become some kind of master over those natures. You mentioned you could easily control water and wind, which are the elements of the Hyoten techniques. The Setetsu is made by combining lightning and earth. The Sharingan imparts fire nature to your blood. Your original nature was wind, was it not? And then the Kagaya clan was earth and water nature. I'd say that you will, with a bit of work, be able to completely control every single element, something that would allow you to learn any new blood limit techniques that would express themselves in the future, as well as possibly create new abilities. That was Orochimaru's true goal, to create a vessel that could harness the power over every chakra nature and thus be able to learn any technique. This idea was met with general acceptance by Naruto and Tsunade, which was good enough for the Sandaime and Kakashi, who had arrived to visit his pupils as soon as he returned from his mission. Everyone but Anko made to leave, and on the way out, Jiraiya pulled Tsunade off to the side and began talking in hushed whispers. The day Sasuke and Naruto would be let out was sunny, which was exactly the opposite of how Sasuke was feeling. He had taken the opportunity to walk around the village instead of eat lunch with his family. Once more, I almost kill my family. Am I cursed? Will I ever be rid of this plague? He asked himself out loud. What plague? Haku's voice snapped him out of his self-pitying thoughts quickly and he wheeled around, coming face to thigh with the girl. Taking a seat next to the dark-haired boy, Haku wondered what was on his mind that would be creating such a funk. It's none of your concern. He snapped, not realizing how sharp his voice was until the words were out of his mouth. Sorry. I didn't mean to snap like that, it's just that after we were abducted by that bastard, Naruto and I fought, and I wanted to kill him. I nearly became the one thing I swore I never would, and that is my brother. For the first time since his family was massacred, Uchiha Sasuke broke down and cried. Haku didn't know what to do except comfort the boy until he was done. After a few minutes, Sasuke's tears began to abate and his breathing shallowed out to normal. Feel better? The Kunoichi asked. I don't know. I'm not cured, but I think maybe I can cope now. He replied, realizing just how close he was to the girl. I'd say that's about as good as could be expected right now. She replied, giving him that smile that he loved. He stood up and offered her his hand. After pulling her up, he decided to take a risk. Would you like to go get some lunch with me? He asked, with his heart in his throat. I'd love to. She replied, smiling that wonderful smile. At night, every member of the Mitarashi household slept soundly for the first time in nearly a month. They didn't know why, but that would become clearer tomorrow. Anko was awoken the next morning by a knocking on the door. She stumbled from bed and answered the door, mumbling about idiot Chunin who didn't know how to let people get their sleep. After receiving the message from the rather frightened ninja, Anko woke her sons up with the news that they were to meet the Hokage in 30 minutes. Half an hour later, found the trio stepping into the Godime's office, not knowing what to expect. As expected, Tsunade was buried behind mountains of paperwork without Naruto there to help organize. Shizune had been having a difficult time getting the Hokage to finish her work. Ah, good you're here. The blonde Hokage barely looked up from her paperwork. I don't know how he did it, but Jiraiya has convinced the council and Sarutobi-sensei that the three of you need to leave the village to train yourselves so that we don't repeat the past week. You three will be leaving with Jiraiya for 2.5 to 3 years for your own protection. We can't have Akatsuki getting Naruto, and we can't have Orochimaru getting any of you. There is a great possibility that both groups would use one of you to get to the others. From what the pervert has told me, he's got training planned for each of you, and by the end of it, we won't recognize you. Anko was about to object, saying she didn't need the training, but the Hokage cut her off. I know you're a perfectly capable fighter, Anko, and frankly Konoha needs you to do missions, but there is no doubt that all three of you are targets, and I will not be satisfied until you can defend yourselves from Orochimaru and Akatsuki. Bowing their heads, the three ninja accepted their assignment and returned to their home to gather and pack their supplies. Sasuke finished earlier than his family and excused himself to go say goodbye to some people. The only people he really had the intention of visiting were Haku and Neji. He decided to visit his rival first, not wanting to break the news to his new girlfriend. He was able to find Neji's hospital room easily enough. Neji would require a good deal of physical therapy to return muscle memory in his shoulder and to make sure that his stomach wound was fully healed. Sasuke stepped into the room not expecting to find Hinata and her younger sister Hanabi there. Realizing that whatever brought Sasuke to this room was personal, Hinata led Hanabi from the room before turning to Neji and informing him that they would be back in 15 minutes. For a while, the two rivals just started at each other and then Sasuke broke the silence. I wanted to thank you for coming after us, not for me, but for Naruto and Kasan. It was no problem, the only downside was that I didn't get to fight you. Neji kidded, relieving the pressure Sasuke had been feeling since he entered the room. The conversation was light from then on out until Sasuke brought up the training mission. For a minute Neji was silent and simply stared at Sasuke, trying to read his mind. Finally he released a breath of air and resigned himself to this fate. Well, I suppose that I'll just have to keep up with you might be a challenge, since you'll have a Sannin as a sensei. Of course, I'm so far ahead of you right now that you could train for 10 years and I'd still win. Sasuke laughed at the barb. He'd shown Neji 2.5 years would be plenty of time to kick his pale butt. As Sasuke knocked on the door to the house where Haku lived with Kurenai, his palms began to sweat at the thought that she might dump him because of this arraignment. She answered the door and was pleased to see him. She hadn't expected him, assuming he had a mission since he had met with the Hokage. For some reason, the news of that meeting had become village news and there were all kinds of speculations as to the nature of the get-together. They left the house and walked along the road talking about just ordinary things until they reached the topic of the meeting. Haku had inquired as to its nature and Sasuke knew it was time to come clean. Hokage-sama is sending the three of us, Naruto, Kacchan and I on a long-term training assignment with Jiraiya. We're to be out of the village for up to 3 years. Oh. I'll understand if you want to break up with me. What gave you that impression? She asked, a bit of fire in her voice. I, just thought that maybe you wouldn't want to do a long-distance relationship. He answered meekly. Uchiha Sasuke, the thought never crossed my mind. I was worried about how I would handle not seeing you for 3 years. She replied sternly, but in a way that made him sure she was joking. Seriously though, if you want to stay together, I'm fine with that, just promise me you'll ride at least 3 years with no visits and not letters. I think I'd take a page from your mom and cut off some limbs. Of course I'll write, I wouldn't dream of leaving you in the dark like that. He responded with a gulp, afraid that Anko had somehow rubbed off on the brunette. They spent the rest of their time together walking around the village and talking, with the odd break for food or drink thrown in. Sasuke returned just in time to catch Jiraiya meeting up with his family at their home. Grabbing his backpack, he stood by as Naruto tried to cram more instant ramen into his pack. Finally giving up, the quartet walked towards the gate. Taking one last look at the village, they walked off into the sunset. They never noticed a pair of eyes watching their departure. Good luck Naruto-kun.